you the sweetest delight in the garden as a surprise for Adam.
Really?
Come
All right.
here.
But this is the one tree in the garden we cannot touch. This is the forbidden fruit.
Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden? Surely not.
We may eat the fruit of any tree in the garden, except for the tree in the middle of the garden. God has forbidden us to either touch or eat the fruit of that tree, for if we do, we shall die.
You believe that nonsense? Of course you will not die. God knows that as soon as you eat it, your eyes will be opened, and you and Adam will be like gods yourselves.
Almost one day we'll reach the level of the avatars that we have read about in history, the Buddhas and Jesus, infinite ones, God.
You ain't your servant, you cast your spell up on this planet with your graven images and your wishes to be worshipped. Witches and warlocks flock like Harry Potter fans, waiting for your new age plan to spread across the land. You got the masses dumped down where you want them, convinced that you don't exist, and now you got them atheist. Some even think they're evolving to a godlike level above and beyond human. These Luciferian lies feed on ego and pride. They come disguised as an angel of light, like the original sin and the first deception. The tree in the garden, don't you see the connection? It's the same old lie that he used back then at the beginning of time, at the fall of man. Have we forgotten the truth within the book of Genesis? Ignorant of the nature of sin, so we dismiss written words of God as an irrelevant myth, but then embrace all these new age thoughts of nonsense.
It's not good or bad. There's no God waiting to punish you because you did one or the other. There is no God in doing everyone's God. Welcome to the kingdom of heaven, without judgment, without hate, without testing, without anything.
I call my practices and pagan worshiping as act exists. See through the smoke and the mirrors and the mist. From Atlantis to the American fanatical mist, to the UFO connection with the German SS. Secret society elitists from the east and the west. Illuminati and Masonics, man, it all connects. Satanic worship to the depths we don't want to admit. It's a globalized illusion that we gotta correct. Check the symbols and signs like the all-seeing eye. Read the Bible facts to understand the great design. See the writing on the wall, we're living in end times. And even the elective now bought into the lie. Real Satanists are dressed up in their suits and ties, eating the fruit like these fools who think they are divine. They aren't evolved, they're just blinded by ego and pride, living a lie that disguised like Jekyll and Hyde. Can you deny that these times were all prophesied? Read Matthew 24:24, you decide.
There's no such thing as good or bad. Judging makes time and separation. There are things that I do that I know they involve me. There are other things that do not involve me. It's not good or bad. There's no God waiting to punish you because you did one or the other. There is no God in everyone. Everyone's God. Everyone's God. Everyone's God.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone. Narrow streets of cobblestone. Neath the halo of a street lamp, I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs and voices never shared. And no one dared disturb the sound of silence. Fool said I, you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my oath that I might reach you. But my words, like silent raindrops, fell and echoed in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made. And the sign flashed out its warning, and the words that it was forming. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls, tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on? Steve J and Mo, it's Ceiling Fan Man. We have a couple more guests on the way. Trinity for one of them, and we're just gonna get right into it. Ceiling Fan Man, you tell them what's going on.
well, first I want to thank you, Steve, for hosting this because I had set this up to do it on my channel. We had done one before with Trinity, with Dave. I'll go camera here. Let's see. How's we doing there? Hey, everyone. So we'd set up to do one. We'd done one before. It's about Africa. It was probably one of the most amazing shows ever put on the internet, but, you know, I digress. And we were going to do another one, and then I decided to dare do anything that went against what the mainstream or the news wanted us to say. And on a private video that I was using to edit, they gave me a strike and took it down. And of course, they don't tell you why. They give you guidelines to not talk about like natural medicines and things like that. Possibly, I don't know. It was something like that. And but they don't tell you exactly what. So, anyways, I couldn't do it on my show, and we'd already scheduled it. So Steve was gracious enough to say, "Hey, we'll do it here." So here we are, and thank you, man. So
Here we are. Yeah, absolutely no problem there. And something I meant to ask you. Did you ever find those links I sent you with all those interesting pictures, or no?
Yeah, they're in here. I can find them while we're here. I'll send them back to your email.
Yeah, if you can't find them, that's okay. I know where to look. It's going to take me a second to get there.
I'll come up with them and I'll send them to your email. So, Yeah.
Hey, it's Richie from Washington. That was the best, dude. I can't believe people got butthurt about that.
I know people got mad, and it's like I try to explain, like you do it too. I'm sure you're driving and you got thoughts, and you're driving, and you're like, yeah, it's like, and all of a sudden I start hearing it in my head. Hey, there's a look at the chemtrails going on. I was like, it's in your head, you can't help it. So I am Richie from Washington, and so I did that like a short video. But yeah, I got people mad at me. So whatever. What do they say? The world is a beautiful. Well, it's not the world. The earth is a wonderful place full of magical things and people that are just waiting to be, offended. And I did.
Yes, absolutely. It's yeah. You can't even skate around these softies anymore. It's absolutely crazy.
I've never, of course, none of us have ever experienced such a divide that you can't even have a difference of opinion anymore, And it's not even just like, I don't want to listen to you. It's like, I honestly get angry. You know what I mean? It's like, that doesn't make any sense to me. You just have a dialogue, and that's what it's about, but we're not allowed to.
Yeah, it's whatever is, if CNN and BBC and all these other people are pushing it, it must be real.
The people that we're up against, it's sad what's happening. One of my sons, he works at I sound like Alex Jones, or is when I do my Alex Jones, is that my Richie or Alex Jones? I don't know. I could never watch Alex Jones because of that voice thing. I never got into that guy.
No, me neither. He was always flailing around. I'm like, that's crazy, bro. I'm like, this guy doesn't. I'm like, even if he knows something, I'm not listening to him. But
Yeah.
I'll give him 1 point. I'll give him 1 point. He called out like the Q narrative. He's like, he was going nuts. He was doing his whole spitting everywhere. It's like, when's Donald Trump gonna come save all you now? Blah 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 blah. I was like, oh man. I was like, you gotta turn it down about 7 notches. But yes, I'm like, when are they coming? Like, kind of looks like it's wrapped up out now. But hey, I've been wrong before. We've all been wrong. But.
Oh yeah, and someone said that's like, I feel Q, like you feel part of that, maybe 10% at this point. Like there's a part of the day something happens, you go, ooh, that'd be so great if that actually was going to happen. And then you go, nah, but it's not going to happen, And so it's like, because I was into that years, for a little bit. And I came out of it, and that's why Brian puts me on as like the resident expert, because I know the things that we were into like 2 years ago or whatever, 3 years ago, they're still talking about it. Like they're still trying to arrest the same people. I'm thinking, how hard is it to find these people? I could go get them right now. Everyone has a copy of the laptop, and what the fuck?
I mean, if you like sit there and think about it, like what better made up, patriotic story would it be for who is it? JFK Jr., right?
Yeah. He's coming back.
But like, if you just think about it, from an entertainment standpoint, like that's a great movie right there. That's a great way to get people, in. That's like watching the soap operas on channel 3, 4, and 5. So that was smart by them. That was smart by them, because it seems like it's a good idea,
But they put a guy in the stands, always behind Trump. His name was Vincent Fusca, and they would show how he looks like JFK Jr. would look today, older. And then they put like prosthetic stuff on him. He was always at all the rallies, just like behind him and stuff. They had a whole narrative going.
Yeah, I just thought, like, if you wanted to dupe the Patriots, what better way to do it than from the guy that may or may not have been taken out by the Hillary family, if that's even real. He's probably just hanging out on Epstein Island and Kobe Bryant Island, because that's what happens. There's no actual plane crashes, or you know what I'm saying with these people. They'll just throw a bunch of metal in the woods and be like, oh, that's where it landed, like 9-11 when they had the hole in the ground in Pennsylvania, and they just lit it on fire, and they're like, oh, it's where the plane landed. It's like, oh, where's the people, the engine? It's right there, It's like, oh, okay.
Yes, too many questions, kid. Yeah.
Yeah, where is it? Someone just said it. Gaslighting 101. That's exactly what the whole.
And when the Kobe crash happened,
about. Yeah.
RV did a thing on the Kobe crash that in 10 seconds it was like, come on, can't you see this? There was white smoke at the Kobe crash, and then an actual footage of a helicopter crashing like that. It was all black smoke. Like, where was the black smoke? So, yeah, exactly. There's the helicopter crash in your room.
Crazy, man. Crazy. Big facts. That's what we try to spit out here in the JMO channel, bro.
But
That's
you know,
what we
I was gonna
try.
say, the people we're up against, it's sad. They've got them so programmed. So my son he works part-time still at a restaurant. He has to throw the thing on in order to do it. But he hates it, and he always makes comments there. And he made a comment, and he's like, hey, you know, how long? Yeah, coming back in the four-seater. Exactly. I like that. He said, how long are you guys gonna wear that thing? The rest of your life? And you know what the answer was? This scared the crap out of me. If that's what it takes. That's what this person said back to him. That's what we're up against.
That's what these they're making it patriotic, dude, to wear the
Yeah.
diaper over the face. It's crazy, dude. And like I said, that's probably just training wheels for the jab mandate or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Because that'll get real patriotic. They already got I think Slow Biden just got his second dose yesterday, so we'll see what happens to him.
Will we even notice if something happens to him, though?
No, bro. Unless
He's
he
already
grows
losing his memory.
yeah. Unless it grows like a foot on his forehead, like he would probably check out, you know?
Yeah,
Be like,
and they probably get saline anyways. God knows. That's the thing that blows me away. So it's no matter what you believe in the jab. I don't watch what I'm saying, but you never know actually when they do jab you what they put in. Not to say what's in the jab, but even if it's not even the thing they said it was, you have no idea when somebody just sticks something in you. It's the weirdest concept. It's just like, oh, there's a mystery vial of mystery liquid that you tell me save. Go for it, man. Sounds good. I don't get it.
It's absolutely crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy times.
So two things. One is I thought of something last night that I texted you because I didn't want to forget it. And it was funny because you're showing that thing, that Disturbia song. I love that version. We were talking about that. And it's like one of those movies. It almost reminds me of District 9. And I realized I was talking to my wife last night, and it was actually kind of her idea. We don't have to be herded to FEMA camps. We're actually there already. So we're all in our houses. And we're the funny thing is so we're going into prisons in our own homes, and we have to pay for it, right? We still have to feed ourselves and pay for our own prisons and stuff. And that's what they've done. They've actually locked us away. We're all probably district out, like District 9 or whatever. And we are the quote aliens of this world, right? Because we're here, but we're not from here, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like we're already there, you know?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. But hey, I just had a quick thought. Did the email I sent, was that to the group or was that just individually to you? Because I'm starting to feel like I don't think I ever emailed Dave.
Oh. Well,
yeah.
I can try to send it to him, or did you
I got it.
do it?
I'm on it right now. Even if I didn't, let me
amateur hour. Oh wait, over this way.
Terrible stuff. How do I even? Let's see what we got. Compose. There you go.
We'll edit this out. Just nobody remember this. Like, here, look at this pen. Yeah, because you're that's what they tell me. You're what's that bait and switch, because Trinity's not here. So, she's in the scroll. So,
all right, we are
that's it.
we are on the money now. We are good to go. Just sent him the link individually. I hope I don't even know if he knows where to go for this. I was trying to post it in the chat on his channel, but
well, I sent him the link to this show, but I didn't have the StreamYard then. I just assumed the host would do that.
But this is your show, bro. I'm doing you a favor right now.
I know.
Oh,
well, here, well, I'll wait on this thing here. You want to start with something, and because this thing I want to talk about, I want to put in front of Dave too. So,
okay.
So,
well, did we ever find that?
Oh,
that.
you want me to look for that? We'll do something else. We can't all be doing something in the chat room watching us do things.
Okay, you do that. Here, I got a little time buster here. I got a couple of pictures. Some of them are concept pictures, but nonetheless they're interesting, of Egypt, and I feel like that'll maybe soften it and mold our way into the next conversation we have. Give some people time to join. So they can see that. Okay. Can you see this? Is this big?
Yeah,
That big enough? This is my
Yeah.
background, actually.
I like it.
I can't zoom in. Okay, oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. I don't know if this is real or not, but still very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like, either way, this is probably what was popping in Egypt back in the day.
I figure like we're gonna see that soon. They'll just come start walking
Yes,
out.
dude. Yes. No. You
All
gotta
the obelisks light up.
you gotta check out that stupid show I was talking to you about, The Blood of Zeus. That's literally where the quote unquote seraphim, or whatever they're called, the deep, weird shit, bro. Weird names for these creatures, and they come just walking out of the ocean. I'm like, like, isn't the ocean like a mile deep? I'm like, so you're a big guy if you're just, knees deep in the ocean, just taking a stroll. You're probably not too far off with that prediction. They wouldn't show us that in TV shows, and like, think of it, bro. Look how big this thing is, dude, and look at this little man, like he is barely half the size of it from probably 2 miles away, Yeah, think about that. Well, we got some shit written on the rocks
Oh
here.
yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
My name's on there. Looks like Rich.
I see Cooper. I see Rich man. That's you, Rich man Cooper.
Rich guy Cooper.
Oh man, I don't know what that's there, but this is a little concept. This is probably what shit was really popping like back in the day. I wouldn't doubt it. The unk up there, just chilling, no big deal. Very strange, but probably not too far off. This is reality. Definitely a little filtration there to make it look more grainy, but if you could tell, the stone and the mountains are one and the same, so makes me speculate that this is merely a pocket of survival. And these are most likely makeshift. They probably put these stairs in because they're human size. Because we'll come back to these in just a second. I think it's just right. Yeah. Who built these stairs? That's what I want to know. They had to build like the little peasant stairs over here, but who built these stairs?
Yeah. And who's taking that step?
Not me, man. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Right. That's a big guy.
Yeah.
That's a big guy, man. Like, that's crazy.
I mean, if you look at the size of the regular steps, yeah, there's no way you're making that step.
And look at the mountain, quote unquote mountain next to it. It's just got, windows. It's got another door. It's got stairs over here. You know what I'm saying? It's all one structure. They're built by big people. Like, go by any quote unquote like cathedral or church that's made of like stone or brick or anything like that in your neighborhood, especially if you live in the middle of nowhere. And let me know how big the doorway is. Not the door itself, but the entirety of the doorway. It's usually pretty goddamn big, and there's like half of it blocked off with some mural to make it look like it's a normal person's door. But they ain't, dude. They ain't.
No.
Go to anyone's house, bro. Everyone has like a 8-foot door, because we're 6.
You there, Steve? Either I'm out or you're out.
And which way was I? Was I this way? Well, that's still an interesting picture. I captioned this: things and places. What did I say it was? What did I say? Yes, things and places they shouldn't be. Like, what's
Look at
going
the size of that compared to the people.
Yes, brother. Look at it, dude. Absolutely just marvelous in a way. But But
So what do you
just
think was the rest of that building? Because obviously they wouldn't just place that thing on top of a mountain and then call it a day, you know?
I have two ways of looking at it. Maybe they did. Maybe it was just a component they needed to the whole motherboard system. Or B, it's on a big mound, probably soft grass everywhere, as you could literally see footsteps in the grass. So I'm assuming that it's just what's it called here? The rest of it's probably underneath. The rest of it's underneath, probably. I mean, this looks melted as F, bro. So probably started from the bottom, worked its way up.
Yeah.
What we got over here? Just more pillared buildings and places they shouldn't be, it seems.
It's funny, growing up, you never really think twice about all this, Roman architecture and Egyptian architecture all over the world. And now once you open your eyes and you see it, you just go, come on, people. How can you not see that this stuff's everywhere? That, it doesn't make any sense. Everyone just kind of had the same idea to build this way.
I've always been like tripped out by that. I've always loved being the passenger in a car, like ever since I was a kid, so I could look at the buildings we're driving by, the architecture, or even like if we're going on the highway, there's miles of just nothing and mountainsides, and like looking at the mountains, and I'm like, there's a waterfall that looks like bricks. I'm like, what the fuck was going on here? I've always kind of been thinking that, but no one really ever presented a good enough theory to even like put juice on that. But now I'm like, maybe I've just always been speculating it because I knew it's not what the George Mason history book published by a Jesuit call it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they say is probably not the truth. But I've always just been a little speculative. Always have, always will be. There we go. Sorry, I just had to send the link to somebody. But
have you heard from Dave yet?
No, I haven't,
Yeah,
man.
all
Let me
right.
check my email real quick. If not, I mean, either way, I was gonna see what Jennifer's up to, see what she wants to because she's got plenty of stuff to talk about too. Because I
Okay.
think she's banned like you as well,
Oh,
perhaps.
well,
I have a
that one
feeling
main
I'll be
channel.
next. So yeah. Well, I thought she was down for a week on TTS 69. Yeah, I got nothing on his no email back here.
Yeah.
But you sent me a text message here. Is this what we were talking about here?
I'm thinking. I mean, that's the only thing I could find that was close to around
Okay.
that time frame.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let the people on Facebook view this too, because this is something that a lot of people should.
Is that the right thing?
We're gonna find out. I hope so. I hope it's not like your diary or something. That's on my public Facebook wall. Let me see. No, this is not it. No,
What is
that's
that?
not it. But that's something good for the people to read. That's the apocrypha of the names and the list and the details of all angels and demons. That's a good thing to go over. But
Oh, okay.
I'm not in the mood to say
No,
100
you
prayers
can-
of protection right now and
Well,
have
hey,
to deal with all that.
I can always ask Dave again, but I came up with this thought. I'll just run this by you and see
Is
what
this-
you think here.
Is what you were holding in the bag there for a minute?
Yeah, just something to talk about here.
Yeah.
Share my screen. I have the right thing here.
Yeah, let me get mine out of the way so I don't click the wrong one. And you, I'm gonna try to find this real quick too. 'Cause this Africa stuff.
So, am I sharing this?
You're up. You're live.
Okay, so I was listening to this episode that this guy was talking about how we all have an ark, right? And we navigate the waters because it's all about marine law and stuff. So they always talk about boats and marines, and all that stuff. We get that. And he was talking about how like they cut off our umbilical cord and we lost our placenta, and like that was on our ark. And I'm like, okay. But that doesn't really help me. I didn't understand like what's the significance of that. I'm not going to go find like probably some lizard person already ate it. So how am I going to find my 50-year-old placenta to make sense? And I started thinking about an ark. And so besides what you see on the screen here, if I'm sharing it still, that's the ark, Noah's ark, in the days of Noah, and that's kind of we're all thinking we're getting close to that. But there's another ark because they mess with our English language and stuff. And the ark goes with a C. There's Jonah Ark, but mainly it's an arc not only in circles and stuff, but it's electrical, and we're all electrical beings, right? So if you get two pillars and you put them together near each other, just like in that Frankenstein movie, it makes an arc, right, of electricity, connects this one to that one.
Well, real quick, let me
Yes.
just interject and
Yes,
what if
please.
what have they been walking around the nations with, or maybe I don't know if it's the nations, but at least this nation for the last 5 years, erecting them in every major city they can, the Ark of Baal. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So yeah, dude, those arcs have a little bit more than just stone. I think there's stargates or portals or some sort of technology. You keep going with this, but I found the link.
Okay.
We're ready to go.
Here's my thought. So whatever we got mixed with when we come down here, we got cut off from the creator, right? We're
Yeah.
on one side, he's on the other. And everything's these arcs, right? The dome, firmament's supposed to be an arc, whatever. What if, however you want to name him, like I don't want to get caught up in the names. For me, it's Jesus, but however you make that connection back to the creator, that's your arc, right? And when I looked up the meaning of arc, besides the circumference of the circle, whatever a luminous electrical discharge between two electrodes or other points, one being us, one being the creator. I believe the arc that we're missing, that we've lost, is that connection that we have to form this electric arc to connect back to the creator. And then I took it one more, and if you go to the Urban Dictionary, it says it's the internal change the hero goes through in a story. Can be positive, happy ending, or negative, tragedy. And so I feel, that's where, how do I get off of this thing, off screen? I feel that's maybe what's happening here. So like that arc's happened, this awakening, we've connected, and some of us are taking in a positive charge and some of us are taking in a negative charge, and literally the separation of the wheats and tares happening in front of our eyes organically. People are just like wigging out for no reason, and other people are going a completely different way than them. So I think it's just playing out, and maybe that is our missing ark, the ark of the covenant that God had with us, the original children. But we forgot it, and he says so. He's like, hey, I kept my end of the bargain and you guys didn't. So screw that. We're going to have to write a new covenant. And I think our ark is that ark that we can connect and create a new covenant. Whoever wants to seek him connects it. That's my thoughts on that. That's kind of what we're going through.
No.
What do you think, man?
No, dude, I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, the Bible also references as us as the temple of God's. Jesus says, "Don't ye know that you are the temple of God?" I'm like, who? Me? So if if they didn't know that back then, I'm sure that they really had no idea that they were in fact missing the link to the real Ark of the Covenant. I don't think it's something that they found in a box in Turkey in the dirt. I think it's more of a metaphorical, I guess, a mixture between the both type of deal, like something that you would have to, let's just take this for example. I don't know if anyone's ever seen the stupid movie Transformers 5, but they have to find this staff, right? They find this staff, but it's a wooden piece of junk, that they're all looking at it like, oh, this is pretty crappy. But the one person who actually has the right charge touches it by accident, and then it terraforms into whatever it's actually supposed to be, So I feel like maybe it's something like that if it is an artifact, but what you just said kind of, it matches up against that very well. But either way, it doesn't matter which one is right. Either way, it's been a misconception for a while what the true arc is.
Yeah. But I truly feel that there's a way that has to connect. And, that's where I feel they use those words.
Well, think about it. A lot of what's one of, I won't say an old saying, but like people always say like, oh, you don't want to float your boat. Like, oh, what are you talking about? I don't have a boat. It's like, oh, maybe it's like a metaphorical boat, which would be an ark, perhaps, So you could always
Well,
throw it in like that too. Like all those little sayings are possibly could have a little more credence than we all know. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh,
well, Steve and I have talked a few times that one of my favorite songs by that guy, he's always trolling me. One of my favorite songs is Modest Mouse, Missed the Boat. And Steve and I talk a lot about, it's like that story in the Bible where they had the oil lamps, right? And some of them got their oil lamps ready because, God was coming and Jesus was coming. And the other ones were like partying and saying, we'll do it later. And of course, they missed the boat or they missed the party. And I feel like Steve and I are like, we were hanging out in the back room, just chilling and saying, he's not going to come now. It's too late, And yeah, so that's why we're here. We missed the first boat, but I'm going to make sure we get on the next one. If there's another one coming.
Oh, dude, absolutely. That's that's what I tell people too. I'm like, I don't know the story as well as you do, but like you said, the wine lamps, they were just chilling all night. Like, Jesus ain't coming, bro. What are you talking about? It's 2:30, like, what do you mean? We're just going to keep hanging out. We're going to take a nap. And then they woke up. All the other nuns were gone. The sisters were gone. And Jesus was actually there. So we were unprepared,
Yeah.
so that's probably where we were. So you don't
Same
want
with everyone in the chat. You guys were partying with us too much.
Yeah. Awesome, Austin. It's your fault. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But it's very spiritual where we are now, and people got to understand that there's more to reality than just dollar bills and price tags. That's where people get lost in that sauce, and then they think their eyes are open, but their eyes are just open to the political scheme of things. And when I say scheme, I mean the schemes that are going on in the political sphere. It's a little bit bigger than that, perhaps, but what do we got here?
Am I sharing it?
You're on.
Be grateful that God has allowed you to see what's unfolding. Others that are asleep are not so lucky. Ask yourself, why you? Why now? I think about this daily, and it shoots my faith and confidence sky high. You've been chosen, make no mistake. That's honestly one of the hardest things to get through our heads is this is a real thing. And it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it sounds silly to say, oh, no, I'm not that. Well, how else do you explain it that we can see the world as upside down it is? And literally when someone says, are you going to wear that mask forever? And they say, that's what it takes. I can't see the world that way. We have been woken up. So whether you believe it's chosen by God or not, I don't know what to tell you, but there's no explanation as to why we see it this way. There has to be a reason. There has to be something we're supposed to do.
Well, when the Bible talks about we are not from this world, that means the materialistic platform that Lucifer and Satan and all the other minions have laid out for us. We're not of this world. These other people who, they were late to the party and they seem to be fine with being late again for some reason. They're falling into the trap, dude. They'll do whatever it takes to make sure that their financial status stays the same, or that they can go to work and provide for your family. All these stuff that it all revolves around pride, people,
Mm-hmm.
There's going to come a time where you're going to need to take the hand. I would take it now. You don't want to take the hand when you're on the ground. I would take the helping hand while the helping hand is still healthy, because everyone's going to be shooken up within the next couple of weeks, I believe. But
yeah,
then again,
well, both sides want something. I mean, in the fake world, they're both saying they want the new type of law with the or whatever. They both are asking for it. So something sounds like they're cooking for this, next few weeks. But I'm not a fear porn guy. So you know what? Let's rip this Band-Aid off. It's enough already. I don't know about the rest of you, but I can't go another 20, 30 years living in this world the way they have it. I'll do my own thing and screw it. Because, when you say we're not of this world, that's why the joke is, they want to talk about alien invasion. We're the aliens. We are alien to this, quote, world. We live on God's earth, but they just encapsulated us into their little world. Well, we need to get the heck out. And that's the way I see it.
Yeah, man. For real. I'm going to get a video queued up real quick. I don't know if you have anything you want to.
Oh, you're in the queue, huh?
Queued up. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in the queue. I am Q.
Just a plan. Trust the plan.
I am the plan. No.
Q, that's so funny because I still have my old Q hat when I was a Q-ter. And I've just changed it to Q means quarantine because that's all it means. That's why they were telling you all those in advance. Jen shared the best video. If you find that one, it's only like 3 minutes, Steve. And it's from the movie, TV show, The Dead Zone. And it was from 2003. And they say all the words that are being said right now. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't even want to say they sound like spells. They want us to keep repeating things. Now the new one is insurrection. Where did that come from? All of a sudden, everyone's saying it. I ain't buying into it, man. It's just more spell casting.
Dude, how weird is it, bro?
Insurgent. That's it. Insurgent.
No, how weird is it, bro? Because like the TV will say something and then bam, that's reality. I'm like, what the fuck is this stuff, dude? I'm like, this is crazy. Oh, I'm just like, and everyone's repeating it like verbatim and like they somehow sound professional saying it too. I'm like, you guys have been primed and primed and propped up with memes and Snapchat filters and new trends and the ice bucket challenge, which is dual 33. You've been primed up with those spells which have 33 and 6 9s and all this 3 6, all this crap written all over them subliminally, so that when something would happen where the media needs you to push more falsism, more fear, you could just be like, oh, insurrection. Oh, social distance, mask, mandates, da 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 da. And it's just crazy how ever since, it's probably always been like that, but the past 10 months, people, I said this before this shit happened. I was like, this is gonna be the line in the sand. A lot of people are just gonna walk into the ocean, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just sitting here, I'm drinking my coffee. I got the umbrella and I'm like, oh man, I was like, I knew these people weren't any good, but I don't want to see you get effed, because let's say if we're right, dude, about this timeline thing, from the Bible that I've read, there's no second chance, I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying, it's just a lake of fire, bro. You don't want to be hanging out with those people. Granted, I still sin, but man, I feel bad about it. A year or 2, 3, 4 years ago, no big deal. So I'm slowly changing, but time is at hand. So me, myself, I'm not pointing you out in any way, shape, but you, the chat, everyone needs to focus on, that 1 or 2 little things, sins, or just wants and needs that keep you here in this realm, that make you want this place more than you want upstairs, and learn to give that up. Mm-hmm. I need to learn too, but shit, this is time to get it in. A lot of people have been red pilled the last couple months, so let's try to just keep ourselves honest.
And a bunch of things, and I'm also listening to people in the chat too, and going along with what you're saying. We have been through a lot. We not only have seen the changes of the world going around, been public about it, because that's our job. If your house is on fire, we've talked about this. I'm going to stand in your yard and yell at you, even if you throw rocks and say, "Get out of here, you crazy person." I'm going to keep yelling, "Your house is on fire." Hopefully you'll turn around and notice it. And that's the thing. But then we've gotten to a point where they don't want to know, and they close the windows and they go back inside. And so, as it's even written, at some point you dust your feet and you move on to the next town, because there's certain people that'll say they'll wear the mask forever if that's what it takes. And so, yeah, that's not easy, because when we started this, we thought, hey, we could do this and everyone would throw them off and it'd be like one of those movies, V for Vendetta or whatever, and we all win, and it's not seeming to go that way. No. The people that want to are coming on board, and the people that want to still live in that nonsense of a world, they're hanging on tight. And like you say, I drew the line when they wanted to cover my face. There's some people, I understand, they still need to support their family somehow, but it's going to come a time where they're going to say, okay, in order to keep doing that, now you're going to do this. And, where do you draw the line? So you not only have to get yourself strong in faith, but you also have to come up with alternative plans of feeding yourself if things go south. That's the way I've been looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely been working and conniving. I wouldn't say conniving, but
Yeah, let's not use
try,
that word.
trying to just get my way, like from working for the man, dude,
Yeah,
and
we all are.
yeah, and people do what they, there's other ways to get along, or to not get along, but to go along. I mean, you could sell drugs if you wanted to, perhaps, but I don't condone anything like that. But
No.
if you have other ways of getting money that doesn't involve going to work for 9 to 5, might as well go with that for now, bro, because you don't want to be smothered. You don't want to be taking orders in a technocracy, because if you disobey orders in a technocracy, the camera is going to report the law enforcement. The law enforcement would show up, and then you get a fine. That's a technocracy. That's no bueno, because
No.
I do a lot of shit on on the cameras at work. I don't need them reporting to the boss what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we're all set with that in reality, and that's just another way they can micromanage our lives. That we're giving up little by little by little by little by little, but after so many littles, it's a fucking big thing we're giving up, and it's called freedom.
Yeah.
It's
And
crazy.
they we were talking about this too, that it's not even about really us. It's about maybe like our kids and our kids' kids.
It's about
Because
them for me,
because
bro. It ain't about me. I've
well,
already
but I
fucked
also
it
mean
up.
that the people that are doing this to us, they want the people like my wife has a brand new grandson, and he's only seen his mother and father without a mask, and so
Mm,
they're going to raise an entire generation of kids that only know that and will not know any of the freedoms that you and I enjoyed, because you've gone to concerts and movies and sporting things. They don't want that anymore. And pretty soon, it's already starting, but they did it in commercials, and now it's going apparently on television programs. I don't watch, but someone told me, I think it was Law and Order. They're already doing like in the background scenes, people wearing masks, people gloving up and
enforcing it,
so
baby.
eventually it'll be in mainstream television movies. Your lead characters will be, Thanos will be wearing a mask, and shit like that. Because when you watch a movie, like occasionally you have to. That's part of this process of wearing us out. We've learned so much in the last few years than it's so hard to process. And on top of that, worrying about all the people that are like, don't see the train coming. So our heads are just spinning. Sometimes you need to sit down and listen to a song, even though they're trying to program you, or watch a movie, even though, maybe not a Tom Hanks movie, but, something that you may just like chill out to. And when you watch it and you see them sitting at a restaurant or a sporting event, you're going to sit back and go, wow, I remember those days. They don't want that. So eventually that's all got to change. They're putting chemtrails in old movies now. So how long before they'll just like have, Darth Vader will have a mask on his mask, That was quite a tirade. Awesome.
Oh man, no, you're good, man. You're good. We're going on a good roll today. Let's where do you want to take this from here?
Well, another real quick thing about the Q thing. A lot of people have been talking about it lately, and I think it was Super Leswar. I forget how you say that, but
Sure.
I totally get it, man. Like it, you really want, especially now with the psychological operation they're doing to everyone, keeping everyone apart, stuck in their homes, and just like no joy. They're sucking all the joy out of everything. That's the whole purpose. Like even as a kid, when I got sent to my room, it was my room, it had all my stuff in it. But something about being forced there, I hated it. And that's what they're doing. They're even people in their own homes, they're forcing you and potentially, get more of a lockdown. I don't know when that's coming, but just the fact that they're trying to isolate and do all that. So all that's taking all the joy out of everything. So then that's why I don't see when you watch a movie and it's these showing the old people and stuff. They can't have that. But as far as the Q thing, it's like there's hope in that. Really, someone's really going to save us and save all those children in the tunnels and all that. I mean, I was into it. I get it. Brian calls me a closet Q. I don't, but I like listening to it because it's like tuning into an old soap opera. Nothing's changed. The characters are the same. The children just moved from one location to another. They were on Epstein Island. Now they're probably over here. Some got on some boats, apparently. JFK Jr.'s coming back. Everything. I mean, Trump's now locked away with the military, and the Pope's been arrested, and all the Clinton money and the Obama, all their money's been locked down. I mean, on and on and on. It's the same nonsense over and over. Nothing ever happens. But yeah, there's a hope in there. We bought into the Isaac Happy thing, all that. And the whole thing is that's just it. It's just another mind F to keep you trapped. And you just got to get rid of all of that and know that it's all nonsense. I saw a guy last night. He totally is buying into it. He believes JFK's coming back to save him. And I just I felt bad. Because like I said, I don't laugh at these people. I was one of them, and I was trapped, and now I got out, and thank God I got out. So
well, yeah, like I said before, that's a good story. Like it's something you would want to believe to be true. That someone who may or may not have been taken out by the Hillary regime, which is just the elite regime. They like to disguise themselves as left and right, but they all, I have a feeling, sit down together. Maybe not for tea, but definitely like once a month they all have a meeting together. They may not all get along on key values, but there's or maybe wandering values. I bet they have a set core of key values that they all agree on. But I just wanted to say real quick, you were talking about the next step and level of lockdowns that we could see. Well, if a Joe Biden or slow Biden, whatever, if his administration walks in there and then he falls off the stage and he's history, because I don't feel like he'll be making any calls anyways. Even if he is alive, it'll just be a body talking, which they all are, but I mean his will literally just be a body talking. You'll see the USA start evolving or devolving, I guess you could say, into the lockdown levels you see in UK, in Germany, in France, and all these other places where it's like tight, strict lockdown, 6 o'clock curfew, 1 exercise per day, 1 dog walk per day. I feel like under administration like that, I feel like you'll see it. I mean, we were going to see it anyways with the Don man and his stuff, because he's still got to roll out Operation Warp Speed. Everyone forgets that, Look at the symbol for Operation Warp Speed. It's literally a cube with the fucking virus in the middle. It's intense, bro. It's crazy.
They don't even care anymore. They just throw it in our face.
You know what they say? You know what Q says? Like, oh, look, he put that symbol up to fight the cabal. I'm like, I'm done. You don't fight the cabal with the cabal. You fight the cabal with prayer, He
has to pretend space is fake and waste another $250 billion to do it because he's doing Space Force. Oh, you there?
Yes. No. Yes. No. Something just happened. That's okay.
And it's funny. Shinzo the Great wrote he can't wait to watch professional wrestling with masks. Think about that. Now you wouldn't be able to distinguish, quote, real wrestling from, quote, fake wrestling. They'll all have masks. So now they could maybe just join forces.
Right, yo. Absolutely crazy, man. All right. What do we got here? Here, let me share the screen here for a second. Let me get some audio. Check this out. We've all seen most of this stuff here. Oh, did I just stop?
There it goes.
I thought I stopped the screen share. That's okay. All right, check this out. Tell me this isn't like crazy. We've all seen the Simpsons one, but the other shit I ain't seen. Check this out.
Why is that jet flying so close to our house? At last, those planes are flying where they belong.
That's right. Over the homes of poor people.
Oh, it's kind of fucked up, bro. You know
what the chemtrails?
Yeah, bro. Like, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Check this out, bro. This is from, not Family Guy. What's that other one? American Dad. Check this crap.
You, Stan. What kind of favor?
Right in our faces. They don't give a shit anymore. They don't care.
Look at this. They're about to make it rain. Look at this.
I abused my CIA powers to make that superstorm. You made this storm? Lives were destroyed.
Now kiss, you two lovebirds, and put some mustard on it.
Oh my God.
Just weird, bro, right? You don't need to see two cartoons kissing, but yeah, bro, it just shows like how they've showed that in like, you know, mainstream cartoon outlets, and people think it's funny, dude, you know? It's like when Bill Gates gets on TV saying, you know, we gotta populate or not populate, you know, depopulate the world via vaccines, and everyone starts laughing, you know? Like, it's all good. It's like, oh.
What was that from? That was a cool video.
I don't know, just something that people, someone shared it on Facebook. Yeah. Yeah. It says, he who controls the weather controls the world. That's a fact, dude. That's a fact. I
They
don't
don't care anymore. They just put it right in our faces because they know nobody's watching, nobody's listening.
No, why would they listen, dude? It's crazy, man. All right. What else you got? Because I got some more things I can get into, but they're on a whole other page of.
Go for it. Let's go there.
Okay. Well, actually, you know what? I don't know how many people saw this last night. We were on Brian's D Live for a little bit. Check this out. Let me hit play here. Check this out. This is yesterday I asked Siri how many days until 2021, expecting to be corrected. This is what Siri had to say.
It's 354 days until then.
So, you know, that just makes me believe that the timeline's really fucked up. But like, Siri doesn't even know what day it is, what year it is. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Here, let me remove that. I got some other stuff here too, because I haven't been live in a while. Because I got all those pictures I wanted to share from Connecticut, but I was just gonna make that into a short video, so we don't have to go through all of those. But there is still some. I mean, there's been so much going on lately. That's kind of why I haven't done a stream. I've kind of just been sitting back and watching and observing because you know. Oh, actually. Here we go. Nope. Look at that. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's literally a cube in the shape of a cube with the coronavirus in the middle. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, 4 on each side, 44. Who would that represent? Barack Obama, just saying, but no big deal. No big deal. You know what? Just because I'm a curious cat now, let's see what we have here. Where is it? Let's see what. Oh,
put in warps. Yeah, I was just gonna ask you to do that.
Okay, nothing too crazy.
What about warp speed? Just take off operation.
Yeah, it's probably crazy. Oh, there you go. There you go. 44 and 46. I'm just saying, bro. Isn't Barack Obama the 44th president, and now Sleepy Joe's about to be the 46th? Like, that's just crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's weird.
Go back to the picture.
Where is it? Yeah. 1, 2.
And then you got 5 in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah,
you got
dude.
45 represented, 44 and 46 all in one thing.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, this is a multi-administration led plan. You know, and the division of right and left have gotten so many people, bro. It's kind of sad, man.
Oh, it's never been more divided than it is now and everything.
Like, bro, people don't even know that, like, you know, when, like, there's a transition in the White House and, you know, the new administration comes in and they chat, you know, it's, in most cases, it's like a 30-minute, you know, 45-minute conversation they have with each other. Barack Obama and Donald Trump met behind closed doors for like 4.5, 5 hours, and then he gave the reins over. So I just find that really strange.
Yeah, nothing to see there.
No, bro, you know what I'm saying? I feel like, is it possible that like Obama? Because I don't know, bro. I don't know about Obama. I feel like he's. Yo, people in the chat don't freak out, but like I feel like this dude could be like the Antichrist or something.
Well,
maybe,
whoever made that ridiculous cartoon, well, it's changed now. Whatever. No, what is it? iPeg 2 or whatever.
yeah,
Not the
yeah.
book, but
Whatever happened
there's
to
obviously a
iPad
Barack
1?
character throughout that thing for quite a bit of it.
Yeah,
So
bro. It's right in the beginning, and he's got some sharp fangs, and that thing came out in like 2012, bro. You know, like that's kind of strange because
yeah,
in that depiction, it literally has Notre Dame's cathedral burning. That didn't happen until 2018, bro.
and it happened just like it did in the cartoon too.
It fell over, bro, just
Yeah.
like it did, bro. Like, how crazy is that? How crazy is that, yo? And if anyone's still on Facebook, check out this is Nicholson 1968's page here, J.A. Nicholson. So check that out. He's got some good drops. He's been dropping it hot lately, so definitely gonna wanna be on that while it's still there, because I have a feeling that there's gonna be like at least a social media blackout in a couple days, a couple weeks, maybe not a couple days, but dude, you get a kick out of this.
Oh, and I just looked up something I gotta share it to you.
Hold on, you
Because yeah,
back?
you're talking about, potentially the next here, let me get screen share. How do I do this? You're talking about the next presidency, right? And
Yes.
right. So am I sharing? Or no? We are not.
No. Check out this picture before you share. It's
Oh,
all
okay.
on
Sorry.
right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Look
yeah.
at this. The Kentucky Derby 20.
Oh, come on. Give me a break.
I'm
Where'd you
just
get
saying.
that? That's
I don't know.
fantastic.
I thought it was funny. I knew you get
That's
a kick out of
fantastic.
it. It scared the. What was my comment? What did I say? I said something real brilliant too. I was like, one of those funny, maybe not so funny things, you know.
Well, it's just like that. Here, are you sharing here?
You're live. Yeah, keep going. You're good.
So so I wanted to look up because obviously Biden's, just a puppet of a puppet. So if you get this gal in here and okay, what is this word, Kamala? So I look it up, and it says it's a lotus, like the lotus flower. But then right here it says it's the Hindu goddess Lakshmi, one of these four-arm people or whatever. So I don't know.
What?
This
That's
is
not
what
good, bro. Because she's like into that Hindu shit, and that kind of like that kind of brings me into the whole
so
yeah, that prayer they were doing the other day, bro. They were doing that to Hindu god.
Oh, they were? So check it out. The Hindu goddess of wealth, the consort of Vishnu, and married to Rama.
Well, there it is, people. That's all you need to know about Kamala Harris, man. I'm all set. I'm all set, bro.
So there you go. That's your new president coming in. So pretty cool.
Wonder where her name is in fucking whatever. Let's see.
But no, remember that cartoon they just did, The Simpsons? If you have that, where the actual date, they even put it January 20th, 2021, and Homer's up on his roof, and the whole place is just decimated. And there's like, people wearing masks and robots and all that stuff. It's like they keep throwing this stuff at us, trying to create this reality that they want.
Where who shared that video?
And I was going to say, in the clouds they had the four horsemen coming too. Remember?
Yeah. Who shared that video originally? Did Mike share it?
Maybe it might have been there, but yeah, it reminded me of that because of the horsemen of that Kentucky Derby. That's really.
Let me see.
Funny.
Let me see what I can find here. Simpsons 2021 predictions. I feel like that should be it.
Do you know that there's an entire section on someone's screenshot the was it the Disney Channel, and you have like suggestions. There's a whole line that says predictions of the Simpsons or something. I screenshot it. I'll show you.
Yeah, man. What is that about, bro?
Where is it? If I still have it. I had it on that. Oh yeah, I found it. It's right there. Let's see. Here, show that, Steve. You see it?
Wow. Look at that.
Simpson predicts. That's like you can. Come on, people, wake up! They're doing this on purpose to us. They just.
Yeah, this will be a fucking. Sorry, I'm just in my head thinking this will get taken right down if we share this. But
Yeah, it might. They're really cracking down on stuff like this now.
it's a double ad. Oh my god, I'm gonna have a heart attack.
And that's the other funny thing. So if I tell somebody the reason the Simpsons predicting it is because the people in charge of messing with your life put it in TV and movies, so that way when you see it, you think it's just silliness because you say, "Isn't that funny that they pre-predicted it?" Like said Nostradamus, friendless. And I have to explain to people, if you don't believe what I'm telling you, you have to believe that some dude drawing a cartoon came up with was it the Higgs Boggs? What's that? The God particle?
Yeah, the Higgs boson.
He came up with it and drew it into a cartoon for Homer Simpson to come up with it prior to. I mean, like none of it sounds so silly, but that's the actual side you have to take if you don't buy into the fact that predictive programming and all things that we understand. But try to explain it to a normie and they think, yeah, isn't that wild? Simpsons predicted all this. No, they just told you they want to mess with you.
See what we got. Still, I can't find a good one here. Uh-oh, wait a minute. 163 views. We got this. No one's taking this down. You see this?
Yeah.
Re-elect Trump. Here we go. All right, let's
You have the speed changed or something? Make
What's
sure the
up?
speed. I would change the speed or something just to make sure. I don't know what you're getting in trouble. Well, I didn't even see that's not even. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's it. You're right. This is it.
There we go.
Trump, Putin. That's funny. Elect someone or anyone. There's the masks. See, they're already starting, making sure that we program ourselves and this is normal.
Crazy. I'm just gonna skip around so we don't get a copy. But
yeah, there. Right before that.
Real quick, yeah, right. This is Department of Homeland Security on it. Just saying, people. That's a martial law. Wink, wink.
Just before this, he's on the roof. Oh, there he is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I was gonna pause it here, anyways. You were gonna say something. He's on the roof.
Oh no, keep going. I thought you'd skip past it. There it is. Yeah, that's just. See, they have the date. That's what I was looking for. Go back to that. You'll see it.
Hold on.
Because that's in the cartoon, the actual date that they wanted, bring this.
Oh,
nice.
Wow.
Nothing to see here.
Very crazy, right? I think this one's added in, but these three were definitely there.
But if you go back where he just shows him on the roof, it gives you the date of the.
Yeah, he's got his little thing in the way there, but it's the 21st.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the day after inauguration.
And you know what? This is the first election they've ever done this. Like first it was, well, we'll figure it out. And then it was, well, we'll figure it out in a few weeks. And then it was like, well, now it won't matter until the electoral college votes, which is January, whatever was 6th. And then it's like, no, now it's going to go down to the actual day of changing out the guards and see, like I did a show called Cage Match. That's the one that got me taken down on YouTube for the week. And basically it was like the Thunderdome. I think we just put them both in a cage, let them do, whoever comes out, that's our president, because it doesn't really matter. But that's kind of what they're setting us up for. Both sides want to fight and both sides want to call in the guard, and they want it all to happen on the day the Simpsons predicts. That's what I see it. But it's all nonsense.
How many times did they show us 9/11 before it happened?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. All right, I just sent Jen the link, so maybe she'll join us in a minute. I don't know
feel
what
bad
happened
about
to Dave.
Dave.
Yeah, man, me too. I thought we were gonna have the man here.
Well, this whole thing kind of got all, juxtaposed after my channel got sacked for a week,
Yeah,
So,
that sucks, dude. I'm sorry.
yeah, it is what it is. I just couldn't believe it because it wasn't even a video that was up, that's that they come after you on a private video. It doesn't even matter if it's on your channel or not.
Imagine that,
Yeah. And two things it said in the thing. One of them it said one of the things you can be taken down for is misinformation about this Crenani. And they said that if you come up with alternate ways of medicines and healing and plants and stuff, that's not good to talk about. And the other one was prayer in place of good medical science. That's misinformation. That's what it said in the letter.
Really? That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
Just,
in YouTube land, it's illegal to pray.
I mean, we all saw this coming, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, here's a blatant example of how we've seen this coming. Where is it? It's all you kind of need to know. That's your pharmacy logo, and that ironically is in the belly of the beast. Just saying, They even got their own little Freemason one because they're cool like that. Not even think of it, bro. Pharmacy, harm. You know what I'm saying? I never even thought of that.
No, it's right in the words. And that double snake one, that's not even the medical one. I think the original was the logo should have been without. But
yeah, and they were just like, "Fuck it, here we go." Whatever year they added that in, that was probably one of those transition years we're going through. A lot of people probably freaked out, and they just waited for them to die. I feel that's probably what happened, dude. Oh, here's those a couple arches. The arc is whatever we were talking about. Here, check this out. Yeah, look at that thing. It's in Paris.
And again, see, there's your arc between the two towers, kind of thing. It's there's something there.
Well, look, you got like your little Jakeem, you got your Boaz. They're all about that shit, dude.
Yep.
They could not be more about it. Look at that.
So if we come from God and we're disconnected, that arc forms the bridge between us.
I don't know about this one, but
no,
yeah.
Not that particular one, but the theoretic one.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know.
Not that.
Like, look at this sucker. I don't think that's a good guy, but hey, I've been wrong before. I think these are just all the same ones. Yeah, very interesting stuff here.
Another thing that I was listening to, if Dave does show up, he was on a show earlier today, and one of the things he said is we're kind of like, we're going to be the history, because if all these different things get changed and taken down and whatever, the living man is going to be the one that's going to tell the stories to keep it going, because the technocracy is going to alter everything. And the only thing left is going to be, honestly, the living word, and it's going to come out of us. Hey, Jen.
Hi.
What's up, Jen?
How you doing?
Just missed a great speech.
Oh, no, I've been listening. I've been listening to the whole thing. I actually just got off of the phone with a manager at a store called Giant in Roslyn, PA. My mother went in there a few days back with my brother-in-law to do some food shopping. And my mom doesn't wear a mask. And she was bullied and harassed in the store so bad that 3-4 days later, she's calling me, still crying about it, still upset about it.
Terrible.
I know, it's horrible. So I called the store and had a huge conversation with the most highest ranking manager they had on duty. And I recorded the whole thing. I'm actually making the link smaller so I can send it to my mother. She made the mistake of saying she can't wear a mask. What you need to say is you have a medical condition. She never said she had a medical condition, but she did say she cannot wear a mask. From there, this is a customer in the store who looked at her and noticed that she didn't have a mask on and said, "Where's your mask?" And she's like, "I can't wear a mask." And she's like, "You need to put a mask on right now." I'm going to call the police. I'm going to get the manager. So this lady proceeds to go get the manager and try to call the police on my mother, my 70-year-old mother. So she was just, my mother's very sensitive in her old age, kind of wears her heart on her sleeve. And she was humiliated on the airplane coming back from Alabama going to Philadelphia. So she's already dealt with this a few times. And the manager comes barreling down at her, telling her she has to put a mask on or she has to leave. And all she had said was that I cannot wear a mask. And I told my mother numerous times, I said, you have to say you have a medical condition. But I told this guy on the phone, I said, she said she can't wear a mask. I mean, what more do you know? I mean, from there, do you have to continue to bully and harass her and point her out to everybody to make her feel like, you know, she even said, she said, I was so humiliated. Like, you know, she cried the whole way home on this drive home and stuff. She's like, I don't ever even want to go out of the house again. I can't deal with this anymore. It has to stop. And Stealing Fan Man, you are absolutely right. We are the ones who are living through this. Our children are being brainwashed up in this to think that this is a normal way to treat people. This is a normal way of being fearful and afraid of something that you can't even see that doesn't exist, by the way. The unseen enemy. And that it's okay. I mean, I don't even get it because a few years back it was no bullying, no bullying. Oh, somebody wants to be a transgender? Well, you shouldn't be bullying them. Or somebody's obese, you shouldn't bully them. But now all of a sudden, bullying's okay. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is that lady's lucky that I wasn't there when this went down. And secondly, my brother-in-law did not even do anything to stick up for my mother. He's one of those, I'm just going to go along, get along. My sister even said, Mom, you should have just put a mask on. Are you fucking kidding me? They even know that it's fake. And my sister's going to be like, well, you should have just put it on. You do not put it on when you know that it's wrong. It's bad for your body. There's nothing fucking happening. And you're going to be bullied and harassed into doing something you don't want to do. Just do it. Just go along. Just get along. Just get in and out of the store. Fuck that shit. I told my mom, I said, you need to pack your shit and get the fuck back down here. Or I'm going to fly the fuck up there and go to that fucking store and really start some shit. Anyway,
So-
I'm pissed.
Oh, okay. I just had a question. So are you for the masks?
I told my mom if I was there, I would have took that mask, got my lighter out, and burned it right in front of that fucking bitch.
You know, it's interesting.
I dare you to call the cops. It's not a fucking law. What are the cops going to do? Nothing. That's what. I'm sorry.
Well, and I go barefaced, of course, and I downloaded the paperwork from the state of Washington. I highlighted where it says there's exceptions. I keep that with me if anyone asks. Rarely, if ever, anyone does. We went into a store, went to buy some tobacco, and went into the store, walked past the door that says you can't come without, walk up to the counter and said, hey, I'd like to buy some of that, tobacco there. And he's like, do you have a mask? And I said, no, I don't. I just need that tobacco. And he's like, well, no, you need a mask. And I go, well, I don't. And he goes, well, no, it's the law. And I go, well, actually, here, you're talking about this document, but we can go over this if you want, or I have cash. I could just buy that thing and I'd already be gone if you just stop. And you know what he did? He turned around and gave it to me, handed the money, and I left. So it's like the people that are running these stores, whether they believe in it or not, they're not there for a good time. They're there to make money. So either you take my money or you don't. I can argue with you all day long, but yeah, it's terrible the way that we are being treated like we're the pariah now. And I told this one story where I was at the post office, and this woman, as she was coming out, she completely leaned up against the lockers. So, and none of my germs would breathe out as I walked by. I thought she wanted me to frisk her. It was
so
ridiculous.
crazy. People are so fucking brainwashed by their tell eyes to your vision. It's incomprehensible.
They're scared to a moment of unbelievable frightenness that I don't understand. They're so afraid.
Yeah, it's really a sad state of affairs, what's going on and how. Okay, so it started out where a customer saw my mom without a mask. The lady's like, where's your mask? You need to put a mask on. Why don't you have a mask on? Customers policing customers because this bitch has nothing better to do with her time while she's shopping but to see who's wearing a mask and who isn't. Then that's the one who said, well, I'm going to call the police. My mom's like, you're going to call the police on me? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it doesn't take much for my mom to get very upset. And she's not a young spring chicken anymore. So when she gets upset, it doesn't convert right into anger. It converts into crying at this point in her life. And she gets very, what do they call that when you can't go out in public? I don't know. It has something to do with like that phobia of being outside or being around other panic attacks.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to do that to everyone. They're trying to get everyone to feel that way. That's this whole operation. And, you know, the other thing about the people that are in charge of this, not only are they really good at what they do, they're cheap as shit. They don't spend any money. They brought down the entire world economy with not firing a shot or doing anything. They didn't come down anyone's driveway. They just told everyone there's a crazy nonsense outside, stay at home. And everyone said, okay, shut your business. Okay. They did not, just like now, the policing that's going on. They didn't even hire anyone. They just turned all the neighbors and stuff. It's kind of biblically written that we're all going to turn against each other. And now they got people policing each other. They're not spending time on this thing.
This is the art of war. A house divided cannot stand. Therefore, you must divide and conquer your enemy. Hello? Does anybody fucking know this shit? Look what is happening to us right now. They got us doing it to ourselves, you know, and then we find ourselves on the other side of the line. It's like, I'm not going out to battle with anybody. I just want to go out, get my groceries, do what I got to do, and go the fuck home. My mom knows when she's here with me, every store we go into, we don't wear masks. And nobody fucking says a word to me because I've already had this battle months ago with all these people to the stores that I go in and out of. For my brother-in-law to not say anything and be totally anti-confrontational and let my mother deal with that abuse, I don't even know how I'm supposed to handle that one. And for my sister to say, well, you should have just put the mask on. I mean, they know that this is all bullshit. This is what I'm talking about. These people who just want to go along to get along. They're not helping the situation because you think you're avoiding some conflict or some confrontation by going along to get along. You're rolling over, you know, and eventually you'll roll over even more because they're going to take more and more and more. They don't even want you to breathe. Okay. How anybody can think it's normal to wear something over your breathing, you know, where you take air intake to your body is normal and healthy for you is beyond me. Common sense is fucking gone. It left the building like last year sometime. I'm just... I mean, she's 70 years old, for Christ's sake. She's trying to enjoy the rest of her life here. And she's like, I don't even want to live anymore. Like, I feel like I have no life. Whatever little life that I could have, I don't even have it anymore.
You're witnessing the plan working, Jen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I told my mother, I said, you cannot let them get away with this. Now, see, when she's with me, she stands her ground. Plus, she knows I have her back, which is great because people need to feel that way. People who aren't as strong as us, but they're strong, but they're not quite as strong as us. They need people like us to back them up. We need people to stand up and say, hey, look, that's not right how you're treating that person. And I even told the manager, I said, well, if everybody's wearing a mask to protect themselves from other people, and they're wearing a mask to protect other people from them, well, then what the fuck's the problem? If everybody had masks on. And he's like, well, the regulations are that we can't open our store unless everybody walks through the store has a mask on, unless they have a medical condition. And all she had to say was she had a medical condition. I said, well, sir, she didn't say she had a medical condition. She said she can't wear one. So nobody proceeded after that to say, okay, ma'am, well, do you have a medical condition? Is that why you can't wear one? No, she just got continuous bullying and harassment. I was like, this is ridiculous. 4 days later, she's still upset and crying about it. She just told me today. I didn't even know none of this. I said, Mom, I'm going to have to let you go. Tell me what store this is. I'm calling their fucking manager right now. And I gave him a fucking earful. And I have it all recorded here. I'm just trying to create a link because it's too big of a file. It's still doing its thing, condensing or compressing, whatever the fuck this thing does. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to come on here and just take over and rant, but this is too much, okay? This is an elderly woman who has nobody.
We're all feeling it. I mean, yeah. The only reason we're here to talk is because we do have to stand up for the truth and we do have to stand up for what's right. Because otherwise, there was a meme that I used a long time ago in a video, and it's like, I don't want to have to explain to my kids why I saw this coming and I did nothing. And
Exactly.
that's the only reason I do what I do.
Exactly. Let it not be said that we stood by and did nothing. And
Yeah.
we're not going to be written in the history books. His story does not have room for us in it.
No.
It won't not, the revolution will not be televised, guys. You're only going to get what they want you to know. That's it. We're not hearing about all the untold stories of people passing out and falling out with these masks on, all these people who have upper respiratory infections now because they've been breathing in their own bacteria all this time. We're not hearing about none of that stuff.
No, it just validates my theory that this is a pre-COVID plan. They've been, softening the herd for stuff like that for years. I know, like, what's it called? The neighborhood watch program. I know that's a good thing, but that still got everyone to fear their neighbors, so that when something like this happens, they could just point them out, like, oh yeah, that's the ones who don't wear masks all day, or those are the ones who had 8 people at their house when we're only supposed to have 6.
And they put those Ring doorbells on everyone's door that has a camera and a motion detector, and it's on everyone's houses. So they got cameras in the houses, they got cameras outside the houses, they got cameras everywhere.
Yeah, they're watching everything, bro. They listen to us through microwaves and fucking and fridges. So I don't know what, I understand why it's a big thing to witness this transition happening, but I mean, some of us have seen this technocracy what do you call it? Self-marshalizing, I guess you can call it, state for a while, man. Because what's going to happen in the future is, like I was telling you before, Ceiling Fan, you're going to have like the security camera that's watching you, and the AI sees you do something you shouldn't be, perhaps, 5 feet away from someone without a mask on. And then whoever the authority is, probably someone in your workplace, not a real, authority, and they're just going to come in and they'll reprimand you, so you can't come here, so you can't shop here, so you can't work here, That's where this is all heading, and what your mom just dealt with sounds like the perfected version of a diabolical, sociological, societal takeover. There's no reversing this shit,
Over the mind first. They took over the mind, and that's all they need. They got people sucked into the televised your vision and all their fake numbers and all this bullshit.
And they're trying to convince the older generation they're losing their minds and put them in the home so then they can put them on the machines and then never see them again.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They want people like your mom, and honestly, people like you and you. I don't know if they want people like me around. I'm a little young. They could still maybe brainwash.
Yeah. Nice, Steve. Thanks.
Yeah, they don't want y'all around because you guys knew what life was like before, the year 2000, before the internet, before T-Mobile. You know what I'm saying? Before Roku and all this other bullshit, you guys know how to live. You don't know. And especially like you were saying before, Ceiling Fan, the kids that are getting born nowadays, they're witnessing nothing but, someone could be 1 year old right now and has witnessed nothing but an entire, year. Their whole life so far has been this masked.
Yeah, he literally is. And the freedoms we give up today, he'll never even know we're there. He won't even know.
And shame on all those parents who are not smart enough to know what's really going on and decide to go and stick a fucking diaper on their kid's face.
That's the thing. They're not smart enough. And like at the end of the day, I mean, you can fault them for that, but it's just so many. Look at the platform that they gave us to live our life on. I don't feel like you can fault too many of these people, but the ones that have been, within stepping distance from us our entire lives and yet see nothing, yet they see trees when we're in a vast forest, those are the people that I get frustrated with. But for me, like regular mom like Joe and Schmo and Sally at Big Y complaining someone doesn't have a mask on, we saw that coming a long time ago. Those are probably the people that voted for LGBTQ rights and gun laws. So,
and I don't have, I'm the same way. It's like, I feel bad for these people, and some of them are my loved ones. So it's
dude, I pray for them.
People at one
pray
time,
for them.
Yeah, because we were all those people, and something happened where we woke up. Now, like you said, Steve, if you're someone that God's opened your eyes to this, and then you still buy into the nonsense, Well, that's a different story. Those are the people that frustrate me, that have
Yeah.
supposedly have woken up and then fall back into old territory. No, those people upset me, and I'll just stop dealing with that. But the regular masses, no, we were them. Yeah, it's sad, and I thought we could get them all, but I don't know if that's our job. But I'll just keep doing what I can, get as many as we can. So
Absolutely. You guys want to just hold it for a second while I step away, or do you want to just take a little break real quick?
We'll take a little break.
Take a break, yeah.
Okay, let me I'll get a little.
I'll see if I can find Dave, but if not, then
Yeah, give him a shout. If not, I mean, there's the rest of our lives, so that's okay. Let's see if we can get a good song on here. I just gotta run down, just use the bathroom super quick, so I might even just end the break early and give the chat a shout out when I come back. We'll little Days of Noah action. I haven't listened to this song in a minute. All right, let's get that queued up. And actually, I got a screen share going. All right, so let's wait for the ad real quick. And theater volume. All right, we will be right back, everyone. Don't go anywhere.
These guys are going to be released in the future again. The return of the Nephilim, the fallen angels, the gods themselves with a small g. They are coming back during the apocalypse time.
Cracking hits to rip like the lips of a griffin with sharp pointy tips and the grip of a falcon. Grasping with grappling talents and worn on medallions of battling, thinking no man. So many masterfully sculpted renditions, artistically marvelous, monstrous visions, descriptions of possibly authentic dragon-like animals, fossilized mandibles gradually formed by the annual downpours and rainfalls, exposing mysterious samples. Examine examples like cylinder seals, revealing the secrets of serpents unveiled by ubiquitous snaps of a snapdragon. Sounds serendipitous, just like the epic of Gilgamesh. Several conspicuous mythical beasts can exist, and in fact they could actually be crossbreeds from angels who planted the seeds on indigenous demons hungry to breed. In the days of Noah, from the book of Enoch, in the paths of giants, revealing the high grail. What we see in this antediluvian world full of giants, if we could go back and observe all the things in the lost book of Enoch and eavesdrop on Nephilim hybrids and fathers who flocked in a pack of 200 deserters. These tyrants who plundered like pirates and lusted for flesh in a cycle of violence. They squandered like pigs in the mud of defiance, abnormal like Dr. Moreau and his science. Monsters without any use of a latex appliance, a violent lions of violent Goliaths, drowned and deluged by the flood into silence. Desirous delinquents, they lost their commission. Now Lucifer's legions, they turned into demons, chained and blinded and bound in abyss. In the days of Noah, from the book of Enoch, in the paths of giants, revealing the high grail. Something's lost from our time in our history. Should we be blind to the mystery? Willingly ignorant to the reality. Fallacies formed by fallacious facsimiles, angelic offspring conspiracies, possibly aliens visiting, revealing sinister enemies, posing as saviors with remedies. History, mental capacities, cavities. Demons are grabbing our faculties, abduct insanity, offering new age mentalities. Fraudulent phonies who mimic and imitate, based in satanic black magic, facilitate UFO sightings, debacle, debauchery, sorcery, portable forgeries, copied demonically, forged by a fork-tongued mythology. Genesis 6, House of Nephilim, vividly mentioning stories of alien babies and women apparently forced to endure hybrid pregnancy. In the days of Noah,
took coffee down for me in the path of giants, revealing the love I read.
Because Satan and Lucifer imitate what the true God does, would it not make sense that when these guys fall to earth, maybe they will come in spaceships to take you to the next step of evolution, to bring peace on earth? We've got rid of all those Bible thumpers, those right-wing fundamentalist nutcases, and those hate mongers, and we've got rid of them. Now we're here to bring mankind to the next step of evolution.
All right. Can you hear me? I changed my audio up.
I hear you.
Cool. Cool. All right.
I have the phone call up if you want to hear it.
Get the phone call?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Okay, I'm just gonna hit play on my phone, and you guys tell me if you can hear everything. Okay?
Oh, you're gonna do it like that? All right, let me.
Yeah, because it won't let me.
Big.
All right, here we go.
Yes, sir. This is the Giant in Roslyn, PA, correct?
Sure is.
Okay, a few days back, my mother, who is 70 years old, had a very bad experience at your store.
Okay.
Do you guys condone bullying and harassment in your store?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. That's what I thought. So I'm really curious to know why my mother was bullied and harassed by one of your managers and a customer there. She has a medical condition. She cannot wear a mask. And she was humiliated in your store to the point that 3 days later, she's still calling me crying about it. What is going on in your store that it is okay for managers to bully and harass a 70-year-old woman?
Yes, can you allow me to answer this?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because I am new in this store. I just got here, and I know of the situation. And anybody coming through that door that doesn't have a mask on, we politely ask, can we provide a mask for you? And she responded, no, I don't feel like wearing a mask. And we said, we can allow you to enter without a mask. And she's like, well, I can't breathe with a mask on. She didn't say I have a medical condition when we first approached her.
Okay, sir, if you can't breathe with a mask on, that is a medical condition, because when you don't breathe, you fucking die. Excuse me for using the F word, but that's the way it goes.
That's not appropriate.
That's not appropriate.
Hypoxia.
We are required by the Board of Health of Pennsylvania to ask if you need a mask, and if you reply, I have a medical condition, we do not question you any further. You are free to come in and shop. She did not say she had a medical condition. That's why we had to pursue further.
So it was okay for your manager to come down and stick her finger in my mother's face and tell her, you need to put a mask on. You need to put it on right now. That is bullying, sir.
There was no female manager here the last week or so.
All I know was a lady that was dressed in all black. Do your managers dress in all black?
No.
Okay, well, that's what my mother told me. Again, one of your customers there had done the same thing to my mother and threatened to call the police on her. The police. Okay, first off, something.
Any customers threatening anybody. If that information is brought to our attention, then we would address that situation.
Okay, she does have a medical exemption and she has a paper. She did not have it with her that day.
She does not need to present any paper whatsoever. All she has to say is, I have a medical condition. We stop asking. We tell them nice day and to enjoy their shopping trip. That is it.
Okay, so I want to make sure that that's definitely clear, because if she ever comes back to I'm telling you, my mother has been upset for at least 3-4 days since this event occurred. That is definitely bullying, the way she was treated.
There is no bullying going on. We are simply asking a question, and if they have a medical condition, we absolutely encourage them to enjoy their shopping trip and have a good day. That's all we do.
Well, that's not the experience that she had, and I am livid over this situation.
She did not state that she had a medical condition, and that's why we have to question further, because if they don't have a medical condition.
She said she couldn't wear one. I guess if somebody would have questioned her and said, well, what is it? Do you have a medical condition? She probably would have said yes, but she said she can't wear one. You know, it's not saying I don't want to wear one. She said I can't wear one. You know, but she was still treated that way.
And for those who can't wear a mask or have problems with their immune compromise, we also offer Giant Direct, where we bring the product out to you in your car so that you don't have to risk coming in and getting sick. We offer that.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, you know, people do get sick and then they get better. You know, it's called flu seasons. And when your body expels stuff out of your system, you know, that's the results you get, like a flu-like symptoms and stuff like that, because your body's doing what it's supposed to do. Okay? And this whole requirement thing, it's not a law. So there's that. And if everybody else is wearing a mask and she's not, well, you're all protected from her and she's protected from you, isn't she?
She is not protected from us because it can get onto surfaces.
Okay. What does she need to be protected from anyway? Some microscopic thing that doesn't even exist?
Of it, but I mean, this is a Board of Health regulation for us to stay open.
Okay. And she told the people she cannot wear a mask.
Yes. And as long as she says I have a medical condition, then we question no further.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. And you know, I would keep an eye on things in your store, because people who don't have masks on are being treated really badly by people who do. And I do recall all over the news and the social media over the last 4 fucking years, excuse me for using the F word again, because I'm Italian, but it's no bullying. No bullying. How are you bullied? But yet my mom walks into your store and gets bullied. And told she's going to get the police called on her. Some woman told her they were going to call the police on her. How ridiculous is that? As if it's even a law, because guess what? It's not.
I think it is a law that's signed into effect under emergency status.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you'd have to show me that law, because it doesn't exist. And you can't regulate somebody's breathing. It's called hypoxia. Hypoxia. That's what you get. You're probably getting hypoxia right now from breathing with your CO2 all day long.
I am not arguing with you whatsoever about that. I am just simply stating this is what we need to do to stay open. This is what is being mandated by the Board of Health, who tells us whether or not we can stay open. This is what we have to do. These are the precautions we have to take.
Okay, well, you take your precautions, and I'll make sure that the next time my mom comes into your store, she makes a huge announcement that she has a medical condition and she will not be wearing a mask. So nobody attempts to even come near her and humiliate and harass her. Thank you, sir. Have a blessed day.
You have a great day.
So yeah, I mean, you know, people need to stand their ground. If this is happening, call the manager, talk to them, put them on blast. You know what I'm saying? And definitely any store that you go into, find the closest person who has any clout in that store and tell them you have a medical condition. You will not be wearing a mask. If it has to be verbal and as loud as you can be, then that's what you need to do. But this is just ridiculous. If that lady who threatened to call the police on my mother was lucky that I wasn't fucking there. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely, man. Fuck that. That's some bullshit. That guy was stumbling over himself so hard too. Like, you want to like clean your ears out after listening to that. That guy didn't even know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
It was funny. You were just like, yo, like, what is she supposed to be protected from? He's like, well, you know, that, like, okay, spit it out, big guy. Come on.
Yeah. And it's just so sad to see, you know, elderly people being treated this way. I've seen people who have medical conditions that are wearing the masks because they want to get along. They feel like they're doing something right. And they think, whoa, I have a medical condition and I'm still wearing a mask. You're fucking stupid. You know, if you have a medical condition and you have COPD or some kind of lung issue or any type of breathing problems or anything like that, heart issues and stuff where you have to have, you know, good oxygen flow in your body and everything, but yet they're still going to do it and be like, oh, look at me. I have a medical condition and I'm still wearing one. You know what I mean? Gosh, I just I can't even deal with it anymore, guys.
Bizarre world we are in, and Trinity 4 has entered the building.
Hey, Dave.
What's up,
Hi.
Dave, buddy?
You're muted.
You're muted. Here, I'll unmute you. Oh, let's add him to the stream. There we go.
I can.
Bang.
Thank you.
How you doing, brother?
Nice to see you all.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, Richard. Hey, Steve. I'm not sure who you are to TTS69.
Oh, well, it's nice to meet you, Trinity 4. I was originally the Truth Seeker 69 with 15,000 subs, but they terminated my channel about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm
yeah.
sorry to. Wow, that's incredible. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
I'm
as
sorry.
well. Thank
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for. That's quite. Must be. How does it feel to lose all of that work or to lose?
you. Yeah, dude, I was devastated. But I'm back better than ever. They're not going to keep me down, and I'm going to keep putting the truth out there, and they're never going to stop me. And the more they try to stop me, the louder I'm going to fucking get.
Good for
You
you.
know,
I was just talking to Martin Leake earlier, and I think he had about 28,000 when he lost his channel a year ago. So
that was funny.
Yeah.
I was watching that interview with you with Martin, and I said, I subbed his channel because he's got a lot of Tartarian work and stuff. So I'm fascinated. I can't wait to get
That's
into
some of the
that.
best.
And then my wife comes by and says, "Oh, I have his book. We already have his book."
What?
So next time you talk to him, tell him it's so funny. So now
That's-
I'm definitely going to start reading this. But I didn't even know we had it because we're trying to get a regular library with real books. Because eventually all this electronics won't be there.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as I was saying to Martin, I think it's possible that we're giving, or people are discovering these important truths, and they need to be carried forward in some way.
I mentioned that what you said that we're the living word, and just like it says in the Bible, it's like that's it, man. Our experiences are what we're going to be able to pass down because they keep changing his story.
Yeah.
And so we've got to tell people what we're seeing. That's why we're here.
Yes, and the Meru people, as people we were talking about the other day, they have a very rich oral culture, and this is what we lost along the way. And we started putting our faith in man's books and men who were trying to control us. So.
Yeah, and we all know. I think that's the center. I think that's north is Africa and Kilimanjaro. I heard you talking about that again today in Mount Meru. We've still got
Yeah, and of
figure
course,
that one out.
for someone like Martin Leake, I've watched his channel for 5 years. He had a few hundred subs when I started watching him, and we built the flat Earth on this round disc, map that we've all got, and I think that's it's hard to let go of. So you're sort of trying to broach these subjects and bring people to this. But Martin was saying himself, he's only recently sort of struck gold with the electromagnetic stuff, and I think that helps you to say, hey, man, it's maybe not all just going around in circles. It's something else. So,
Well, and I brought up while you weren't here, I had this thought because there was this guy that talked about. I'll give a quick recap because Dave wasn't here. We lost our ark. We lost our boat. We live in this marine time law, and we lost our boat. And so this guy was talking about it was separated from us at birth. So, okay, so now what do you do with that information? Well, I looked into the word ark, and besides with a K, like Noah's Ark, it could be spelled with a C, which would be an ark, which if you have some electrical charge here and an electrical charge here, like a tower here and a tower here, and the ark forms in between. And so to me, I picture we're one part of that. God's the other part of that. And our ark is that connection that's been severed when we fell down here and they mixed us up with all the days of Noah crap they did. And so now that's what it's all about. We need to reconnect to that ark, whichever you want to call it. You can go through Jesus or however you figure, but find your connection to that creator. And I think that connects us to the ark through the dome arc. That's all energy too. I don't know. What do you think on all that?
I think that the monarch is a single ark, and she steals, or he steals from us, our true ark. And I think that ark is also the foundation of the word bark, and bark is the protective skin on a tree that protects it from the heart of the tree, from the ether around it. So it's the connection to the ether. And for me, God and the creation is in the ether. It's like all around us, and we're sort of in a cocoon or in a pool of this ether. And as we move around it, our ark is meant to be interacting with the ether all the time. But I think this is where they try and mess with us, so that our vibration, our etheric connection is damaged.
Yeah, and that's from that book, Church of the Gods. And why would they give us, if we figure out we don't live on the ball and they give us a flat Earth map on the UN, why would they give us the right one? I think that's messed up. I think this is probably closer to what maybe true north is. And when we try to go to the North Pole, It's Africa where they tell us there's nothing there but like starving people and wild creatures, and no one goes there. But it's some of the most beautiful areas.
Oh, real quick, guys, and just think about it. Like, what's it called? That stimulus package deal that was 900 trillion or billion. I don't even know. They sent it was either 1.5 or 15 billion dollars to Egypt's military. And as you said, the true army comes from the north. So you gotta, I don't know, man. You know, it adds up to me. You know, I don't need much to jump on board, and that's like there it is.
If you look at this map that you have up, Steve, the map you have up, if you start from the very center and do the Fibonacci spiral, that would fit that perfectly.
Yeah, I think there's a lot.
I mean, it works. It works for me. Look at it.
Yeah. I will say there is, for me, I no longer kind of just sit comfortably with this particular map, guys. You know, have you looked into the Diomede Islands?
That was fascinating. Tell people, because you were talking about that today. That blew me away. I didn't know that. Please.
Matter of fact, you can go and check this on Google. But the Diomede Islands are 2 islands in the what's it called? The sea up there. The cyber. Oh gosh, what's it called? I had it all so clean this afternoon. It's the you must know that they do all the big fishing programs up there. You know, Deadliest Catch and that kind of thing. What's that ocean called? That sea called? The Bering Straits. Okay, the Bering Straits are said to be between America and Russia, or Alaska and Russia. And there's an island in the middle of the Bering Straits called the Diomede. There's 2 of them, the small and the large. One is owned by America, and the large one is owned by Russia. These are 3 miles apart, as a matter of fact, but their sunrise is 5 hours difference, and up to 5 hours difference in time and date. So there's something inexplicable, so there's no way, in my view, that America and Russia, or Alaska and Russia, are actually 90 miles apart, or whatever it is that they say it is. I think that actually the expanse of our Earth is that you've got at the east end, you've got Siberia, and at the west end you've got Alaska on the cold part, on the cold northern part, and in the middle you've got Scandinavia. I think it's quite, for me, it's kind of simple that I think the circular map may well be like layer 5, layer 6 of deception. And obviously for the first few years I was in Flat Earth, I was all pushing the round model that we're all being given by Mark and Eric, but I think that there's something else there, and so for me there's a logical correlations that I had to make over a number of years to get to the point that I was like, I'm not sure about the round thing anymore. And then when I looked into electromagnetic theory, I was like, wow, I'm starting to see how this could work, going with a bolt of energy going across the plane from east to west, from the land of the rising sun to Hawaii or whatever, where it sets or moves out of our known world, out of the world that we're able to travel in. The explanations as to how ships can travel and planes can travel from the South Americas around to Hong Kong or Australia or whatever, that can be explained by that. And I do reference APM Research, that channel, because they go into this stuff pretty deep, and that would be the way that I would recommend people go about looking at this further, because I'm just offering you tantalizing tidbits of the information that's out there. It is really, for me, one of the most evidential models that we can come up with, because when you look at electromagnetics, when you look at I have to pull this up for you guys at some point. But when you look at these cup magnets working together, you go, shit, that you can get the Fibonacci sequence out of that. You can get the flower of life. You can get all those patterns. And once you start looking at harmonics and frequency and how these all work together, damn, yeah, it answers a lot of the questions. So do I think that the AE map and model and so on are part of a control? Yes, I do. So I'll just say that, because I'm happy to talk around, but I do feel more comfortable saying that I think.
Well, actually, Dave, I'm telling you, I'm on board. I don't think the maps we have, any of them are completely accurate. I did find one fascinating thing that I saw on Karen's channel. There was people discussing whether or not the moon is actually the map, and that would really be a funny joke. Like if God just put the actual map of where we live on the moon, and we could just look up and see it, and he'd be like, "Hey, dummies, why didn't you at least just look up once?" You know?
That's funny.
You know?
That's funny. I've always like said that as a kid, but I always looked up. I'm like, nah, it looks a little too off. So
Wouldn't
that's
that be the
case.
biggest
That'd be
joke?
kind of funny.
That'd be the biggest joke.
I have tried to sort of say, okay, if that's true, where do I plot what part of the known Earth? And I haven't been able to work that one out. But again, it's
Yeah.
an interesting one. There are reasons why I think, logically speaking, the way that I'd see the electromagnetic torus and that the sun and moon are perhaps the sort of black holes, if you like, because when you sun gaze, you see like a black hole. They are like the black holes of these two competing torus fields that I was talking about earlier on, the feminine and the masculine negative positive energy. So I think these are possibly something more like that. And so the idea that they might reflect the earth below doesn't really hold much water.
No, but that whole Taurus field, I've really gotten into it since we talked the last time. And when you think about even say the seasons and stuff, how there's the shortest day of the year and then the longest. So it's part of that thing too. It's kind of out and then it goes in, kind of thing. It's like it's all connected. I mean, it just makes sense when you start putting it together like that.
Yes, and how things can rise up within it and then kind of come back out. And as they come out, it's a wider circle on the outside of the apple than it is right near the top of the apple.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of that, and then of course it also starts to explain how we have Coriolis, how there are different, there are slightly different energy turning systems we can observe southern hemisphere. It allows for there to be multiple torus energy systems within the sort of meta system. So for me, it's a fascinating area, and one that as I said before, my life got turned upside down a few years ago. I was really I was getting quite deep into it, but I haven't had time for research, further, in those areas. But I know that it's funny enough because I don't know if you know Martin Kenny. He and I were hanging out a bit a few years ago, and I then presented my Taurus model to Sun and Moon Group. And he kind of threw a bunch of cold water on it. And since then, I never really bothered too much with it, but kept abreast of the research. And then recently, I've heard Martin Kenny go, "Okay, I think this model is maybe worth a lot of looking at." So he's coming around to it as well.
And it's interesting. Steve's got that picture on there, and you've been talking about this a lot too. That Taurus field, and you put two of them together, and you get the Infinity 8, which is 2 33s, of course. And it's all right there again. It's like it keeps repeating itself, and the DNA chain looks like that. And there's so many things.
Correct.
And also the way they have the people are trapped in that ball that the one guy's holding. That reminds me of like how people are trapped in the mindset of we live on a ball,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I like that correlation.
100%.
Yeah.
A glass cage.
And look at also, don't forget, go back in. What's the name of the guy that holds up the world atlas?
Yeah, he's right there, bro. Yeah,
doesn't that just like we have to hold up their fake world? It seems like it's written right there. The humans have to hold up this lie of the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we are. In fact, it is most of our brothers and sisters who want to continue inflating the ball. But there's so much of the torus is inside of your own body. You have a torso, which is another word for Taurus. Torso, clitoris, which is a Taurus word. There is endless references to Tauruses in all of the stuff that I've looked at. The Egyptian iconography, that kind of thing. It's all there. So for me, I look back at the Egyptian stuff and realized that they were trying to tell, or there was the signs of this electromagnetic stuff is all over that place. Same in religion. Truthfully, I think so many the valuable texts in religion are hiding encoded numbers and phrases that refer to the truth of this electromagnetic system. And I say that stuff never to mean the creator in any way, shape, or form. It's really just to say, the truth is there. It's just being kind of hidden, occulted.
And another thing you were bringing up, and something Jen started to touch on too, is weaponry. and other uses potentially, because I'm starting to research staffs. Someone made Tommy Payne, if he's in here, he made me a staff. And then I start reading in the scriptures where it talks about thy rod and thy staff. And then when I see the Egyptians, they've always got, the two things crossed, a rod and a staff. And then they have the pine cone thing, which is a pineal. So I'm trying to figure out, like, were these tools that you could like focus your energy or something? I mean, there's something to it. And then when you look at the weaponry, like Jen was pointing out, some of them, these ornate structures, are similar to the things that you see on these Tartarian buildings and stuff. And then you brought up what are those things called? Is it the fetish? What are those things? The Roman, like the hatchets that's behind Congress?
The fasci.
The fascia, yeah.
Fascia.
Yeah.
The bundle of sticks.
Yeah.
And
with the weapon at the end.
Yeah, if you're getting into Flat Earth British and is it that American guy that's so good? There's a few good researchers in this area, and they will tear right into this stuff. The fascia, we believe, was an energy weapon or an energy device, and they were able to use it for various means for developing things or destroying things.
I'd like to mention, I don't think it's a bundle of sticks either. I think it's more like copper rods with the main rod in the center there, and that hatchet looking thing is not meant to cut people's heads off and stuff. It's meant to direct the energy.
And you've got two of them sitting behind the House of Congress, haven't you?
Yeah. Isn't that great? And they showed it all the time on that siege. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I wonder whether we weren't the Romans. We were actually, I don't mean that like the people where we think it, but that we were roaming people, that it was our land to roam on, and that this was kind of nabbed from us by some misjudgment or misguided something.
I think we're still enslaved by Egypt, because the pyramids and all these things are all over the world, and I think we're still there, and that's where we're at captivity within our own areas.
Are we live?
I think the last reset, the X Factor event that took place, maybe was known that it was coming, and somehow these parasitic entities piggybacked that reset to make sure they came out on the side of it where they're ruling everybody, and they could put forth his fake story and have us believe in all this crazy shit.
Yeah, because the way I look at Steve and I had talked once before about the 1,000-year reign of Christ. Let's just say a lot of people think, okay, if we're towards the end of the book, we're heading to Revelation. What if, on an alternate reality, what if that already came and went, and the 1,000 years of reign on earth with Christ is what we know as the Dark Ages, where nothing happened? Because if he wanted to rewrite it, he would take the light and turn it to dark and say, nah, nothing happened, nothing to see here. There's 1,000 years of our history that's been messed with or muffed with, as Jen says, because a lot of the ones on coins and stuff are actually L's and things. They look like they've been added. So when you have all those questions, if let's say it came and went, then where are you at in the book? Well, after that happens, then Satan gets released out for a short season. They don't say how long, but what if that all happened, wouldn't it make sense? Because Satan can't create, he can only mimic. What if he decides to rewrite the ending again, play it out the way it's written in the book, but now this is his short season, and he's messing with us with it? I mean, it could be. He could use the same playbook we are. That's the way I potentially look at it. Either way, you still got to figure out who the creator is to fight this spiritual battle. But what if we already did that, and now he's trying to like make it like we're going through it?
Man. You're kind of blowing my mind with that, Rich. Did you start the stream like a while ago? Because for me, it's only just gone 9 o'clock, and that was the time I thought I was joining.
Oh no, we started a while back. Yeah,
I think I had the wrong time, but no matter.
That's okay. Because think about it, it would tie into the whole like Tartarian, the mudfloods. Like, let's say I had the powers of Jesus, and he's hanging around on Earth for that 1,000 years. I'd be building temples and crazy shit, and then you'd be like, "Oh no, Jesus, check mine out." You'd build some crazy thing, whatever. and when you look at them, they're dark inside, and they have beautiful stained glass. Well, I've seen things on their streams where they had like machinery or something that's not working, and you hit those organs because they had these giant organs, and you generated some noise and power, and the light would come out and go out, and then you would probably see amazing things in the sky of these stained glass. So maybe the light was supposed to go the other way, and then you know, Jesus like, okay, time's up, you guys. We had our party, but now your kids have messed up. They got to learn this lesson too. So they take off, and then Satan gets released. First thing he does is rewrite everything, destroy everything, mud flood, whatever he did. I don't know. It's all just, you know, trying to figure it out. But it could be we're on the other end of the book, the very end, last 2 pages.
Well, Richard, tell them about the little story you like to wrap it with, the bottles or the wine what are they? The oil lamps. I'm sorry.
Oh. So yes,
that's the best analogy in the game for this scenario.
So check this out, Dave. What if, like, you and me and Steve and Dan, we're all hanging out and we're just having a good old time at the party, and these other people come in and say, hey, God's coming back, get your oil lamps ready because you're going to need them. And we're like, well, shit, it's like 2:30 in the morning. He's not coming tonight. We'll do it in the morning, right? And then he shows up and they're like, let's go. And we're like, oh shit, hang on. And we go to get the oil and it's too late and they take off. Now we're stuck here. So now he's coming back one last time, and damn it, I'm going to try to make sure I'm going to, you know, get on the board of the boat and get out of here. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, no, I like that. But you know what? I think it's a little bit, because I like to think that everything is beautiful and loving. But you got to realize that we have within us, we have dark and light. You know, we have the devil on one shoulder and Jesus on the other, if you like. And I think that we're a microcosm of the macrocosm. And within the macrocosm, there is an equal tussle between light, dark, good, bad, evil, and all of those sorts of things. And I think that in the natural cycle, in nature, and in the infinite natural cycle that we live in, you have these metacycles of where the good is in ascendance, and I call it the summer. And then you have dark times when it's nighttime or wintertime, and when the dark is in ascendance. And during those dark times, the dark will seek to win over as many souls as it can to carry it over into the spring. And it tries to win souls by deceiving them and so on. And this is a period of darkness, the dark ages. I think we're living perhaps through them or coming through them. Mm-hmm. And we have evidence, particularly when you go down the mud flood Tartaria type route, you have evidence of higher societies having lived once much richer, much more much more richly, and I think that this is possibly indicative of that. And where I'm at is that, you know, each of us is equal in the eyes of God. Each of us is the creator. Each of us is a fractal in a sense of the creator. And if we had our true creator prowess and powers about us, then perhaps we would be able to create magnificence like we see in the cathedrals and the big pyramids and so on. These are things that not that I aspire towards having those things, but I believe that perhaps they were used as energy devices for the good of the people. You know, there's a lot of researchers who will say that the pyramids were energy harvesting devices, and they've got evidence to back that up. We also think in the Tartaria type pre-flood community that a lot of the temples, the cathedrals were energy devices, and whether people used them to go to nourish themselves, or whether they just provided energy for the town to run on, uncertain. But it seems to me that there was a richer time. And Michelangelo and all the great musicians, you know, Mozart and so on, I think they come from that period. And there's probably more, some suggest 5 epochs that we've come through the human story, getting smaller and simpler as we've gone along. So an opposite of what they're saying about we're at the highest that humans have been, we're actually being devolved through our lack of insight and the experiences and so on. And so that's where I think that we're at. And actually, if we return to our true senses, those senses that were lost when we were told we're living on a spinning ball, if we return to our true senses, then perhaps we begin to move back into true creator essence. And then over generations, perhaps the human story rises once more towards the light and the love, rather than the hellish, more dark kind of stuff that seems to pull humanity away from its best course. There's a mud. I'll tell you for sure that building you're looking at now will have, you know, sub-basement floors and windows at ground level and stuff like that, for sure.
I travel all over New England here in the United States looking things like this. This is what I do on my 2 days off. I just get in the car and I just drive into a town, bro, and it's just like any given town I drive into, I'm like, that shouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
like
those
look at
stairs
this
have been
place.
retro added, for example, to raise it up to what was originally the first floor, because they lost the ground floor to the flood. I expect.
Yes. They put in the human sized stairs, and no one bats an eye.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all over, and of course your Capitol buildings, all of those beautiful buildings belong to a previous set of builders. That's incredible.
Well, I think that's where the term Freemason comes from, because they got this masonry, these buildings, this architects for free. They walked right into them, brother. Straight up.
Yep.
And it's funny because we're like, oh, we're the most advanced. No, we're not. We're the monkeys in the 2001 that find the obelisk. We don't know how to do any of this stuff to this day, you know?
Yeah. So imagine you're in an elite group that gets handed a whole bunch of Freemasonry, and I don't mean just like the religious groups, because it's the schools and the religious groups and stuff. They tend to be in these buildings, and the government buildings, they tend to be in these buildings. But imagine if you were given like Fifth Avenue, you know, all the buildings they found, and they're all right, we'll hand it out to your club. Then we'll let you start a bank and lend money to people who are going to buy these things back from you. It's a great scam.
Oh, of course.
So it's this is part of our, and hopefully we'll rectify this. And yeah, you can see that's under mud. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, look at it, dude. I was walking on the ground here. It's so the softest grass I've been on. I could fall right through this, dude. I'm like, it's like hollow. And look what's right next door, dude. Look at this crazy little building.
So that building they made, and they used horse and buggy, and they lived in shacks, and they decided to make this giant mansion for the post office. That's
brother, man, look right here. Look right here. This should be like a way up here. You know what I'm saying? So clearly something was falling down, bro.
Yeah.
Like straight down, like 9/11 down. I don't know if I could say that, but it is what it is. It was coming straight down. The vitrification process, I don't know. I wasn't there, but I mean, from a distance, this building looks like it got kind of charred. You know what I'm saying? Along with the building next door, like I could hit a golf ball from A to B here. And these pillars here, they were smooth to the touch. And I don't know when this place was built. It's all written in Latin over here or whatever. But when we get to that picture, I'm gonna type it all in and see. I'm assuming it'll say like 1931, but I know it ain't 1931.
And they always say founded. They don't say built. They say found. Like, we found this in 1931.
You can see the bricks are damaged. You can see that some of the ballooning out from the other bricks and stuff, especially from the bottom heading upward. The heat mortar. Generally, yeah.
No
whatever
mortar.
happened.
You can't build like that.
Yeah. This X Factor event was an extreme heat event. And then whatever came in and cooled it off suddenly, possibly the Great Flood, whatever got melted down to the point where it was dustification, rolled in with all the water and covered a lot of shit up. And that's why we get the mud flood, when actually it's just more destroyed buildings that have melted down to the point where they literally like turned into sand. You mix that with water, and the water rushing in everywhere, and that's why you find these mud flooded buildings.
It does seem there's a concerted worldwide effort has gone on to hide all of this. You see, that's all been filled in, and no one asked questions as to why there's a whole window frame under the ground. And if you go around the back of that building, because I've looked at enough of these, you go around the back, you'll find there's a lower floor that's actually exposed.
And there's a giant door, and there's a basement in that basement. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
So and none of this you would construct in this way. Now, interestingly, one of the places. You want to see that when you're on DMT. That's a scary thing.
Bro.
But now. Yeah, and the trident above his head. I mean, and you go around some of these massive cathedrals and you find these strange gargoyles and so on, and they don't really bear relation to the Christianity that I understand. But there's something interesting that I found recently, Steve, is that when I was staying in what's called a stately home last year, my journeys this last year have been crazy, and I was staying in a stately home that was claimed to be 300 odd years old, and I got to spend a couple of months there, and I found absolute clear evidence that what they've done is they've reclad a much older building. So they're claiming that they've got this 300-year-old building, and it's claimed to be built by the same guy who built the Bank of England. So he's not an insignificant guy. He's got a museum in his own name, but what he's done is he's gone over an old building, changed some of the facade so it's not immediately recognizable, and then thrown cladding on it. I can find where the cladding is slipping, and behind the cladding is the original red brick that was there. And so
It's
there is
always
a
there,
concerted
man.
effort to hide this stuff behind layers of concrete and so on. Just always be
molding and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, facades and whatnot. They're good for that. They're good for that.
So there's been a concerted effort to do that, and a concerted effort to hide what is, because I have walked many, many, many streets in many cities now where this is all over the place. And I'd never really paid attention to all the windows at street level. I'd worked in buildings in London that had 2 or 3 levels below the ground and never really thought too much about how that came to be and how builders from a time before there was non-permeable barriers for stopping water, how they would have been able to dig out footings so deep and so wide, by hand and so on. These questions are never really satisfactorily answered. And then when you see all these strange anomalies in the construction and the cover-up job that's gone on, it's massive. The cover-up job is massive. How did they do it? And how do we not remember?
So, Dave, what if, I don't know, the story of the Tower of Babel and God, destroyed it? I don't remember if it says exactly how he did, but what if he did like a shot of lightning, like a Zeus thing, and fried the motherboard all across the earth or wherever these buildings were, and they all just vitrified immediately, like,
Well, think of it, dude. Think of it. If that happened,
I'm sorry. Go on, man.
Oh no, you're good. You're the guest. You're on. You go.
Thank you. I'm, really interested in cymatics, and I see how that in a flat plane electromagnetic universe, you can create with a momentary change in frequency, you can change the whole structure of that. Hey, you've seen the salt on the vibrating pad, change the frequency a few hertz, and boom, it reforms into a new structure. So I think that is very possible, which is why the biblical guys, the creationist guys, the 6,000-year guys, might be onto something when they say that the Grand Canyon was caused in a moment, that you could create a dendritic flash, which runs out like a riverbed, or the leaves, the veins on the leaf of a tree. It's something like that can happen like a spark. Because when you get down to the etheric story, the ether story, then everything becomes electric. We know that water carries electricity basically, and our air or our ether is like full of water. So I think that what's happening in us is we're having an electrical experience here. That's what's keeping us alive, which is why, as they'll use an electrical shock to get your heart in line. Everything's got these electrical pulses running on it. So I think that pulsing and electromagnetic shifting has been going on forever. The people who follow astrology will say yes, when Jupiter and Saturn align or conjunct, it gives a supercharge to some sort of power, some sort of energy. Yes, because I think that, again, there's all these fine different little tunes and harmonies that are playing in the universe, which is why the guys who follow the stars and show us them in slow motion will show you these twisting, turning little cymatic experiences that are happening. So I think that the whole thing is electromagnetic. Someone can turn the dial somewhere, and it could have been these churches. It could have been some kind of CERN-like system that they had in place that went wrong. This is a theory. And that when they got it wrong, or the vibration or the frequency shifted, boom, then something changed. And just like Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt as she turned around, then I think that possibly the vitrification of beasts, giant beasts that became stone, or trees that became stone, yes, I can go with that.
It all connects. It does.
Yeah. But I don't see. I've tussled with what caused the mud flood for many years now, and you see evidence of flooding or silting, or half a story of buildings. You see it at the top of a hill, and then equally towards the bottom of the hill you see a similar amount of silting. So the theories, one of the best ones I've heard is that something in the ether changed, and it almost turned. If we know that everything is simply a frequency, then you can actually turn the air into sand. You could turn the air into gold. You could turn with the right frequency. If we knew what to do, things could alter, and perhaps a snow fell like a. And I don't mean snow in the way that water is at snow. I meant like a dust snow that came down and settled on everything. You often see roofs have been destroyed in mud floods. There's often the damage to the roofs is part of that. So I did wonder about that. I also like the idea that the earth is a living entity, and that she breathes, and that in her breathing she may well rise the land masses or lower the land masses. And if that's the case, it might explain why some researchers find seashells on mountain tops and things like that. So when I look at Southern Africa particularly, I was fascinated at how that might have been what's called the Cape Flats, might be the sort of like a beach where a flood came over and left nothing but flat sand behind. Nevada, places like California, like that, where it looks like a beach, and perhaps once upon a time it was sand. There was a sea that went over that. One of the interesting anomalies about Cape Town, which is a matter of fact, is that there's a star fort in Cape Town, and the original photographs depict the star fort as being in the harbor at Cape Town, but now in the real world it's a few miles away from the sea. What they tell us is that this gargantuan building that has blocks that would need the biggest cranes to move, they decided to dismantle it and move it 3 or 4 miles in from the coast. No, the beach has moved. The beach is not where it was originally pictured when that star fort was originally imaged. And so, for sure, I think that for me, one of my preferred things is towards the biblical idea of, and it doesn't always have to be like this, but like waters come in, they recede, and what is left behind is silt, or in the case of London, clay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if you look at, there's some old maps that have California as an island, so obviously a lot of land filled in there.
A lot of, you see, and when as you would have done with your kid playing in the beach or whatever, if you move sea sand or sea water around, it will leave sediment here and there. So in the case of California, perhaps the sedimentation meant that the land masses were joined. In the case of Europe, it meant that the water level rise was enough to separate France from the United Kingdom. This is a known, mainstream science agrees. We used to walk over to France. There are towns you can see in the sea, in the ocean, from the UK coast at low tide. You can see towns that are in the water. So we know for sure that the water levels have not been the same. Mainstream science says that our oxygen levels were known to be 31%, and they're at 22% now. My preferred theory as to why that might be is that once upon a time, the sea level, the sea level was where the continental shelf is. So wherever the continental shelf is of the Americas, for example, which is probably a few hundred miles away from the beach, that would have been the original continental shelf. And then as the waters rose over time, we were pushed up the mountains. Because we know that the closer you get to the lower you go, the richer the oxygen becomes. The higher you go up the Himalayas, the thinner the air becomes. So perhaps we lived 1,000 meters below what is now sea level. We were once much lower down. The oxygen was richer. We lived bigger as a consequence of that. Again, these are just some theories that I like to talk. And as I said earlier, I think we have been in more than one epoch, more than one Noah's flood, more than one life-changing event. But I also think there are local ones that occur maybe every few hundred years in certain parts of the world. And perhaps that's why they destabilize parts of the world, so that we don't go there. They can carry out certain things. I've even suggested that maybe there was a small mud flood in Europe in the mid-40s, 1940s, and they used World War II to cover.
Yes, dude. Yes. I mean, look at the regime. They took out like mad cathedrals and not any military bases. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep. So now what do you do afterwards? You bring foreign prisoner of wars who can't speak any of the language, and that happened a lot in the UK and in Europe. Take POWs, you put them on a chain gang and say, hey, listen, this area got beat up. We're going to get you to dig it out, fix it up, whatever. You never need to know the truth about what it is that you're going over and cleaning up. I mean, even if you do, maybe you end up talking out and they say, oh, he tried to run away from the thing, so we had to shoot him. So I know that's a bit of a reach, but we live in a crazy world, and And so all I'm saying is that we may be, the Earth may be suffering or has natural convulsions that look like a miniature tsunami or whatever. And sometimes it's more than the Bandiachi one in 2006. It's, you know, it takes out a region, a Europe, or say in Africa, because people say that in Africa 1,000 years ago it was the center of all knowledge and stuff like that. So what happened to that? Did that get wiped out? The same in South America, you know, it just got wiped out, overgrown, all of a sudden goes away. Well,
I definitely agree. There's a cyclical nature to these resets. And I think the people in charge know these cyclical natures. They keep this hidden from us. And then when the reset does occur, they're able to piggyback that and come out on top and be the bullies in the playground again. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. We wouldn't be slaves if we knew this was how it worked. We would not be the slaves that we are.
If we don't know our past, we're doomed to repeat it. They keep it hidden from us, so we're doomed to repeat it, and they're always the ones that come out on top. They probably know what happened the last 3 resets. Who knows what kind of secrets the Vatican's hiding and what things that they've uncovered out of these mud-flooded, melted buildings all around the world. They probably have schematics and real maps to where all these things were located. That's how they know where to go in and mine at and look for stuff, and recover stuff.
Hey, Steve, I sent, you know, we were talking about Mount Kilimanjaro last time we talked, Dave, and they just discovered these prehistoric plants on Mount Kilimanjaro. So I'm telling you, we're onto something there. There's some nonsense going on out there. I think that is the North Pole that everyone's trying to get to. And that's why they've kept that area so unstable. And if you're a white man, they're going to kill you. I mean, there's wild animals don't go near here. And the only people that probably have ever gone there just do the little safari area, and that's it. They don't actually get to go to the areas. And they tell you, oh, you can't get near the North Pole or the South Pole. And yet that's all just the magician's trick, you know, get you looking here and there when it's really not any of those places.
Yeah, and they lock it all down with like this is a national park, and then this part of the area, this part of it you can't go to or whatever. And we've gone along with that. And as Jen said, you know, the secrets of the Vatican. As a child, I was already aware that how is it that there are vital knowledge of the human story hidden in vaults of this wonderful God-fearing organization called the Vatican? How is that even?
Yeah, who are we hiding it from? Why? What's the purpose? Yeah,
isn't it our knowledge? And if you're meant to be like you're the guys who are telling us to be good. Well, you be good and show us that information as well. Then, if I'm asking for it, you should show it to me. But so it is a rigged reality. But I think, as I was saying to Marlika earlier, it's like, I've been through that kind of, I'm pissed off with this bloody thing, for years, and want to shout about it and be angry about it. And then with the latest 2020 business, I'm like, you know what? They're just yanking my chain, man. And I got to stop playing their game, stop kind of falling into their thing. I've always been interested in knowing as much as I can, we can know, but at the same time, I don't want to lose myself in all of their rabbit holes, and I don't want to lose myself in their squabble over, what people get when they cough. So I'm just trying to take, like when we look at the electromagnetic system, as I said the other day, I think you've got this feminine, maybe cool and masculine hot, or inversion I don't mind. And then you've got this balance, this neutral place, this earth heart center. I think this is where we're meant to be finding ourselves, not being in the Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Trump, Biden, business, and that same is true even with flat Earth and my variations on the mainstream accepted flat Earth models, and a bunch of other stuff. It's really about finding balance and harmony and stop the bloody squabbling, with each other, because this is how they keep us. Someone was talking to me earlier actually about how she was reflecting on how they broke up the African communities in America by, creating that gang culture and that, helping the drug thing along and so on. So yeah, we're in a constant game for our souls and our love for the creation. In fact,
you know what? They're constantly trying to divide us in every way, shape, or form. And even that ridiculousness that went on in the Capitol, if you watch that, they tried to then say, well, if if a different colored race or skin or whatever decided to do this, they would have been shot and all that. They tried to make that a whole race thing, and everything is about just trying to separate ourselves from each other. And one of the things that you said that resonated with me is they want to make us with all the different agendas they put together as to, you know, how you should reshape your body and it's okay to be like completely obese and all. They're trying to make us hate our own creation because it's a mirror image of the creator. And if you look in the mirror and you're upset with yourself, what you see because of this, that, and the other, because they've taught you you should feel shame for this, that's one more way to get at us. And we need to stop that and realize that we are built in his image, and we got to stop beating ourselves up and not listening to that nonsense.
That's right, Rich. And you know, the it starts with like the Greta Thunberg, you know, climate change, you guys are all terrible, you should hate yourselves kind of thing. And all the many agendas that are, you know, men are shit, or women are this, or, you know, they're that, or this group, the Germans are this, you know, all of that is going on all of the time, to fracture us, to break us. And I think that's why we have to be that. I think I lost my thread on that, Rich. I'm sorry.
No worries.
You'll have to pick me back up. Where was I going to take you with that, mate? Yeah, I mean, it is all a controlled agenda, and we are obviously being you know, hoodwinked along the way. But this is it. You know, this is what I see all the time is nowadays is like young women who say, "Oh, I don't want to have children," or "Yeah, what a terrible place to bring the world up in." And I think that once we've come through all of those Greta Thunberg type things, we get to flat Earth, and then we get to spirituality and all these other things, and we hear that you know, we are. Oh fuck! I'm losing my thread. I am a little tired, guys. Have you had, like, I don't know if you felt it the last few days energetically? It's been really strange. Like, I am.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I did a video and I called it "Was Getting Funky," and it was last week, I think, or so. And it's almost like a wave of energy.
Yeah.
And so because I talked to different people all over the country and also in other countries now since this wonderful community. And whatever I was feeling, other people were experiencing the same thing. And one day it was just like almost just like no energy whatsoever. There's other days it's like apathy. There was one day that it's like euphoric without taking any kind of things. You know what I mean? So there is something that they do, obviously, with wavelengths, or we help create it because of our wavelengths. But yeah, no, we've all been feeling whatever you're saying. Part of it, if you go biblically, where the saints get worn out, it's like we've got to the point where we've been talking. Some of these people have been doing this for 10 years, like Brian Stavely. I've been doing it for a better part of a year. You've been doing it forever. And at some point, we're like, well, is anyone still listening? Because, yeah, all these people are listening, but that's it. And are we just like talking about the same thing over and over? However, what I do love about bringing, you know, you on it and the other two people that are on this screen is the new ideas, and like, okay, well, let's try to figure out something new. Because, okay, flat Earth, I got it. I know where I live, or at least I don't live on that ball. And you know, I know about Mandela effect. It's okay, got it. I know about. So if I've got those boxes checked, let's keep going and see where we can go. And someone just figure out how the mud floods happen or whatever. What else are we supposed to do? You know?
Right on, brother. And you got to know your history. I think it does help to know where you're from. And also, why we studied biology and science is because we want to know what was going on. And, you know, that's our natural human thing. But it actually, because we were deviated at a very young age and our knowledge has gone off all of this way, we do have quite a bit of work to do to recover that. And one of the hardest parts, I think, is that there's an altering that happens at your at the psychological level when you're 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, when they're giving you all this bullshit. I think there's something that's damaging us significantly. So until we've had chance to look at this information, stare the beast in the face, center ourselves about, you know, how what we are, who we are, and so on, then we're in the best position, I think, to be light spreaders in the world, as they say. Don't want to be too new agey, but to kind of to actually take the the light on, the Christ light on, beyond the now. And when people say to me, "Oh, I don't think we should have any children. Life is so shit and so on," I understand where they're coming from, but you've got to realize that that's exactly what they want. Is they want us to stop living light. They want us to be low. They want us to be dark. They want us to be glum. They want all of that. They don't want us to necessarily reproduce unless we're making good slaves for them. So the last thing that we want to do, those people that have a little bit of light about us, is to stop bringing new light either through our connections in the world or through the family that we bring.
Well, I can connect that to two things. One, if you go in the Hollywood realm, Children of Men was all about people not being able to have kids, and that goes along with this, agenda of jabbing us with stuff that by their own documents say could potentially cause that issue. Second, you've got you can write about it biblically. I've been reading Jeremiah 29. He specifically says during this particular time when you're held captive away, which is where I think we are. He says, keep going, build houses, grow food, have families, make sure that you don't disappear off of the earth, keep your mark on this earth. And then he comes in and gathers us up. So I figure even if that's not the real story, I'm going to go with it because the teachings that I read in this, love God, love yourself, and love thy neighbor. And why not? I mean, that's a great world. That's why I want to live anyways.
And in a way, Rich, also like the thing about good works is or seeking to be better yourself is you're not doing it for a reward. It's like that 72 virgins thing, or if you can pass go, if you say these words, or if you do these things. I think those are some of the trappings. It's more about the way that you conduct yourself in that higher way. These are great images, by the way.
Yeah, he's got some great stuff.
I got some regular images. I just, this is just, this is in a cemetery. All this stuff is, I just drive around, brothers, and this is the stuff I find, and I can't help but get out of the car and spend a whole day in a cemetery or walking through downtown or just keep talking. We'll be having this conversation again soon. I feel crazy
I think
stuff.
they're hiding a lot of stuff in cemeteries.
Yeah, bro. There's an obelisk with 3 different types of pillars on it with a Freemason logo on a hill. So what else do you? It all kind of speculates to one possible solution. That'd be what we're talking about. These reset events, these land floods, X factors, I don't know what happened, but if you ask me, it kind of looks like this thing got hit with some heat, and it's clearly I don't know, just out of place for what society brings today as what normality is. With steel buildings and windows and all that other stuff. Just crazy, man. There's a whole palace behind this. And real quick, your guys' opinion, does it look like something was taken off here? Because I feel like there was something here. It looks like it's been taken off.
Absolutely, yes, you are correct.
Yeah.
I was going to say on the other stuff you're showing earlier too, you had all those cool drawings and etchings and paintings and stuff, and you had one of a minotaur creature. And when you think about it, you couldn't take a photo back in those days. You had to be time consuming to either draw or paint what you saw. So of course you could say the guy was high on something, but most likely that's what he saw, and he wanted to dock with DNA back then.
Absolutely. And this is another example of what I like to call things in places they shouldn't be. There's no need for anything like this to be in a cemetery. This is the top of a castle, I assume, and it's just underground, but holy mackerel, man,
Well, that looks very much like you see those in Glastonbury. There's a mountain or a hill called a tor. Now, tor is short for Taurus, of course, and on top of it is an almost identical structure. And the last solstice, we were doing some awesome drumming inside of it on the top of the tor during the lockdown. But I'm not sure. I mean, it could be connected to something below, but I think, again, these were probably devices. They were communicating through the ether. They were sending energy or something possibly along those lines. And maybe some darkening from some kind of discharge event. It's got to be in the possibility. It did seem to be leaning though, that building.
Yeah, it does look like it's leaning.
To
And
me, it
yeah,
seemed
Hyman, you're still pissed, but yes, it's leaning.
because I do like the liquefaction theory. The only problem with liquefaction is you do get an unstable settling, and it could be argued that the Leaning Tower of Pisa and that one are examples of where they didn't destroy the building despite it having settled unevenly, and a lot of buildings settled straight, so they didn't destroy them. But it's not my favorite theory.
No,
Yeah,
I
obvious.
understand what you're saying there. I feel like the liquefaction would have happened where the speculated bolt of lightning just came down and struck everywhere. Like I mean, like look at Egypt, man. It's just one giant desert of just nothing. Like I feel like a lightning bolt from God, which is probably like 20 miles wide, just came down, just wiped everything out, and turned it into a desert.
Yeah,
I feel like sand does come from rocks and other materials, and if there was some crazy pyramids, like in stuff like this, just hanging around all over, just bam, that could produce an entire desert, perhaps. Like they dig sphinxes and pyramids and temples and tombs out of the sand, So what really is the sand out there? And I feel like the more it expanded out, the less the heat event was. But then again, we've also here theorized that there's been many low scale like reset events, like where'd all those orphans come from like 150 years ago. So
Yeah.
that's just a whole other can of worms. And
Yeah.
yet there's little things like this that are just all throughout the countryside here in the Northeast. Like this is Freemasonic. I think this is friendship, harmony, and love. Just very crazy. Oh, truth. Yeah.
Yeah. I
It
mean,
has
they have
three Changs. Interesting stuff. No name on it, of course, but
the three rings, the three Tauruses of the Trinity.
Yeah,
I think
everywhere.
the foundlings is what they call those young children who seem to appear out of nowhere, and of course with wars and with a strange social care system back in the sort of 19th century. I suppose it's possible to imagine them having these, schools full of children that they could move from one place to another. My family belonged to the 1820 Settlers Association, which was the UK were really trying to re-inhabit the Cape in South Africa. And the story goes that when the first settlers arrived there in the 1600s, they went ahead and built this star fort, which we would struggle to build today. And they did that to defend themselves from maybe 100 local, there was the people called the Hottentots were very sparsely scattered, and all they had was wooden spears. So you wouldn't need to build a star fort for them. So my theory is that the people that were in Southern Africa were washed away, because most mainstream historians accept that there was no one in Southern Africa up until the Orange River, which is about 1,000 miles up into Africa. And so it might be the case that people that were there who built the star fort were washed away. There was no one left. And then the Europeans started taking the land back. I mean, you've got a place just up north of you guys in New England called Newfoundland. The name says it all.
Well, there was also
foundlings. You said it yourself earlier too. The foundlings. Sounds like they found those children or something.
There was another channel I watched one time, and he had a whole thing where the video was called "No Effing Beach Towels," and it showed, just like the orphans, it showed a whole bunch of people, older people, dressed really nicely in nice dresses and suits, all over like Coney Island area or something, and not a beach towel in sight. Like they were just dropped off there, and they're going to be resettling to somewhere. So it's just more evidence of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the clever part about that is that you don't bother trying to educate those people, not for 20 or 30 years. And by the time their children go to school, they don't have any reference point with which to place their history, and they just accept the environment around them. Give it another 30, 40 years, and you start teaching history about something that was, predated the arrival of their parents. So I think that's possibly how they managed to cover all of that. Incredible,
That's why they got to get rid of us eventually, because we still remember. We're the ones that remember.
But I think this is why we are so. Well, the people who can carry this knowledge forward are so vital.
Yep.
But by the way, guys, I did, as I may have mentioned before, the DMT experience I had 5 years ago, left me in no doubt that there's nothing to fear. There's everything's okay. Everything's in God's hands. Everything is in His control. And when people fret too much about the devil, they're actually giving the devil more power.
Yeah,
Because
man.
actually the devil is within God's remit. It's
He got me like that for a little while, but you just gotta. I just walk through life like it's all good. It could be this, that, and that happened on TV. People are walking around diapers on their face, but I'm here. I'm alive. I'm healthy. I'm looking for the truth, and I'm trying to encourage others to, look at something like this and ask yourself, why is this here in Massachusetts, in New England, in the United States? This seems like something right out of the Pantheon or some BS. Just little things like that could make a big difference. Some people, some quote unquote regular people, are asking me questions about buildings with pillars now. It's wonderful,
I see,
but
like with I think if I'm not wrong, the time period of this is around about the Civil War in America, and if I'm right, that the Civil War, if you look at the Hollywood version of it, these are simple things with horse and cart. They weren't building stuff like this if they were those people. They didn't have the time, the resources, the manufacturing, and actually, just interestingly, out of just food for thought. We all celebrate the the great masters in painting, and then the Beethoven, Bach, and all of those kind of people out of the Renaissance period, like the 1600s and so on. And they try and give you this idea that there was just these few lights. But the truth is that if you have composers of that ilk, you have orchestras to play that music. And not only do you have one orchestra, but you have many orchestras. And to have many orchestras, you need to have thousands and thousands of students going through classes to teach them to play these fantastic instruments at that level. Then you need craftsmen to make every instrument in that orchestra. Now, what does that take to do today? And we're saying 500 years ago, they were making and playing this kind of music, but with a technology that we say is really in the dark ages. It doesn't fit.
No.
Doesn't fit. But you're right. Buildings, technologies, like painting, sculptures, music, you name it, bro. Anything that happened 400 years ago, like that should be happening 400 years, like in the future,
Absolutely.
With the crap they present us with now, like the latest technology is the iPhone. I'm sure the people back then had like the iPhone capability in their head somehow or something, because you whip up a building like this, brother. I don't even know like what your real capabilities are, because that just freaks me out. This is straight out of like
absolutely
the alleged architect said they had a real taste for Egyptian archaeology, so they built it like this. And I was like, yeah, right. I'm like, the only thing they did is probably etch in these interesting little words up here. And actually, you know what? I actually have the translation. Let me get a better picture of that so you can really, yeah.
You know what you were saying, Dave, about all the different mini resets and stuff, and I definitely think that is something provable, at least. Well, not provable, but in my theory, other people have brought up. So, like the Civil War that you talked about, and when I started looking into it, like others have, all the pictures of the Civil War, it's a bunch of people just standing around. Their uniforms look pretty clean. The only action shots of the Civil War are drawings and cartoons, just like we get today when you look up satellites in space. So I think that's just another cover up on destroying an area and resetting a populace with the fake story of the Civil War. We don't even know what the heck happened back then. We don't know what happened 100 years, let alone farther back,
That's right. That's a good point.
It's very interesting. And real quick, the top of this, from what I can translate, I don't know what this last word is, the splendid, whatever the heck. It translates to "it was built as light," and then you get where is it? This is what you're left with. This splendskret. I don't know what that means. I've tried to look it up. I've added some letters. I've taken some away, and it doesn't come to anything. It doesn't come to nothing. But from what I can tell, it says it was built as light, and then splendskret. Looks like Splendid Secret to me, but
yeah, me too.
Who am I?
I noticed just to the right of that there was an interesting thing on the wall, just to the right of this picture. Inside of that cross is your Knight of Malta cross.
Yes.
And when you go into electromagnetic theory, you see all of this. That becomes the four angels, and you get the whole picture sort of comes together, and you see all this iconography, and you go, dang, they've been hiding that inside of this all along. And so, yeah, I see they're putting the Christian cross above the Freemasonic coat of arms that they've got. And I noticed there was obviously this is a Freemasons temple now, is it?
That's what it said, that's what it was. Now it's a performing arts studio. So you know how that works.
With the as above, so below pyramids in it. Nice.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much encoding and all of this stuff, and it's fascinating once you start to read it.
Hey, look at these joints.
Steve, can I pull up show you something real quick?
They're Egyptian pillars.
Yeah.
And the tech is built into the pillars. We broke all that down recently. The arc tech, it's built into the structure itself. This free energy buildings.
Is this
wow? Someone said that was illuminating. That's what they're saying it translated to. It was built as light illuminating.
And that goes like you said, Ceiling Fan Man, that these buildings are self-illuminating. These buildings are self-illuminating. They didn't need light bulbs and all this other stuff like that. These are self-illuminating buildings.
Right,
right. Tech.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I sharing? Is it?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's right
It's
here.
been damaged on purpose, I think. So.
Yeah, I think they may have even how should I say, maybe distributed the damage unevenly for a reason.
Mm-hmm. What? So we couldn't
pockets of.
So look, it's just sitting around, standing around. These uniforms look like you just took them off a prop shelf.
Yeah.
And then when you want to see the battles, you get cartoons.
Huh.
Cartoons. All you ever see is cartoons.
I had to do a junior school project on the American Civil War, part of my programming.
But everyone's just like, that flag looks terrible, but these guys, they look like, their uniforms are clean and everything. And then you go to a battle, it's a cartoon. So I don't know. Anytime I see cartoons, I start questioning things.
Guys, yeah, absolutely. I mean, someone was said to me the other day, when they lived through a particular period, they never called it what they call it now. And I can't remember what it was. But yeah, I mean, they go, the World War I was never known as World War I in the time was the Great War, and then became later renamed as World War I. And of course, it didn't encompass the whole world. And I think maybe we're going into a war now that does. But
this doesn't even look like these outfits fit these guys. It looked like the suit's too big and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they went down to the local soup kitchen and got a couple of guys to hang out for a while.
Look at
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You mean these are crisis actors, the original?
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, come on. Look at these outfits. Nothing's, what they took all these pictures and then they went off to war. Nobody took any shots while the battle's happening. So they put cartoons on everything.
Yeah. Well, and we think it's most likely that the Lincoln assassination was also a staged event.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to think that all of that, that part of history.
Hearsay for us.
Yeah. Well, the thing is I find that anytime that things start changing, like the Mandela effect, whatever you want to call it, when history's changed on something, then you say, okay, there was a lie to begin with. The whole JFK thing, there was 4 people, now there's 6. So now we realize that whole thing was all nonsense,
Yeah. Yeah. And that's very important. I think, the Mandela effect or the apocalypse effect, if people don't like the Mandela effect term, is the great awakening to these lies. These lies are being exposed through the apocalypse effect. If it was true to its nature, true to its history, it would not change. But these things are all lies. Space is a lie. The Stone Age is a lie. You know, everything's changing all around us. If it's true to its nature, though, and it was never a lie, it will not change. That's why we have things that haven't changed at all and won't change. Even people who aren't true to their nature and they're spreading lies, trying to act like they're putting the truth out, those people are even changing. Their personalities are shifting to where now we're seeing them for what they really are. We can see their fruits and they're rotten.
Look at some of the Hollywood people. They look terrible. Johnny Depp, my God, looks like he already died. You know what I mean? They're just coming out. You can't help it.
Yeah.
System's unraveling, maybe.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that, guys. I would love to see.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want anyone to be hurt at the end of the day, but I think we are in an infinite loop, you know, and it's an energy system and so on. And I want for the human story to be a rich one and a loving one and so on. But I know we have to go on a journey, and each of us has to go on our own individual journey first. I think our own quest, if you like, the quest ion. And you know, if we begin to do that ourselves, then we will hopefully, you know, because the world isn't going to get a better place until we make it that ourselves. And by going and saying to the circus owner, you know, you hate what he's doing in his circus, like, okay, he's never going to change. He's going to treat the animals bad. He's going to pay the staff poorly. Don't go. You don't have to go to the circus, you know. But this is the trick. We all think we have to go to the circus, but we don't. And so it's about finding a way around that as we go forward, and not needing to fight with the circus owner about the prices.
The circus is in everybody's living room every day through their scrying mirror, which they call tell lies to your vision, and in his storybooks. His story is not our story. His story is nothing but lies. It wouldn't even hold up in a court of law at this point. There's so many holes in it. So I am so grateful to be a part of this awakening. And every day I'm learning more and more, and things that I thought I had figured out, I have to reevaluate and come to new conclusions about it. But we've been living a lie all of our lives. We've been living his lie. Not his story, not our story. His lie is what we've been living all this time. We were born into his lie, conditioned and indoctrinated right into it from the day we walked into the school system, private or public. It doesn't matter. They have the same curriculum. You just pay for one. And they throw religion on top of it, which is another thing that they get you all sticky and stuck in and everything. It's all about controlling the mindset and a perception deception of the plane that we're on. For 47 years of my life, I thought I was on a spinning ball hurtling through space because I could not see what was right before my eyes. I was blinded by his lies about where I live and everything around us, what's above us and what's below us. They've told us lies about everything.
The question is the big question, the $1 trillion question is why? Because, you know, we can. The easy answer is, of course, money, power, those sorts of things. But really, folks, it ends up, you know, after going down all those rabbit holes, it ends up back at you, and it ends up back at your connection to the Most High, and it's about doing, you know, and we could put it on a bad guy, we could put it on Trump, you can put it on Mandela, it doesn't matter. You can put on white people, black people, you know, you can do all of these sorts of things, but really. At the end of the day, we have to see that this has been a trick, and then come back home to ourselves. And this is the only way to fight it. And if you don't know me, if you haven't seen my work before, there's a video of me just about 3 or 4 down. I pulled out from 2 or 3 years ago, where I'm in Oxford shouting at full volume in the street, trying to wake people up. And that's what I've tried to do. So it's not like I'm saying we should shy away from that, but at the same time, I've gone through that journey, and I realize now that if I'm like Christ, not that I could ever be that, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to, but if I try to seek to live like Christ in like a Muhammad, you know, a higher soul, then I will do the best that I can.
Well, it's funny. It's just like I was about to say this thing I read by Philip Bach in the chat. He said, "Jesus loves me. Everyone else thinks I'm an a-hole." I feel you, dude. I'm right there with you, Philip. But we're not of this world. We're in it, you know, and that just shows you. We're just we don't understand the nonsense of this world, and we try to point it out to the people that are stuck in it.
Yeah.
Well, that's clearly an eye.
Yeah. So there's your 1,000 years that's missing. I'm telling you, they're messing with us.
Yeah, I've seen evidence of that in quite a few cities, different countries. The J or the I.
Yep, I was gonna say the J is just as prevalent.
And the Dark Ages where nothing happened. That'd be the exact opposite because we live in the opposite world. So that's
So
where
the
everything.
Dark Ages, it was the light ages. Jesus was here and he is pure light. You know, everything was a light body. You know, people didn't get sick and all these other things and stuff. And everything was at a higher vibrational frequency. And even the Mother Earth that we walk on was vibrating at a higher frequency. And that now, of course, they invert everything. So the light ages now become the dark ages.
Correct.
I'm on board with that.
Really.
Evolution is devolution.
Yes.
Oh, don't get me
Oh,
started.
brilliant. Yep.
Well, yeah, I see that all over as well. It's like, come on, guys, you do not build an arch window frame into the ground.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is this is underneath this here, a giant archway, and it's held up by another
we're
arch.
just supposed to believe they had tons of resources and time to just screw around like this. Come on. How long would that take?
All these buildings, they call them temples or tombs or monuments. These things were never meant to have people live in them, but you people are living in wooden shacks and you know, log cabins and stuff like this, but yet they have time to build buildings like this with this ornate architecture. They can't even figure out how to put a road down, but they can put marble up all over everything.
Or the other one, Jen, where you get like this philanthropist billionaire back in the day, a few hundred years ago, decided to build this magnificent, unbelievable structure for the church, but he didn't bother to commission a single painter to do any artwork of its construction. I guess he wanted to save a few bob.
Or you do get pictures of construction, but it'll be on the very, very top where they're on a spire or on the top of a dome. And it's like, okay, but you don't see any of the other work that happened. It's just like, did they just go up? And I find out that there was Photoshop in the 1800s.
Well, actually, that very famous photo of workmen sitting on a steel girder over New York, I think that might be part of that same psyop.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm starting to look into Art Deco buildings as well, because Art Deco is the next level after they got out of the Baroque architecture. Yeah. They call it Baroque because it's Baroque. It don't work anymore. And it's always in the name, right?
Fantastic. Yeah, again, with these ones, you'll see that the dimensions don't fit. You know, the door's cut off too short. It just doesn't fit right down.
I just want to know who's walking through that doorway. You know, that's all I want to know. That's my big question. I don't really care what happened, who happened, when it happened, who's walking through a doorway this big. You know, we need to put some glass in to make us think it's for us, but in reality,
well, Steve, I was in.
I'll be right back, Steve. I'll be right back.
I was on the Globe Light tour around Europe last year, and I actually saw a door that would fit into that. The original door was still hanging. Unbelievable. I mean, you could barely throw a stone up to this thing. And it's like, what excuse can you make for a man who needs to cut a little door in the bottom of that to have a door of that size? You know?
Even if you think about it, people are like, oh, it's to build them up and make them feel big. I'm like, walk through it. Let me know how big you feel. You know?
And you know, today, you know, with our modern building technologies at the height of human, you know, exploration of space and Mars and all this sort of bullshit, you know, we don't choose. You know, we get these doors that are just about 8 feet tall, and that's about it. You know, you know, why aren't we going on an even grander scale than these guys? It should be simple. If they were knocking these things up all over the world, and in places of the world where they say, you know, there were only sticks and stones up until us Westerners arrived. So
yeah. It's crazy, dude. Like to even think that like a building like, let's see what we got. Oh, there's another eye real quick. I think that was on the other side of it, so that might have been his lifespan. But just very interesting. And you can see how like this is like a distinct one, and that is an eye because it goes all the way across. This one kind of just like stops and then comes down. Because a lot of people get lost in that. They're like, oh, that's kind of just how they wrote everything back then. I'm like, maybe, but I don't think so, dude.
Okay, go back two or three images from where you were. That one there, you'll notice you'll notice that glass on the ground level. You'll notice that glass covering, and I assume that'll be to some kind of underground section, which is
Yes, I
part of
tried to
that
go
sort of-
down there, and they wouldn't let me. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's a whole underground like section to this, and there's like pillared buildings across the street. This, that, and the other thing. It makes me really think they're all interconnected, like on a like underneath or.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, in Liverpool, you can go on like a tour underneath the city, and there's tunnels and stuff like that. And there's lots of underground. Most people will say, "Oh, yeah, we built over the old buildings in London." But this kind of aftermarket amendments becomes so obvious to see, and you see it all over the place now. So even though I've never seen these buildings before, I'm immediately picking up the things that they've done to kind of fix it back up again, and it's the same all over the place, And people who say, "Oh, well, they were just building," no, bullshit. There's something else that's going on.
What I like to tell people too is like sometimes I'll be walking around like a decently major city, I guess you can call it in Massachusetts here in the United States. And it's indistinguishable at some points between here and let's say London with all the crazy, obelisk and people cry right now. They're like, "Oh, the New World Order is about to take us down." I'm like, look around you, people. I'm like, if they're building the same buildings everywhere 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 years ago, I'm like, don't you think the New World Order may have been here before? So don't think that they're just, they're just emerging on the scenes. Like, no, they're just letting you know that us tinfoil hat wink winkers have been right. That's what's going on right now. The New World Order has been here for a while. I'm sure there's an identical building to this in Germany, and I'm even sure there's an identical top piece to this in a cemetery somewhere.
Yeah,
that's another place for them. I walk through cemeteries over here, and you wouldn't believe half the stuff that's in there. I'm talking like 20, 15-foot sculptures of angels with changs on them. I'm like, who is doing that, first of all? And second of all, if that's what your headstone is, why am I living in a wooden house? If a tree falls, I could die,
You die, and they die in a better building than you live in. It's we live in an illusion. In fact, living in London is
a
like
mud shack, and you die into a mausoleum.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these obelisks that we see, even the ones that are still up in different locations, like say Vatican and stuff like that, had tech on top of them. They were taken down.
Yeah, the ones that got burnt out for sure.
Yeah, it's like replacing a light bulb. So they moved the part out and put a new one in.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of the housing thing, this is the human story. Is that we once upon a time had these beautiful houses in London, where I spent many of the last 2 decades or so. Many people live in subdivided houses from a previous time. So these are old houses, well built, really solid, under mud in many cases, and they're subdivided into 2 or 4 homes because we're cramming ourselves into smaller and smaller properties. So there's no evolution going on here. It's all going backwards.
Exactly. I agree 100%. 100%. We're living the lie. We think we're evolving upward and getting more modern and high tech and everything, and we're actually de-evolving as far as even our consciousness. They're de-evolving our consciousness down to like just shut up and do what you're told.
Oh, that movie Idiocracy is in our rearview mirror. Like we're even below that now.
Yeah, so a man in a white coat comes on the TV, the scrying mirror, and tells you to put a rag, panty liner over your face, and do all these sorts of things, and we do it because we think we're smart because we watched ER on TV. We watch medical shows and things like that, and so we think we're like well versed and we're kind of semi-medically trained, and we trust, more importantly, having seen all of this process on TV, we absolutely trust it because TV has made it like, wow, these guys are cutting edge. It's really we've got to trust this shit. So yeah, we're unfortunately at the bottom of the barrel, but that's a good thing, I suppose, because the only way is up.
And we close our stores and we lose our jobs and we do all these things and put on these masks and stuff. And the whole time we blame someone else when they haven't done anything. They gave us a suggestion and everyone did it.
Yeah. Yep. So I mean, what are they hiding? Why are they hiding the mud flood? Is it because, you know, if we knew, we would have a better insight as to our heritage, our true heritage, we wouldn't buy into the narratives of the wars and the you know, all of this conflict, and yeah, would we return to some kind of sense of our divinity? And is this maybe what we're meant to be? What are we meant to be doing now? I just posit. I can't make comments in the comment section for some reason. I can't explain to you why, guys. I don't know if that's something to do with whatever. Maybe it's because I'm not in the right place. So sorry that I'm not commenting in the comment section.
That's okay. Jen, you sent this over here. What is that?
Yeah. Oh, it's one of the pictures I got from one of our old live streams where we talked about they added the 1,000 years on, and that right there looks like kind of like a J or an L.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
And it's a lot further over from the 6 than the 669 part. You know, it just seems like it stands alone over there. Also in the Palace of Versailles, I have gotten a few snapshots of dates in there that are on a few items in Palace of Versailles, and they all have eyes as well. One is a J, a clear J with a dot, and then the numbers going next to it.
It's very crazy.
Yeah, and I have old coins that you can clearly see the one looks different than the other. So there's tomfoolery going on.
Something's going on, man. You know,
all is being revealed. This is a time of revealing. We are in the apocalypse, and all the things that were done in the dark and hidden from us are going to come to light. It's up to you whether you want to see it or not. And if they got your brain on lockdown, like they're trying to lock down everything, you're not going to see what's right before your eyes, and you're going to fall for the deception all over again.
And someone just texted me that they're checking into some theory that the war in Afghanistan is actually about killing the Nephilim. That
I've heard about that.
Giants are waking up from the stasis chambers. I don't know, but man, bring it on, I guess, if that's going to be.
Throw it on the table, you know?
Yeah, everything's on this point.
The craziest thing I've heard this year, let me tell you.
There's another one.
I mean, literally, if we came and told ourselves last year everyone would be wearing masks, you'd be like, nah, come on. They're not going to fall for that.
You're right, Ceiling Man. I thought about that when you had said that. A year ago or even 2 years ago, if somebody said that this is what's going to be taking place, I would have been like, no way.
That's how I found your channel, Jen, is your thing on the giant. I don't know if you ever saw that, Dave. She's got a viral one that went where she showed this guy next to like an AM/PM, and he's gigantic. And his gear fits him and everything. So, you know.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
Oh, really? Yes, that went down with my channel. I don't even know if I have that one saved. I hope I do. But it's giant Nephilim super soldiers in our military. And this guy was massive. He was massive. He was head and shoulders above everybody around him.
Interesting.
It was during the Ferguson riots here in America, and that was years ago. It was probably like 2009, 2010, something like that, Ferguson.
I remember.
And I was going through the footage, and all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, what the heck is this? And I rewound it, and I told my husband, I said, look at this guy. And he's like, yeah, he's unusually large. And compared to everybody else around him, he wasn't closer in the frame. You know, there's all these debates. Well, he's up on a hill. There's a gradient in the parking lot that slopes down, and he's just up higher, or he's in the foreground, or whatever. It was like, no. I even got pictures of the parking lot, aerial photos, and everything. I had like over 150,000 views on it. It went viral one night. Wow. It was going up 10,000 views an hour. I watched it all night long. I couldn't believe it.
Awesome. No, awesome. Well, nice for you on that one, but I'm sorry again you lost your channel.
Yeah.
I I've got no argument or no issue with there being larger beings, animals and humans once upon a time. That doesn't bother me at all, and particularly when you see the size of these buildings. I went in a building in London one time, and the handrail, it was one of these old buildings. The handrail was so large you couldn't stretch your hand over the top of the handrail just to kind of grab a hold of it. It was so massive. So for me, it seems very likely that there are at least these, 10, 12, 14. That's easy to kind of imagine. And then, yes, maybe if we're getting into the sort of Nephilim kind of conversation, I get confused about this for me would possibly be 2 or 3 epochs before the last one, but I'm not a scholar on these things. I just try and put it all together in my mind. And yes, is it possible that some of these offspring, these DNA lines, are around still? Yeah, sure. By the way, in the electromagnetic theories, of course, once you realize that we're only seeing that sort of 20 to 20,000 hertz field, or hearing in that field, we know that there's a lot more going on beyond our auditory and visual kind of capacities. So like when you take the DMT and now you can see into realms beyond this immediate material realm, you realize that there are other realms, and perhaps it's possible, if you've been playing in the dark for a long time, that you have been drawing in, calling in, participating with entities from other realms.
Yes.
Good, bad, or otherwise is for conversation, but I think that seems to me to be a very, very likely thing. So any sort of alien talk and things from other realms and Pleiadians and all this sort of stuff, if it's at all possible, then I think it's beings within this space, but in a different frequency.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I think
aliens are already here if they are.
these guys right here are wearing sigils on them.
Yeah.
And they may be in communication with these other entities. I don't know, but they're wearing it's embedded into their clothes, these sigils. And I have other pictures of these guys, but
And as Steve says, no bueno.
Yeah, bro. I don't know what to think of that. Who knows, man?
Would you call those druids, Jen? What are they?
these I think are gosh, I think they're over towards Russia and old Tataria and stuff where this picture was taken. I don't know if they're
Christian, perhaps.
Yeah, Orthodox.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
They have the same symbol
Weird.
on their chest as the St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. That cross with canted cross on the bottom.
Right.
But in the end, these are sigils. And when you start looking at sigil magic and everything like that, you can see that these are sigils. And
Well, we busted the barrier with the dancing sigil magic that they were performing on us that no one even had a idea about this year, and then that kind of blew the whole door open on what these people are actually doing at these ceremonies, wearing these gowns and doing these, crazy. Watch the little short film Symmetry that CERN watch that, knowing that people are actually dancing symbols and sigils and all this crazy stuff.
Right.
Yes.
You want to scoot back about a month on my channel. I was in a city in northern Portugal and came across this rock temple made out of these black, massive black rocks that you didn't just move there for fun. It's a huge temple that 30 people could easily stand inside of. And I jumped down over the rocks to get inside of it. And I find this font, and over the top of the font, like some gargoyles and some really weird shit. And I'm like, there's a video of it, so you can have a look. And it's like, wow, what is it? What is it that's going on? Because, as a kid, I was kind of drawn to like Celtic art and to like, what did the ancient people know? What are the, before, the Vatican started messing with stuff and so on. And now it's like, what knowledge or what group was actually working in the favor of the gods or the creators, humans, true, loving story? Is there any group, or has it always been that it's been a controlled environment in which we're meant to come and have these trials and challenges? I just throw that out there for.
It could be like a Truman Show kind of thing where Truman's starting to figure out that, hey, there's more to this reality than what they're telling me is here. It definitely seems to be somewhere where we come to have a physical experience and learn and choose, love or hate, this kind of stuff, the good or the bad, the light or the dark. And
well, God can't taste an orange. And, as I understand it, like the senses of taste, touch, smell, and these are treasures that are given to us by the Most High as a part of our experience here. And so we know that those senses have all been turned down. And that's wrong. That in the first instance is wrong. So I think what would be who is at it? Who is at it, and what are we to do about it? Because if these guys have been at it for hundreds of years. They've shaped the entirety of the world's history, the way that people see themselves, science, religion. They've shaped all of that. Then we are in someone else's game, and we have to either choose to go along with them, fight them, or maybe find this Jesus-like kind of middle way, this balance, this love, this forgiveness and light sharing.
Well, like you brought up the Truman Show, find the exit to this ridiculousness. I think it's funny. One of the popular shows that's in the news again, because supposedly the dude, Alex Trebek died, was that Jeopardy. And that's a show that we've all seen. And you sit there on your couch and you go, man, I'm stupid. I don't know any of this stuff. How do these guys know this? Now, when you realize through new eyes that all that's like lies and nonsense, and they've studied and spent all this time learning all this stuff, when it turns out the people that like us that sat back and said, yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff, doesn't matter, because if it's all made up, we have to relearn everything on our own. So it's kind of funny. And then that's why I feel they've gotten all of our real smart people tied up, because you go through the deeper the education, the deeper the indoctrination, so they're teaching them these lies. So when they come out and they're real smart, they're saying it because they learned it wrong. And it's hard to get those people to unlearn that.
Well, you know how we have this current virus going around, and they've got a test that tells you whether you've passed or you've failed. Well, I think what they did, a little bit like that, what they did was they created an education system that would pass and make successful those who were, yes, smart enough to remember and repeat and do some clever maths and things like that, but were going to be the ones who would take that as truth, become indoctrinated doctors of that truth, and happily bring it on down the line. So they created a system that would fail people that were going to be troublemaker, or who weren't going to be the right kind of people to work in their companies, to operate their factories and so on. So I think that's why some people struggle with that, because they're not really designed to fit in.
Yeah, I've always felt that way. I've always felt like I don't fit in. I'm observing. I'm not a part of this realm or whatever. I feel like I'm here visiting and I want to go home. I want to go home. I've been feeling like I wanted to go home for years, awesome. Like since at least 2005.
Well, it's a common thread that a lot of whatever we call ourselves, truthers, never felt completely connected to some of the stuff in this world.
I think
you're absolutely right. That's exactly it.
I think so.
When I was in school, I felt like I was an outsider watching everything happen. And then, of course, I'd be forced to partake in it. But other than that, I feel like I was an observer. I'm a witness in some way, maybe. I don't know.
Yes. And actually, that's, maybe you've been close to your true essence all along, Jen, because I think that's really what we're meant to be. We're meant to be observers, watchers, and we're meant to carry light or carry knowledge and spread it in a loving way. I think that.
And I know there's some jokes in the chat, but seriously, we are. It's not that we're not smart. We're actually maybe a little smarter because we didn't buy into it. And a lot of us maybe didn't feel connected to some of the high school and college and stuff that we went through. And it's just like maybe we knew back then and didn't even realize what we knew.
There's different kinds of smart. Hey, Rich, there's a smart guy who can do a computer program but can't tie his own shoelaces, So there's different kinds of smart in this world for sure. And in my, my time in the flat earth community, I've met some of the most quirky, interesting people that definitely wouldn't have been A students by a long chalk, but they have the stuff that's allowed them to see through some of that. Now, a lot of them, or some of them, became stuck in that area. So I think there continues to be a need for a certain intelligence for us to keep, and I think we all innately have it. It's just that it's burned out of us to a lesser or greater degree. Maybe less so in the case of someone like Jen. Maybe more so is someone who's really struggling to let go of all of it. But then there's those people who let go of some of it, but can't let go of all of it. And as you were saying earlier on, we've been talking around flat Earth, these things. Where are we going? Flat, mud flat. Where are we actually going? And I think we have to start taking the conversation in the direction of, we don't want to participate in a system that is of this nature, and we shouldn't have to be subjected to it. Given that we were tricked into it, how do we find our way to something more equitable in the not too distant future? And that's where I'm at, rather than wanting to be in the
Well,
fight
it's
or
like
flight camp.
if we are lost at sea and we're treading water, you don't stop. If you stop, you're done. And when you hit flat earth and then you just say, okay, that's the end all, you're done. You've got to keep going. There's more levels to this in this course field, and we're constantly learning. That's what this whole thing is here today, is just theories and ideas, and maybe something resonates and it goes in the ether. Next thing you know, it turns into it's happening. So yeah,
absolutely. Someone will it'll match with something else someone has, and then they go, yep, that works for me, and this is how we spread it.
That's how I met you. Is I was looking into Africa and that flat Earth map, and then you told me all the stuff that you had on Mount Kilimanjaro, where I still believe that's Satan's throne right now. We did a show; you guys can look on that one. But no, I totally think that there's a lot that that's we're discovering together, and this is how we do it. Their work on mud floods and the computer boards of the world that we live in, it's awesome. It really all connects.
Absolutely. And I think even the motorways and things like that might be on important ley lines or grid lines or stuff like that, so they're able to harvest our energy. Because if we are in an ether soup, folks, then I think it's like we're always connected to it. So our energy that we're giving off, positive, negative, or neutral, is being fed into the system, and they're feeding on that. That's why they like their stadiums full of fans who are chanting, angry, happy, or whatever, because this is a great power conduit, I think, perhaps for the system. Another monster door. Is this in New England? This is still.
This is about 200 miles from where the last videos and series of pictures were taken.
Yeah, because if you took, I could say I would have thought, if you didn't tell me, I would have guessed Europe somewhere or.
That's what I'm saying, dude. This is just in the hill towns, where like people with 8 teeth fucking live. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And
with that one too, or that building, what they've done with those windows at the ground level is they've gone retrofitted small windows in, because the original windows would have been full length, so they've cut them off at the floor level. And again, it's like someone had to do that. Someone had to buy the equipment, get the men in, and it's a massive job. If you think about the buildings, the millions of buildings we're talking about, it's hard to conceive of, but it's hard to explain otherwise.
That whole thing you said about the ether and that's it in a nutshell. Because when you think about everything that's being done to this world, it's all to generate fear, and then always to put all the eyes on the screen at the same time, and in the stadium, whatever, to generate this energy that goes out, negative, positive, and they feed on our fear. And the opposite of fear, it's love. That's what God teaches. So if you can try to beat it instead of being afraid of everything, because that's the one thing he says, I think more than anything in the Bible, is fear nothing but him. That doesn't mean fear him. That just means, hey, if you know me and I got your back, I'll take care of you, because I'm the guy that wrote everything. I can fix it. So don't fear it. And then just love everyone, not in a hippie way they show you in the movies and walk around and throw flowers, but truly treat them the way you want to be treated. And your community builds, and our residents everywhere across the earth rises up. That's what they're afraid of, is the one thing they can't have. They only rule out of fear. They don't know how love is. You look at all these super rich people, they're miserable. Like Richard Corey, that whole poem, he ends up going home, killing himself. If you don't know that story, look it up. But that's my point. The amount of money or anything on this earth is going to give you that resonance, that higher elevation, than actual God's love and love for each other. And that's what they're afraid of. And we need to fight them with their fear, which is love.
I like that. Well, what if we reverse engineered that and said, like, what if this system runs on the energy being given by the life force here, which is the human consciousness, let's say. And that if I could get the human consciousness to deliver me a low frequency energy, a negative, a hellish energy, if I can get them to resonate that out into the ether, then what goes out comes back, because we're in an entropic system.
Yep.
So if the people start pushing out love and good light and stuff like that, then eventually that starts to resonate back into the system. So perhaps that's how the change happens in and out. And then after a period of maybe 1,000 years of good living and so on, then we start to lose our way, because, it's the old thing of, someone, you used to walk to work every day and you're super fit. Someone gives you a car, and then next thing you know, you're kind of overweight. Why? Because you're no longer doing the things that you used to do to keep yourself well. So I offer that.
You know what someone said, and I hope I quote this right. It's hard living builds strong men. Strong men brings easy living. Easy living brings weak men, and weak men bring hard living, and then it repeats itself.
It's like an ebb and a flow,
Yeah.
in and out, exhale and inhale and stuff. It's the light and the dark. It's a duality of our nature, of our reality here. And you can't know love without knowing hate. And I think that's why we come here, to learn and to experience and to feel all this stuff and know what it feels like to be hurt, or to hurt someone, and how you feel after you hurt someone. Do you enjoy how you feel after you hurt someone? Many people do. They thrive on that feeling, like, I got that person. I stabbed them in the back. I got knives sticking out of my back right now. I can't even sit back from all the people but I forgive them. I may be not wanting to associate with them or put myself in those situations anymore, but I forgive them. And I don't hold on to that. And I think a lot of the people hold and harbor all these ill will feelings and stuff because they've been so hurt in the past, or they've gotten themselves into situations to where they've allowed themselves to be hurt for quite some time. I was in a toxic marriage for 13 years. I had to forgive myself and my ex-husband, which was very hard to do. But once I forgave him,
you release yourself from that.
I released myself, and he looks so small to me now. This person who was so colossal in my life and had such control over me, kind of like the government has control over us. This man was like that for me. And I had such a hard time to get away from that. And then I had to deprogram myself. I couldn't believe I even allowed myself to be in that for so long when I look back on it. Then again, I know in my heart of hearts that if I would have deviated from anything that I've done in the past and took another road, I would not be sitting here right now in front of this computer talking to you, or married to my new husband and have the light that I have. So everything has led me to where I'm at right now in my life. In hindsight, I had to go through all that stuff. I had to figure all this out for myself and learn and grow from that. I will never put myself back in that. I've learned from it. But see, we're not even getting a chance to learn from our past because we have his story over us. There's this large umbrella that captures everything as far as his story goes. What's our story? You know, our story is being hammered down with lies and deceit and being held down in this low vibrational frequency of fear. Something's going to get us. The asteroid that's never going to come is going to get us. The invisible enemy, like the invisible virus that's lurking around, it's going to get you any second. Or the terrorist that's hiding right around the corner, it's going to bomb your house or your building. And these all contribute to keeping us into that fearful state, that low vibration where anger and fear and regret and harboring ill will feelings towards people. I've had people do some really fucked up shit to me in my life, shit. And I was good to these people. I didn't deserve it, but I felt how I felt. I worked my way through it, and I forgive these people because I know that they're lost and they need to find their way. Because if they weren't lost, they would have never done what they've done to me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's just like David said earlier, you know, Satan, you give him too much power. So if you just take it back and you don't buy into it, then you take it back.
But you got to learn first. The baby has to touch the fire to realize it's hot, and then they won't go back and touch it again. You know what I'm saying?
You can't buy a membership to a gym and then sit out at home and expect to get better shape. You got to go and work those muscles. And it's just like your spirituality. It's the same thing. You got to go through these tests and tribulations in life, or you'll never become the person you're supposed to. And that's why when people say, how does God allow it? Well, he has to, because guess what? You can look through history. People never cry out and realize the creator is really there until they're at their lowest point in their life. So he's like, every time he's got to like bring us down to the end so that way we can actually see what's going on. Because otherwise we're complacent and don't even realize that there's anything happening besides what we get out of TV.
And that's right where they want us. They want people complacent and they don't even realize it. Just go along to get along, go to the tell eyes to their vision for all the latest stuff that's not happening.
But Jen, there's another way to flip that is that if they made it too easy, it would be like, your dad handing you the keys to the Camaro when you're 18 years old, and saying, look, you're never going to have to work a day in your life. Just go and sit on the sofa there, grab the TV remote, and you're good to go, kind of thing,
Yeah. Well, I was thinking that too. I thought, well, maybe these people who are controlling the world and suppressing the populace around the world into these negative frequencies, they have their role to play here. Because
Correct.
Why would they even exist? I don't even know why these people are here and what they're doing. I'm like, how can people allow this to be happening? But then it's like, they have a role to play. They have to be here. This has to go on. It's so ridiculous now, the point that we're at, that I can't even understand how everybody doesn't see through all the lies now, because they're so obvious. Yet it seems like people are getting more entrenched and ingrained into the lies. It's so strange, the time that we're in, but clearly this is the apocalypse for sure.
Yeah, and maybe because the longer you leave it before you start to kind of practice. I say it like this: like if I said, look, you're going to have to run a marathon on a particular date. If you leave it to start training for the marathon a few days before the start date, you're going to struggle to finish that. But if you've been preparing your marathon training for a while before that, then you're going to be in good shape when that moment comes. And I don't say that as like, oh, it's a condemnation of people who haven't done that work. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that perhaps this is one of the things that I've chewed over. Maybe this test that we're being put through is designed on purpose to separate the wheat from the chaff, or to put you through that life test that forces you to learn not to burn your fingers, learn to be the higher thing, despite all of the hardships that have been wrought against us in this system. So in a way, not that I'm like giving the system a pass, I'm equally saying, well, maybe the purpose of the system was because, yes, as Rich was saying, your father, things get, or was he, Jen, saying, the father does, well. Rich was saying, the father does well, and then the children going to get an easy life, and they're soft, and so there's the cycle of that. And our fathers got beat up, and then they beat on us in turn, and now we need to be able to turn the other cheek. And
all right, pause that, Steve, where you just were showing those obelisks on the bridge with the balls on top. That's tech right there. That's some old world tech that's left over. Now they would take these down off of the bridges and stick them in graveyards, minus the ball on top, slap Wilson on the front of it, and say it's just a monument in a graveyard. That is tech right there. Tech that's Baroque, probably doesn't work, but I do think that a lot of these places are using free energy, and they're not. It's select free energy. It's only for the select people. The common folk have to pay for energy, and they're lying about it.
You're speaking of energy, and what's right next to these, free energy bridges is the giant fucking electric factory. This is the electric plant for the the surrounding towns.
There's a
on the water, made of brick. Imagine that.
Wow, sorry to interrupt you, Steve. There's a Battersea power station, very famous power station in London, right on the Thames River. It's been there. It looks exactly the same.
How crazy is that, bro?
Right?
And they always use brick. Brick is a supercapacitor. It's part of it. That's why all these structures have brick underneath. Even if you look at the pagodas in India, even the ancient ones that have all the stuff like molding falling off of them, you can see red brick everywhere. And if you start to understand that and how they were building their tech, which was architect technology into these buildings, and this was creating the free energy. This is why they built so high and so colossal, because the higher you go up, the better the conductivity of electricity.
So, Jen, I don't know if you've come across this, but they say that the red brick was because they were using bone in the brick. I don't know how true that is, but we do think that bone is piezoelectric, and it kind of carries some kind of charge, which is why they were burying them underneath the churches and stuff for many centuries, because they maybe carry some kind of charge to them, and that's why they were putting them in the brick to help their electrical conductivity or something.
And Steve, I can't help but notice, in that video, the thing that I'm noticing more and more in the sky, that sun has rainbow colors all around it. Like it's just normal now.
Yeah, that's what it is, bro. This was
normal
before the new normal. I was quacking about this for 3 years straight, and everyone's like, no rainbows in the sky. I'm like, oh, okay, bud. I'm like, look, that's literally plasma, but it's all good.
I've been seeing that so much. And then we had one day, and I've shown it before, the whole sky here turned purple for about
That's been a phenomenon around the world. I've been hearing. That's what I've been hearing.
I'll send it to you in an email, but yeah, keep going.
I had a video on my old channel from a few years back. There was a thunderstorm outside, and it was nighttime, but the sky was flickering like a TV screen. You know, a TV screen.
Oh, yeah, that was a year ago.
It was purple flickers. It was insane looking. I mean, you thought you were looking at a TV screen when you looked up at the sky.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen some strange things in the sky, and
I know, haven't we all lately? It's amazing.
There'll be signs in the sun, moon, and stars, gentlemen, and Jen.
Even with all the spraying and clouding up and stuff, there's still so much to see. I'll send you that in your email, Stephen. It's like 20 seconds.
Yeah, you can put it in the private chat if you want.
I don't know how to do that from here.
So what it means, guys, for you in America, anyways, is that there was a rich culture in the Americas a few hundred years, maybe 400 years ago, and that went away. And then the Europeans turned up, I think, and captured it, took it all back, or took it back, or took it, stole it. I don't know.
One of the two, man.
Claimed it.
But their
And
name.
they don't want to share it.
Sorry.
You're okay.
That's my dog.
Yeah, I mean, this building was had all that underground windows and stuff. It's hard to deny when you see so much.
Yeah, I don't know why it's being all buffery now, but we'll I'll end this share. I got some more incredible stuff. Just just regular quote unquote, people drive by this stuff like it's all good, dude. I'm like, I don't know if it's all good, man.
Yeah. Well, it's hidden. It's our hidden story. And I think we'll hopefully get some more truth out, but just I think we should just relish it and share this information as widely as we can. What's nice about these old buildings is that it's right there. You can't really hide it. And there's so many inconsistencies, building strangeness, that if you go to 10 buildings, you'll see the same sinking, but very different ways of overcoming that.
It's all around us. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Sorry, Steve.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's not even just in the major cities, because I'm gonna show something here in a minute after we get Ceiling Fan Man's. He wants to show something. I've got evidence, pictures, videos, whatever you want to call it, of like these massive archways and stone structures and obvious evidence of a civilization in the middle of the woods, man. We'll get there in a sec. It's crazy, but whatever you were saying, keep going.
I kind of lost it. Sorry, Steve. I just slipped my mind. It's been a long day. I normally get up about 4 a.m. and it's coming up for 11 p.m. now. So it's been a long day, and I had Martin Leaker for a few hours earlier, so I'm a little.
Oh, he just liked my video I did on graveyards just the other day, and he's never commented on any of my stuff. And I saw that it was Flat Earth British, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, he commented, he really enjoyed it. So I was happy about that.
Awesome. Well, actually, because I wanted to, I've known Martin a few years, and I wanted to, start talking to people like I have with Rich about, the stuff beyond. I'm fascinated by all of the stuff, and some of the stuff is stuff I've forgotten because I looked at it quite a few years ago now for me, and it's super important, super valuable, super exciting, super interesting. So I don't say anything about that, but I think there are these are fascinating subjects, but they're also can be very distracting, and some of us end up spending 12 hours a day focused on this fantastic area of study, but we forget ourselves. We forget studying ourselves and who we are. And I think this is what all these entertainments are, is that those of us who've thrown away the TV and thrown away the Instagram and the Facebooks and all that's all the as much of the fluff as we can, we end up getting lost in researching the Titanic or whatever. We're still, we may, in a way, we could just be watching, sport or
I've
some
said
other.
that many times. I've said, the things that I said this way back in like 2007 to somebody, because they're like, oh, maybe you're just looking at this stuff too much and, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I don't watch TV anymore. I said, this is my entertainment. I am so enthralled in whatever topic that I'm on. And I'm so looking forward to the next topic that I'm going to dive into. I've always been into archaeology. Now I find out that all these archaeologists have been lying to us, lying to themselves and lying to us about everything. So it's even more intriguing now that I get to dig my heels in and really look at the architecture and the things that are all around us. When I thought I would have to go out somewhere in the middle of nowhere and start digging to find some historical thing, when actually these buildings are everywhere all around us. And you could see the event that took place, and it was clearly not in a distant past. It was much more recent, whatever this X Factor event took place, because we are still using these structures till today, and you can still see the heat damage with the bricks ballooning out and popcorning out at the bottom, and you could tell the heat rose up the building and stuff, and all this. It's just everywhere. Like it's Steve finding it right in the middle of the woods,
Yeah, dude, like none of this stuff should be there. Like people say, oh, it's a natural rock formation. I'm like, okay, I don't think so, dude. I'm like, these look like part of a building that just got like a subsonic, like supercharged bomb dropped on them or something, dude. Like it's crazy. Like, these are allegedly called the Keystone Arches, and they put them up to transfer crap over water. Whatever, dude, the water down there, I could walk through it. So I don't know why you're putting up 75-foot arches for something you could literally walk or swim through, on a rough. There's no current. There's no need for these archways, but it just gets crazier and crazier. Like, I don't know how you feel about what mountains could be, but what I was walking through, I don't feel like any of this was natural rock. You could just, for me at least, I just got a vibe like those were probably either like stone or bricks back in the day. Just, I mean, like what is this about,
Yeah, I mean, I've got an interesting theory. If you guys are, but I got an interesting theory. I was just posting. I had forgotten that I hadn't put a link on for this evening's thing, so I was just putting a link on my channel quickly.
I appreciate
that. So, I've walked through mountain ranges where you see all this folding, and I loved geography when I was in school. So I understand the sort of what we're taught about geology and the formation under pressure and the folding of rocks and so on. But I no longer accept that at face value, and I think that the folding of rocks sometimes looks to me like the folds of fascia of the musculature of something. So sometimes I'm convinced by the idea that there were once giants that are beasts of such a size that we now recognize them as mountains. Do I think that some of these might have been trees that were possibly. But when I see, maybe not those stones, those look built to me, but earlier on Steve was showing a wall that made me think of Portugal. Now in Portugal, on the mountains in Portugal, you have got endless terraces, and these terraces are made of stones that you and I would struggle. Yeah, something like that. They're made of stone that you and I would struggle to move, just like that. And they're kind of organized together. Now, I want you to think, if you can pause on that, right? I want you to think that if I was to take the cymatic plate, I might have mentioned this last time, but if I was to take the cymatic plate with the salt granules on it and then put a new frequency in it, it would change the stones, or the salt granules would rise up into these perfect lines or concentric kind of lines on a hill, or in this case they might form rigid or fairly square looking shapes, because this is what the cymatic shows you, these different kind of patterns. So I'm wondering whether these weren't actually lifted through a form of cymatics and then brought together like that. Just a theory. But,
no. That's probably the best explanation I've gotten, and it would make sense because I don't know about you, but they call these quote unquote property lines where I'm from, and according to like the National Historical blah 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 Society, you're not allowed to touch them on your property. You're not allowed to rearrange them. You're not allowed to do nothing. So that
Wow.
would make more sense, because I've always thought either A, maybe we're just seeing like, the top of a fucking building perhaps, because all the property lines just happen to be in the middle of the woods where there's, 1,200-foot cliffs and all this other crazy stuff. But now that you say it like that, I could easily see that because obviously, I mean, either way, whatever it is, it's unrecreatable to this day. So they wouldn't want to mess with that. But if there's like some sort of supercharged ether, whatever element that we're not allowed to access nowadays, and someone could possibly stumble upon the theory that you just said right there, and they can't have that. They can have the four of us and 120 people in the chat thinking that, but they can't have 120 million people thinking that.
Yeah, that's right. And if it's true, then you could actually, and the military may be able to do this, is run frequencies through the Earth and cause earthquakes, etc. I think people, claim that this is happening. But if you take my example of the grains of salt and you magnify it 1 billion times, because obviously the Earth is many, many times bigger, then the grains of salt, which are kind of shaking themselves loose through liquefaction out of the ground below, would come up in these beautiful concentric 3D formations. And I mean, as I say, the terraces in Portugal are in their millions. And there's very few people there, and we're meant to believe that a few bands of tiny villages of like 5 houses, they all got together and they built these phenomenal wall structures with these massive stones. So and the same, by the way, for the they say about the Inca temples, the stone stuff at Machu Picchu and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, man, maybe it was raised in exactly the same way. And by the way, when you take this technology or this idea to the next level, then you can go to a desert like Egypt and put a vibration through that and raise out of the ground a pyramid.
Oh, dude,
these block forms.
That's crazy, bro. Like, I'm not knocking it, but that's crazy. Like, that's awesome.
That's when the Sphinx stands up and starts walking, right?
Yeah, and then I start running. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what you showed earlier on that thumbnail when we started. Was those things coming out of the ground between the pillars?
And it had that big giant dude next to it.
So if you think about what a laser printer is, it's really using sound and light, perhaps, but to form a base material into a finished structure. So why not take the same approach with, say, silica, stone or sandstone or whatever, and say I can bring these together in X size cubes, and I can actually cause them to form in a pyramid. Because again, if you take these salt granules, they're only tiny, but once you magnify it up that there are 20-ton stones, then you can see how this tiny little pile of salt on your table could actually be a 400-foot high pyramid.
And that's also could explain how they carve out all these statues that we can't explain how they carved, because they just assembled them like with a printer, like you're saying. I like it.
Yeah, using they don't necessarily need a machine. Maybe some of these Technasmia devices that Jen was talking about, and they use these, or it's our mind. But yeah,
I like it.
Steve, you a few minutes back or a few seconds back, you were looking at a rock that was on the ground and it had those nodules in it, those notches that you're always pointing out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that thing was, bro. What is this
right
thing?
there.
Anyone?
No, not that.
Yeah,
it was it was a longer one. No, it wasn't that one.
And it had the thingies on it. I know what you're talking
the little
about.
notches, yeah. And
Yeah. Where'd they go? I had a whole wall of them a second ago. Let me see if I can find it.
Another thing you mentioned about this energy system that we keep talking about. Did you know Tesla has their own GPS that's not on a regular server thing? So it's like they're probably tapped into the same free energy that some of these buildings are still using and just don't tell us.
Yes, and actually, I'm beginning to feel, and this is only a theory, of course, but that our power lines are run along particular energy ley lines, and they use the electrical cable themselves as actually harvesting energy from the ether.
Yes,
That,
dude.
that's,
Yes.
that's how I think the electrics work.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're paying for it like dumbasses, dude.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
They're using mercury arc valves, and that's what a lot of this old tech has in it.
Yeah, with the copper lining around it to keep it in place so it doesn't just like spurt out and start effing people up. So yeah, it makes sense. But Jen, you were gonna comment on these little slits here that I found interesting that you just came around to. So what do you think they are? I don't know what the F it is, dude.
I don't know. They remind me of like a ruler or something.
Right, bro. Like they're all kind of even. Like, look, it goes 1-1, decently spaced 1-1, and then look, you see again down here, like in this one, then it's further apart, and then 2 more. I don't know, man.
I must admit, I have seen a method of splitting stone which could look like that, where you drive a chisel into it at a few points and you create a crack.
Okay.
So that is possible, but I mean the builders of that, and if you're halfway up, I mean the stonework on that is incredible. You know, we're meant to believe this was done by men with horses and pulleys.
Yeah.
Look at this.
No mortar, and they fit perfectly like Legos.
Dude, this is the bottom of this. All of this is to get over the 6-foot river that I'm gonna go swimming in a second. Dude, like what is going on here, bro? Look at the devastation, though. I'm telling, there was a great war of some sorts, you know. Like a cannonball must have came flying into here or something. Like that's all destroyed. And like Jen likes to point out, like all the motor or of the brick is just either like hanging off it, like you see up here. It's all just dripping. Like that's kind of strange. What happened?
And it's quartz too.
Oh, dude, something happened here, and they say this crap was built in like the 1790s, 1810s, around there.
With
donkeys. Now I have pictures of the underground tunnels there in England that were all done during the Victorian era, and they're all red brick, and it's the most beautiful brickwork you've ever seen. And they're telling us this is from the Victorian age and stuff, but this is stuff that survived the X Factor event, and even Hellfire Caves and all that. That's all red brick. And they paint this white stuff over it, and white plays a part in their free energy system, guys.
Yeah. Well, look, this stuff in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, and you'll find a lot of these bricks are covered over with white. Turkmenistan's using free energy. Ashtabad or whatever that town's name, and they all have to drive white cars. They're not allowed to drive any other color car, and they're driving on the free energy grid system. All their buildings are white marble. If you look at the World's Fairs, all those were whitewashed buildings. I don't know how white exactly plays a part in it and what its functionality is, but clearly it has some sort of function to this whole free energy grid.
Yeah, can I throw something at you? Just kind of, it's not necessarily connected, but the Union Jack, the Stars and Stripes, all these are red, white, and blue, and we know we live in a world of red and white dialectic. So what's left is the separation of the white, because if you look at both of those flags, the white is being separated by the red or the blue. So I do bring that back to the Trinity, and wonder whether we aren't central to it, or I just throw that out to you, Jen, because I think the colors are important, and why they use them in flags as they do may be significant.
Absolutely, 100%.
Because as I said earlier, the Union Jack, when you look at the electromagnetic layout of the way a flat Earth could be, you get all these grid lines that end up looking like so many of these patterns, including the Union Jack.
If you take the ley lines off of the globe and put it down onto the flat plane, squish it down, it turns into the flower of life.
And the other thing is once again, whether whoever's uncovering these things, whether it's the creator doing it or allowing the other side to do it, doesn't matter. The thing about the flags, both the Union Jack and the USA flag have been changed, however you want to describe that effect. They've been changed. So once again, to point us at, colors matter in this world too, that just as much as words do. Colors are just as important.
Yeah, and pink,
if not more, yeah.
Pink has no frequency, which is interesting. But all these colors, they do have a frequency, and this is why you see like the red and the blue, the Republicans and the Democrats, and they're always, and then you mix those together, you get purple. And then how these colors make you feel, like fast food restaurants tend to use bright colors like yellow and red, stuff like McDonald's and stuff like that. Where if you go into a restaurant where you're going to sit down and enjoy a meal and stay for a while, they have earthy tones and all this stuff. So they know these frequencies and how to use them. And I really think it's interesting that over the last few years, at least the last 5 years, it's all think pink. And you got guys wearing pink now, and pink this and pink that, and pink ribbons and all this stuff. And it's like pink has no frequency. It's like, what are they doing with this pink stuff now?
But also, don't forget the NWO. They want black and white. They're taking away all the colors. They want us all dressed in just completely black, white, gray, whatever, all looking the same. They
You
want
go
to
into
take
the
away
baby section.
color.
Now, I did videos on the baby section in all these different stores, Target, Walmart. They started the transgender agenda, gearing it towards children. Well, not only that, they have it where mothers are being indoctrinated into this gender neutral color schemes for babies. So now when you go into the infant section of any store, I encourage everybody to go and video their child section and stuff. The car seats, the strollers, the bassinets, the cribs, everything, the clothes, the bumper pads for this stuff is everything gray and white and neutral tones.
And space and dinosaurs. I struggle to get stuff without space and dinosaurs for my little boy.
And all the strollers and car seats are all black. They might have a little color here and there, but everything is black. Black is death. And this is what they have. It when you look into the satanic nature of things and how they raise their children and stuff, they're bringing that out onto the world stage and having us raise our children that way as well. And doing the most clean, unfoul things, like putting something over your face and breathing in your own bacteria and CO2 all day long, which is equivalent to eating your own shit, as far as I'm concerned. And these Luciferian assholes, they eat their own shit.
Two things. One is Karen says pink has a real high frequency. And the other thing is I didn't think about that, Dave. Trying to find something for a child that doesn't have dinosaurs or space on it's got to be almost impossible.
Nowadays, it's incredible how much programming is out there for these youngsters. You know? And they're not letting up. They're not letting up. And Jen is right. You know, part of the demasculinization or the masculinization of the feminine or the feminization of the masculine, all of that is absolutely part of the agenda, but it's one of many agendas that they do to our children and the adults and the old people along the way. So I see that in the realms of that, kind of, trying to impart this less than human, or I don't know, satanic, if you want to call it that, kind of way on humanity. And as I said on Russian Viz the other day, I don't have an issue with how someone conducts their life. They conduct their life in a good way. They can do whatever the heck they like. My issue is that what we shouldn't be doing is inculcating a sense of gender neutrality, of all of these kinds of things that weaken the whole. It's genetic modification.
I agree. I'm the same way. And you can tell it's being pushed as an agenda. And the proof is right here in the chat. When you type something and you put an emoji, because I like using emojis, it'll now put a male symbol or a female symbol, depending on what you put in there. They're making it an issue. And then there's a third character now that is dressed in gray, and it kind of looks like a man and it kind of looks like a woman, and they don't get a character next. So even the chat, the emojis are trying to make sure we know that there's this agenda we have to keep focused on, because it's all nonsense. I mean, that happens, and there are people that have gone through it, but it's like, what is it, less than 1%? And so the fact that it's this huge issue, it's obviously pushed, and the fact that they changed it on emojis. I mean, come on.
Well, they went as far as remodeling existing schools, and any schools that are being built have transgender bathrooms in them, and they seem to be dominant across the board as to where now the boys and girls room are minimized. So they have something in the works. Once this whole vaccine thing goes through and whatever happens to humanity from here on out, they're expecting an influx of transgender children to be coming into these schools at a very young age.
No doubt. No doubt. And I mean, actually, if again, I don't have a problem with people's sexuality choices whatsoever. I don't mind what people do with their free time and their body. That's their thing. But, you've seen in my 50 odd years of life, the success, if you like, of the promotion of the homosexual and lesbian agenda, how that has made it more and more kind of like, that's a lifestyle I'd like to choose, or I'm just going to be a woman who works in the boardroom and not have children. That's a lifestyle I'm going to choose. And that's a part of the denaturing of the divine feminine and the divine masculine. I don't pass judgment on it, but I have an issue with a system that inculcates that kind of mindset.
Yeah, well, they're doing that to the children now. They're lowering the age of being able to make these type of adult decisions and stuff. And what it's geared towards is pedophilia as well. Their plans are multifaceted and across the board. They have many purposes, and one of them is if you can bring the age limit down to where a child can make this choice for their own, to decide at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old that they're not what God meant them to be. Mommy, God made a mistake. I'm not a boy. I'm a girl. At 2, 3, 4 years old, when they're just barely stringing sentences together, okay? This is okay. So if a child can make that kind of a life choice, and the parent is going to adhere to that decision, I got to start buying on boy clothes now or girl clothes. Got to get girl toys and all this stuff. Painting his fingernails up. If you're going to consent to that as a parent, well, what happens when that child comes to you at 7, 8, 9 and wants to have sex? Or decides he's going to have sex with the creepy guy across the street or something. I mean, is that okay? You know what I mean? It's just a life-changing decision that should be made at 18 or older, not a child, even 11 or 12 years old where they're going through puberty and stuff. And I know this is probably when a lot of people who are homosexual or lesbian start to have these feelings and realize they're not attracted to the same sex. What may have brought that on or how that comes to be is up for debate. But, this is a decision that they would follow down. But when you're talking about transgender and changing your sex and self-mutilating yourself at 5 and 6 years old, and the parent is going to take this as like, okay, let's put this on the table and look at it. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, they can making life-changing decisions at any age. They don't even let you vote till they're 18 or drink till you're 21. I mean, none of the rules make any sense. And the fact that they're even going into the schools and going over this instead, you know what they've taken out of the schools? Things that I grew up with. There's no shop class. You don't learn how to fix a car. You don't learn how wood making. Wood shop was another one. They had home ec, of course, for the women, but smart guys would go in there because there's all women in there, whatever. But all those things are gone. All those electives, they don't teach anyone anything. Most people or children that are like my kids' age or younger don't know how to even change a tire if they get into a problem. So they again, once it's just dumbing us down and pointing us at things that mean nothing. We don't need to fight over these arguments that nobody was fighting over to begin with. Every house I've ever owned has transgender bathrooms. I've never put a male bathroom or a female, and whoever uses it. It's so silly.
Well, yeah. That's in your home. But I don't want to walk into a bathroom that, some 400-pound dude just went in and used or something. I like the idea of men's room and women's room. That's what I mean.
That's not what I mean. I'm saying the fact that they push this agenda that we're all fighting over the bathrooms. Nobody was fighting over the bathrooms until the Televised Vision told us to fight over the bathrooms. No one cared.
Yeah, I went to my local mall here in my area, and I had to use the bathroom. I was at one end of the mall. I wasn't in the very center part, so I had to go to the restrooms on the end side of the mall. And they had taken out the men's and the women's room, and they were both family rooms now. And when you walk into these family rooms, there's a sink, there's a toilet, and there's a changing table. And that's it. There's no urinal. That means everybody and anybody's doing all their business right there on that one toilet. And it's just like, I had a big hoo-ha with the people there who run the mall and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is this? They're like, well, if you want a regular bathroom, you're going to have to walk clear back over to the other side and go to the main bathrooms.
I feel any bathroom that has one person basically use and a lock, that doesn't matter if it has a male or female sign on it because you close the door. It's one person use. I mean, that's what it should all be about. They want us to fight over all these little things. You know what I mean?
I used to work at Cracker Barrel, and I used to have to clean the men's and the ladies' room. And trust me.
What were you saying, Dave?
I was just going to say, I take a piss outside, so I don't really care.
Well, Well,
all
we've
that.
really brought down the frequency of the show now.
I'm just saying, you know, everyone's fighting about the bathroom. I'm like, dude, I'll go out back and take a dump right now. I don't give a damn. Like,
The transgender bathrooms and all that stuff came right in as soon as with all the other stuff with transgenders. It's a mindset that they wanted to keep us in, and it has a place later on down the line in their plan. You could see how they're digging their heels in with it. They're putting the bathrooms into schools, and it's not just high schools; it's grade schools.
well,
So
funny,
I
it
think
started in the grade schools first before it got normalized in the high schools. Funny how that works.
Yeah,
and of course the important thing is that these youngsters are going to grow up to be the adults of the future, and for them, you know, all of this is going to be so much more normal. And you know, we can get involved in the nitty gritty kind of bits of it, but ultimately it is leading humanity towards this kind of like, yeah, we almost don't touch each other anymore. I mean, this is distancing agenda, and we don't see the face until the third date. You know, we're getting to a point where maybe in the future we will use body bag condoms, so we don't actually have to touch each other anymore. And
I was going to speculate you just do your business on, you know, into a jar. You give it to your girlfriend, like, oh, I would like to have a kid with you, instead of proposing marriage. You know,
in the
Something
movie.
like that.
I used to make a
And the-
comment about that. That's how you know God is so loving, is because the act of procreation for humans is incredible. For salmon, not so much. So it's like, yeah, thank God, literally, that he made it so we're not like salmon, but that's where they want to take us, like you say, Steve.
Yeah, dude, they want to. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Because they don't want us loving ourselves anymore, and they don't want us. You know, they may want us human energy, and maybe there'll always be people having enough children to keep the system running. But it does feel like they're trying to take us to a point where we no longer make our own children. They're always wards of the state.
Yeah, that's
at that point it'll be selected children too. It's not going to be like my kids or your kids or Jen's kids. It'll be the dude who's had a mask on for 9 months who got the vaccine already. It'll be his kids, you know.
Yeah, there's my kid.
There he is.
So beautiful.
Adorable. Just adorable.
That's my flat Earth baby. You know, I said we have a 19 and a 21-year-old children, and we were past that. I was heading towards my 50s, and I found out all of this stuff. And I said to Andrea, "We're cleaning up, and if we have another child, it's meant to be, and I'm going to educate him or her, you know, properly. No birth certificate, no vaccines. You know, take care of the education myself." And so he's 3.5, coming up for 4. Been quite a journey, but yeah, you know, we're doing it for the next generation. I like to think that yes, although so many people are watching the TV and caught up in that and raising their children to be neutral and all of these sorts of things, which is unfortunately the trajectory that unless God or the Creator or some event occurs to change all of the current trajectory, that's where humanity is currently choosing to take itself. And until it can be shown or there's leadership in different directions, like spiritual leaders have come in the past, then we aren't going to find a different way. We'll keep going back to the next Obama or the next Trump or the next whoever, you know, who's going to come and save us. And that's never, ever going to work.
Yeah.
Never going to work. And whatever they bring, you know, whatever, because America is obviously on the cusp of something very interesting. And whatever comes from that, you know, the solution will be from within the system's stable. It won't be of the people.
Oh yeah, problem reaction solution.
It'll be of the government. Of the government. And a lot of these futuristic dystopian movies have that theme, that underlying theme across the board of, you know, your children are selected, they're made in labs now. There's no procreation, at least no unauthorized procreation. In Demolition Man, they had to wear these special things that went on their head, kind of like UV or whatever, those RV goggles and stuff. And they had like virtual sex. And somehow they were simulated the feelings within them, but they weren't touching each other. They were 6 feet apart. And when he had mentioned to her about what about kissing, and she's like, "Ew, no, like we don't kiss. Like what? We don't exchange bodily fluids. What's wrong with you? You're a barbarian," and stuff.
Because you'll get germs, you'll pass germs on, and if this germ warfare is continuing, then it's going to be in 20 years that people are so frightened of each other that seems possible.
Yeah, we're almost there now, though. We're almost there now. People are just completely. I was telling them earlier, I went to the post office and I was barefaced, and this woman started walking out, and she like leaned up against this wall of lockers just so so she would breathe in any of my disgustingness.
And my mother somebody tried to call the cops on my mother at a food store the other day for not wearing a mask.
Wow. And that's it with children shying into their parents' legs or whatever away from you as you go near them, and they look back at their parents as you walk towards them down the path or whatever. They look back at their parents like, what do I do now? There's a person coming towards me. These children are being screwed over like. Yeah. The American kids, they did it with you in the 50s with the nuclear threats every week. They would get them to get under their desks and stuff, didn't they? Just to frighten the shit out of them. And they did it with the Blitz in Europe and, all these different things they've done to alter the children at a particular age. And unfortunately, these parents are unwittingly feeding the fire and telling their children, yes, these people are, this is all, they bought the bullshit and they're now giving it to their children and damaging them.
And that's the way they get it to work in their favor. Each generation teaches their children this stuff. We indoctrinate our own children into it. So back in 2005, when I started waking up to all this stuff, which started out for me was 9/11, my kids were 11 and 14, and they learned everything right along with me. They're grown now. My youngest is 27 and Chris is 31. So they know all this stuff. They've taken the whole journey with me, and it was the best thing that I could have ever have done, even though my one son has dealt with a lot of scorn and not fitting in with kids his age and stuff. He was 11 years old, coming into puberty and stuff like that, learning all this stuff. And he took to it like a duck to water. He actually applied a lot of the stuff. Cell phones were really popular back then. All the kids were starting to get them. He never had a cell phone until just recently because he learned all about cell phones. He even did a school project on it. His 8th grade project was on the dangers of cell phone. And we cooked an egg between 2 cell phones. And, it got buried under all the stuff. Nobody wanted to see that because the cell phones were the latest thing. And he was looked at the oddball, like an oddball, because he didn't have a cell phone. He didn't want nothing to do with it. He don't even use a microwave and stuff. So he's always had issues with that. And in hindsight, my ex-husband will say to me, well, see, you taught him all this stuff. He hasn't had a normal life. He hasn't been able to find a girlfriend and all this stuff because, because things that he knows, if he's not around people that are like-minded, how are you going to be able to have conversations with people when they want to talk about the most insignificant and shallow stuff? And you're talking about like, hey, look at this over here. This is what, and it's like, they're not on the same level with him. So he's always had that issue with finding people to relate to him and have relationships with them.
Hey, Steven.
Hey, Brian.
Oh. Am I sharing?
You're good. You're live.
So this is a video that I put together, and I can't even watch the whole thing anymore because it's a bunch of kids. But what I found when I was doing this research, I found these photos, and it'll come up here in a second. Where are they? Look, this stuff can go on forever. See that?
Yeah.
They've done this. They've done this kind of stuff before.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God.
They've done this before.
Ugh.
You should see it's like social distancing they did on these kids in a study. I think it was in the UK or maybe it was in the United States in the 50s. And I mean, like, they didn't even like speak to these. I mean, these are infants they did this on. They didn't speak to them, touch them. All they did was feed them and give them, bathe them and give them water. And that's pretty much all they did. And these kids turned into, dude, they couldn't even sit up straight. They couldn't even like open and close their eyes. Dude, it's absolutely disturbing, bro. And shit like this kind of falls hand in hand in that. Social distancing plus mask wearing, that's the most intense form of torture. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely
What are you doing to these babies? What are you doing to them?
We are so.
When are these from, Ceiling Fan? People in the chat are curious, bud.
Well, I did a video called Are You Marked? And I was going over pictures of kids in masks to go with my video. And I came across all of these from, I believe it was during one of some of these were, I think, war and they're worried about like being gassed. But some of them were from that other, what was that one? Not this, it was Spanish flu or one of those bubonic things or whatever. You can find these photos. They're online. It's tragic.
That is a horror show right there.
It is. It's
man,
disgusting.
you know, and my little boy, I know you've all, you know, with
Look at they got
children. Oh man! Well, they're doing that with now, haven't they? They've got little children's toys with masks on and so on coming out. But you know, with my little boy, just to ask him to put a hat on, for example, he would freak out, and to put a mask on his face, and that it would be terrifying to the point. And you know, eventually we get used to it. That's why they're looking. You know what I mean? We get used to it, but we are altered, my friends. We are broken, and they are doing this on purpose because we know that these wars, some of those I think were World War II images, we know that these wars are being created on purpose. And so all of this trauma is simply like an extension of that creation. And they're doing it again. They're doing it again. And we can't stop what's coming. I'm sorry to say that, because we went out in the streets, didn't we all, and try and tell people. People aren't ready to hear that. And so what do? We protect our light. We grow ourselves such that, you know, we can offer something different going forward. Don't have all the answers, but I know that it's not to cower in fear. There's no fear of the system. I have no fear of the system.
And I put that link in the chat for that.
But equally, I know I don't need to stand at their door and shout at them, because they are not worthy of being shouted at. They stand below our sovereign divinity. All these organizations do. And so it is a usurpation of that truth for us to go and appeal to them to give us better conditions here in the prison. We have to find a different way. And I'm hoping that this year is going to offer us some of the answers.
We need to do it ourselves. We have to stop asking for permission. Just step away from
because this is our creation, Jen.
Yes,
this is our creation, not those organizations, those systems, those monarchies, those Vaticans that have stolen our right.
We're literally punching ourselves and asking someone to make it stop.
Yes, exactly.
Stop letting the government do this to me. No, just stop.
And real quick,
while we're doing that, they're reaching in our pocket, taking our money.
Yeah.
Of course. And I mean, Dave just said it perfectly. It's Jen just said it perfectly. We're at, or not Jen. Y'all just pretty much did it. We're punching ourselves, and it's like, hey, can you just stop the madness? It's like, hey, maybe if you just got up and stopped giving us your energy, we would, be able to take a step forward and at least try to, get something right out of this. And like Dave said before, these people at the top levels, they're not even worth our breath almost. I'd much rather scream and shout and try to liberate someone that I know and that I love, rather than just some dudes who probably have horns, because I don't think it's going to work out.
You know what?
Capitol House, but if you're, getting, facts and you're hitting people with truth bombs that love and care about, and know that they could see it, Some people choose not to, and those are the people I'd rather waste my energy on. The people I love, the ones that in our community, not the ones who have, formed our communities for us.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, the people supposedly storming the castle, that's not going to do anything. Because again, it doesn't matter who's in power behind that ivory tower, because at the end of the day, they don't care about you. The only thing that really matters is change. I think it was Baldini's quote, you can't change it's too big to change the world. So just change the world around you. And around your area and around your community. And that's how you can get out of this system, is you've got to just change your spot and get out of it, because you don't want to be in whatever they got coming. Because trying to do it through the government, good luck. They're the ones doing it to us. Other than this, right?
Yeah. You're like, they're going to take any notice, say, oh, you've got the statistics, or you've misinterpreted the statistics. They're going to go, oh, gosh, yes, after a year of completely we've realized we realized we got it wrong. Well, that's never going to happen. They know what they're lying about. So you can appeal all you like, but it is in the appealing that you give it the appellate, you
make it real. You make
authority,
it real.
Yeah. Because if you come to me and ask for an improvement of your rights, there's an assumption that I'm the person, the arbiter of what your rights are. And of course I'm not.
They have us thinking we're the debtors when we're the creditors.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we're
You
all
know, there's-
equal, and they have us thinking we're less than, and that's the thing.
And
there
we have
is-
to ask permission for everything, including to breathe. We have to wait for them to tell us we can breathe fresh air again. I don't think so.
Oh yeah, they write so many ridiculous laws in the state of Washington. You're actually supposed to not be allowed to collect rainwater. Now you're going to designate whether I can collect rainwater. There's certain times you can burn things and not. These are natural.
Real quick,
Yeah,
you
they
guys
want
said
to
something-
micromanage our lives right down to the breath that we take, and they're doing a damn good job of it when you look around outside.
Yeah.
These people are falling for it, hook, line,
Yeah.
and
So you know how like we're kind of conditioned. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah,
We're conditioned to you know, okay, so it's not so good here, and we're having to pay extra taxes there, and so on. But we'll go and vote for the other guy next time, and he's going to make it better for us. And so we're in this perpetual state of the savior is coming in 4 years' time, or 8 years' time, or the next time my team gets voted in, the savior is coming in that way. And this is really the biggest trick. I think savior has got the words save our. You know, I think we have to save ourselves.
Yeah.
The saving
we're
is
the
coming
ones we've
from
been
the
waiting for.
And you go biblically, it talks about, I think I forget the three characters, but it was like Noah, Moses, and I forget the third guy, but he talks about at the end they were only able to save themselves. And that's really where it comes down to. Figure out how to make yourself that better person, and then everything else around you will come. I mean, that's science, right? Positive attracts positive. If you make yourself the best person you can be, you're going to get people attracted to you that are the same way. And that's how you create yourself out of the system.
Yeah. And I found that to be true, because when I go into places, nobody says anything to me about a mask.
Oh, it's like Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah. I walk in with confidence, and I look them right in the eye, and nobody says a word. And this was back even when they were asking at the doors, do you need a mask? You need a mask and all this stuff. No, I'm good. I just keep going. Ma'am, come here. You need, no, I'm good. And I just keep going and I do my thing. And, you know, people are, well, you know, I'm just going to wear this just to get in the store and out. I don't want to deal with any of the hassle. Then you're acquiescing, okay? You're not standing your ground. You know that this is wrong. You know it's not something that you want to do, but you're going to do it anyway so you don't get socially scorned or have to deal with somebody and stick up for yourself. If you don't exercise your own rights, nobody else is, or protect them, nobody else is going to stand up for you. They're going to just cave as well. I just make it a point to let them know that I'm not going to back down. Even on the airplane, when that lady was trying to embarrass me in front of everybody, and she's like, you have to put that on. Miss Santelli, you have to put that mask on. It loudly in front of everybody. So then I got loud. You're going to get loud. I'm going to get loud. You want me to fall out on your floor here and pass out if I put this thing on? That you're saying that's okay. But, you know, as long as you have the mask on, who cares if you're laying dead on the floor? You can't breathe.
And it also might be a thing because my wife, when she's not with me, will have people potentially like ask her or say something about it. Never once when we're together or by myself. So maybe it's the beard thing. I don't know. But people, they don't. They're so afraid of everything that they really don't question it. And then I do, like you say, it's almost that Jedi mind trick, and they back down. And
A guy told me, oh, you're a non-believer. You're one of those non-believers. I said, excuse me? A non-believer? You know, you don't believe this is really happening or COVID exists. I'm like, I know it doesn't exist. You know, I had COVID. I'm still getting over it. And I'm like, and look, you're still here. You're still breathing. And if you have it and you're still getting over it, what the hell are you doing here in the store anyway?
Yeah, I walk in with confidence, and I, you know what? A lot of those people didn't want to talk to me when I walked in the first time. They didn't even know who I was before this whole nonsense started. So I don't engage them unless they want to engage me. If I go to the post office to get my thing, I go and I get it just like I always did before the nonsense. And I just go with that confidence, and I don't expect to get into any kind of confrontation. I'm ready if they do, but they never do. But it's like if someone asks me, where's my mask? I'd say, I'm not sick. And if they say, well, they're not either, I say, well, if you're wearing a mask and you're not sick, that's Munchausen by proxy. So you are sick and stay away from me. But
They're so dumbed down that they don't even know what CO2 is, and that breathing it in is a bad thing for you.
I don't even try anymore with them. They don't want to hear it.
Fed up with wearing. I'm like, you know, you can't breathe your own CO2 in all day. That's not a good thing. And they're like, huh? I said, have you ever heard of hypoxia? What's that? But I'm like, you have these phones in your hands all day. What is it that you're looking up that you don't even know what hypoxia is? And I'm like, you need to look this stuff up. Well, we have to wear them. We're working. I'm like, why don't you all get together and say, no, we're not wearing them. Well, they'll just fire us. They're in this mindset of like, we're already,
I tried that for the longest time and I beat my head against that wall. So now if someone asks me, I'll tell them. But other than that, you know what? Wear your mask and let me get the hell out of your store. I don't want
I've had people say to me, oh, you doing good today? And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing better than you. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you got that mask on your face and you're breathing in your own CO2.
I just want to go and get my thing and leave. I don't even put into that energy anymore.
I don't play Satan says. That's what I tell them.
Yeah, I mean, something that a lot of people should think about too is like, what is the whole mask and CO2 conversation? What's that really like leading up to? Because surely we're not going to be wearing masks for an invisible disease for the rest of our lives. I don't think we are, but what it does kind of soften the meat for is the 2045 initiative. I don't know if anyone knows what that is, but that's singularity. That is 100% technocracy, transhumanism, you name it. And in the 2045 initiative, it goes on to state that individuals will be taxed, fined, and penalized per how much CO2 per unit they give out. So just keep that in mind. And also, involuntary aging is classified as a disease to the same people.
It comes down to micromanaging your life, even the aging process itself that your own body goes through or whatever, whether we're supposed to get old or extended life or whatever. Yeah. You think they've shortened our lifespans, and maybe that's why they have, so they can turn around and say, oh, look, we can extend your lifespan. Because
they think they're looking out for us. Yeah, but that's not how it's supposed to work, man. If you read the Bible right, it actually says like you're supposed to come as a man and die as a man. You're not supposed to make these upgrades and get bionicle arms and self-replicating DNA to help you from viruses that don't even exist, So everyone's got to like take off breathe some fresh air and get the cobwebs off the eyes. It's not a virus that they're actually, prepping the world for in a new world order takeover. It's going to be a technocracy, an AI-based quantum field, perhaps. I feel like their little quantum levels of whatever they do at CERN and whatnot, I feel like it has a lot to do with the torus field that Dave has introduced to most of us. And if they're tapping into that and making shit happen, thousands of miles away underground while they're doing these crazy, who even knows if they're colliding particles?
Wait, I got a question. Stephen, it's exactly what I think Dave's saying. What if, because I don't believe that they create anything. So I think all that is, again, more fear stuff for us to just like speculate on it. If we're actually creating this in the ether, they're fine tuning us to make us think and do the things they want us to do. So CERN doesn't have to be anything other than just, once again, smoke and mirrors of the magician. If they tweak our thoughts into creating this thing they want, we create CERN in a way. Right?
We create World War II, we create all of these things. We can manifest them. I don't think that whatever runs the system can manifest. It can engineer things and get people to think a certain way and to cause all these fracturings and divisions and exploit that later in life. I think that. But we're sorry, it's midnight for me nearly, guys.
No, you're good. I was going to start wrapping this up. We've been talking 4.5 hours over here.
This is a very fascinating conversation. I think it has really got legs because once we start to grapple with these things and really return to, hey, I'm not going to pay any attention to the shit that you're trying to attract me to. And the deeper I get, the cleverer I get, the cleverer the tricks that they're trying to pull me in with. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to play in that. As I said earlier, I'm not going to play in the fear pool either. I'm going to seek to stand in my centered, balanced divinity and use that as my only vehicle, because I do have some knowledge on some of these subjects, obviously, but really, in a way, some of these things don't matter at all. What matters is who you are inside. You could be the most beautiful soul in the Amazon forest and never have known any of these things, let alone what a computer is. And I think that's the true richness that we can have with this knowledge. and with the opportunity to share that out. But it doesn't have to be complicated, and it doesn't have to be vexatious, and we don't have to fight. We don't, there is a criminal thing, or there is a negative thing operating in the world, and we don't have to fight it to beat it. We have to stand aside and let it do its thing and find our love, and then, maybe in time we enlighten the world with that. It's all in the creator's, hands, and I think we have to allow for the natural unfolding of whatever's coming. Let the winter run its course, and come out of it strong, ready for the spring, and ready to hoe the ground and sow some seeds and change the world. Because heck, I want to do that, but we have to do it clever, and we have to do it in love, not in war, not in hate, not in fear.
100%.
Yeah, very well said. And they would disappear if that was the case. We would manifest them right out of here just through manifesting what we want through love. They can't exist in that higher frequency. That's why they have to keep everything in a low vibrational frequency, because that's where they're at.
They got to keep us all fearful and scared of each other, and keep us from connecting, and keep us divided, because they know that if we, as I think it was Karen's flat earth video, if we all stood up, the game's over, and that's why they keep us like this. So.
And of course, if you take a powerful torch into a forest, all the night creatures scurry away from the light.
I like it.
And so, this is really what it is. Is that if you bring the light, the darkness will move away, But if you're standing there in fear, you're still in their dark pool. You're staring at their horror show. And of course, you're going to be trapped in the game. So I think there's something rich to be had from all of this. And I really hope we can have some more conversations on these topics.
Absolutely. Yeah. Once my channel's back up, we should do it again. So
I'll tell you what was interesting was sorry. Yeah, thanks. I think what was interesting talking to Martin, he and I haven't spoken for about a year face to face, and Martin Leaker, Flat Earth British, and he, he's been a champion of the Tartaria thing for many years now, and Flat Earth, so on. But he is also coming to a crossroads or a junction in his journey in which he's realizing that a lot of this is trappings as well, and that the work on himself right now is the most imperative. And if we're in an energy system, and that energy system, like the Schumann resonance is telling us, is going through some sort of birthing, some sort of changing, then we need to be in an appreciative state for that, not in a frightened or angry state for that. And I think he's feeling that, and so he's keen to have these kind of conversations that are not necessarily going deeper into the tech stuff of the past, but starting to kind of take that beautiful history, new sciences, new other understandings about spirituality and so on, and bring those together and say, this is now a richer picture of who we are. Let's get on with the soul work, the love work, and and stop playing in the we have to know everything, and we have to tell everybody that we've been lied to kind of party that we've all come from. So I'm hoping that these kinds of conversations are going to be in 2021 are going to become far more normal than to be like, okay, Yawn, we've looked at all the stuff, a lot of the stuff, we see it, we know it's there, and that's it, that has to stay there while we work on ourselves, and then from that, the people who are in the dark pool will start to say, hey, I can see some light in the forest over there. Let me head. And one of my best analogies is like at the springtime, at the dawning of the spring, you get the very first, or the late winter, you get the very first flowers that start to pop up in the field. Just a few here and there. And then as the winter starts to recede and the spring comes on full, then that other blossoms will start to follow those first. And that's what I think perhaps will happen over time with the human story.
Right. Well, I know you've been up for hours, and you've done a several hour stream before this one too. Yeah. And I think put a fork in me for this one. I'm done.
Thanks, buddy.
It was great to meet you.
Yeah, likewise, Jen. Thank you. It's good sharing some thoughts with you.
Today. Can't wait to chat to you again. I hope you and your family are doing well. And
thank you. And thank you for all your support.
Oh, that's what we're here for, man. Everyone here is to support each other. This is our family. So thanks.
Well, I mean, truthfully, anyone who's followed me for more than a year or so will know that the last year has been difficult in so many different ways. And right now, in this moment in time, in this last few weeks, I've got a moment of calm, and that's why I'm back online and why I'm starting to push out content and wanting to do things like this. And I just want to thank you, Rich, because you've been in a way very instrumental in that. So thanks.
That's sweet. Thank you. But yeah.
Well, yeah, if you haven't subscribed to my channel already, then maybe I don't want to this time. Cool. And I really look forward to coming back, and I'll thank you all so much for entertaining me tonight. I hope it's been useful for you.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it.
No problem. Either
Really
way,
look forward to
this
next
had
time.
to happen, and real quick, just like Dave said, just a little expansion. People got to start asking themselves, like who are we? Like where did we come from and where are we going? Those are the three biggest questions that are probably never asked and hard to answer. Maybe that's why they're not asked, but they need to be asked. Who are we? Where are we going, first of all? But to understand where we're going, that's why we're taking a dip into the past with the archaeology and the maps and this and that and the other thing, because all of that fits into what's coming next. And I feel it's some sort of one world technocracy, and you're instead of seeing pillared buildings, you'll see 5G towers everywhere. It's here we are.
Totally. Now, as I would say to the professor of history or archaeology, your work is absolutely imperative for us to know. That's why we have schools of history and so on, because we thought we were learning about our true history. We weren't. But so in an ideal world, those schools would be tooled to learn the true history as the stuff that you're digging out there, Steve. So I think that work must always go on. But my caution to anyone who's in these things is that we tend to, from my own experience and from the experience of friends around me, we tend to become so excited by that particular area that the professor of history doesn't realize that it's important that he understands the biology department. If you think in terms of the orchestra, we need players from every part of the ensemble to make a good song. So for me, it's not about not doing those things so much as realizing that the most important thing, despite the things we've been lied about, the most important thing is you go out there, do your history work in the richest way. The same as now. Like, honestly, I feel like invigorated to go back out into the streets and talk to people some more, but do it from around a richer perspective. So do the things, the good work that you're good at. Of course, naturally, that's what you're here for. But do it from that kind of healed self. And so, because all I'm saying is that sometimes we've come from a world of distraction, and now we found fantastic, really tantalizing information. And it can also be, as good as it is, a distraction that we spend too much of our time on. I lost a lot of time in the early, not lost, it was time well spent, and I needed to go through that. But at the same time, it was all I was doing was focusing on that historic information, those lies information, and so on, and it was distracting me from the center work. That if the core is right, then everything that comes out of the apple beyond that is going to be good. And all of our work will be at the very best level. And actually, when I started Truth Talks a few years ago, I didn't last very long, but when I started that, I was keen to only invite speakers that were already seen flat Earth, for example, and they'd retooled their school around that kind of realization that so much of what we've been taught is mistaught, that once you realize flat Earth is a lie, then everything else that you've ever been taught has to be taken off the table and absolutely reviewed afresh. Now, if you can't do that, then you're not going to be able to unpick all the deceptions that have been laid upon you, all the veils.
Yeah, they're lying to us about everything, what's above our heads, what's below our feet, and everything that surrounds us on this plane. And they're lying to us about who and what we really are, why we're here. And like you said, where are we going? What happens after this place? They even have us fearing death. And I think death is a whole nother thing that, there is knowledge out there of this process that we go through that's hidden from us. They want us to fear death.
Yeah, when we shouldn't. And the use of using the fear of death is a great manipulator, a great tool. And I want to live a long and full life and raise my children and all those sorts of things. But at the same time, when it's my time to go, it's not something that I need to fear. It's like a transition, and I want to go. When I go, take as much positive with me, good energy, good vibration. I used to say it like this, actually. What if, just as, again, excuse me, a theory, but what if at the end of your time, the state of your Christ, or the state of your energy is either going to be a positive return into the entropic system, or a negative return into the entropic system. So if we get more souls dying in a negative state, do you continue to force the power of, or engage the power of, the negative? Whilst when you get more and more people dying in a positive state, does that have an inverse effect? So maybe it has a benefit beyond the immediate life. I don't do it, as I said earlier on, for the rewards of that, but it just seems like the right way to be a good human. We all knew this as children. We've just been broken along the way.
And that it's a provable scientific fact too, that energy just doesn't dissipate. So if we're energy beings and molecules, we know how it all works. It's all electrical energy. When we die, it's got to go somewhere. It doesn't just like vanish, it goes somewhere. So
yeah,
we need to think beyond this physical realm.
Yeah, I think what religion taught me was, well, if I got it right, there was that it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and I think what they like to impart in that is that you are your material energy is going back into the earth, and I don't have much argument with that, but I think that there's something so much more to. So let's say I carry this little torch in here or whatever, that's immediately connected to my higher self. It's that connection is immediately returned to on my death. That connection is made fully, or whether you go back to God or whatever. I think that this connection is made fully. So it is that returning of your life force, I think, into the ether, either in a negative or a positive condition. So. Oh yeah, thanks, Brian. I did a awakening interview seems like years and years ago, but that's actually a year ago. Brian.
And I'll find your channel and put it in here too. I think mine's in there. And
well, Brian and I are going to have another chat again soon, I'm sure. But we were only talking about my story and about how I got to where I was in Flat Earth and being on the Global Light Tour in 2019. But and I was wanting to, I have said this right from the beginning, I wanted to lay out some of who I am, because as we go through this journey, we realize that, the people that we've trusted in the past, the politicians and the priests and so on, they are generally, you don't see them other than in their public persona. The private stuff you never see, so you don't know who they really are. And I think that if we're going to be honorable, upstanding people, then we need to be able to put ourselves out to a point out there and say, hey, this is who I am. Scrutinize me if you like. I'm just going to lay out everything that I good, bad, and there it is. And so I've been on a bit of that kind of a mindset, but hopefully can move on from that, because I really want to share when people kind of go, okay, this guy's walked the walk, and we can see from his videos and we can see from his story and so on that he is kind of legit. That people will be willing to take the conversation further, because yes, it gets uncomfortable when you start picking at people's sacred cows. You just want to help them, but these are people that are like all the way down, and you're like, hey, you're still holding on to a few sacred cows. Trust me, I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not trying to be on some team. I'm just trying to say these things that you're holding on to are part of some team that you were given a long time ago. And exactly. The more that people can see your sincerity when you're saying that, perhaps the more comfortable the less likely they're going to feel that you're trying to attack them. And I learned this, standing in Speaker's Corner, face to face, with toe to toe with imams and Jewish scholars and stuff like this, and trying to impart on them this truth without saying, I'm not looking to, attack at you because of your beliefs. I'm just trying to say that all of them, let's be honest, all of these beliefs have been handed down to us by things that we can't really be sure about. And given that we know now that the entirety of our geography has been manufactured by Walt Disney, you really need to go and look at everything again. So that's where I'm at, and hopefully, I can continue to be a voice of some use in the community, and yeah, I mean, I'm also for continuing to talk about the Tatar. I mean, I've got a few videos in my phone that I haven't loaded actually, just from churches I looked at in the last few days. So and it's something I'm fascinated about. But I as I say, I go about doing that, not fixated on that as the prize. That's
You
just
don't want to get lost in the sauce. There's a lot of sauce that they throw at us, and there's a multi layers to this dimension. So it's easy to get lost in what we think is the grand, see all end all. Like, how many people do you know think that Mandela effect individually or flat Earth individually are the key to understanding everything? I'm like, no, it's part of the puzzle. It could be a key, but it's not the key. I'm like, we are the key. You know.
Yeah, but if
I'm fighting when you stand in truth and you just speak truth. First of all, you don't have to remember what you said because it's always going to be the same. And second, that goes back to that whole Jedi mind trick. When you start talking and you're right and you do it calmly, I don't go after anyone. I just this is the way it is. And I try to do it with humor, and you totally do this. And I do it every day. Ever since this nonsense started, I'm barefaced. I do all the same things I used to do, except where the businesses decided to be so scared they closed their doors and stuff. But I still go into all the businesses, and no one says anything because at the end of the day, they need my money. There's hardly any business, so they're going to not turn away someone that's actually going to walk in your door. I mean, it'd be stupid, but they do. I know they do. But yeah, you just go in.
Steve, just to say, in terms of what I was saying, for some of my friends that I was sort of doing flat Earth activism with in 2018, I felt at the time, and earlier in 17, 16, and people were like, flat Earth is all you need to know. It was like, if you knew that the Earth was flat, you knew everything you needed to know. And I was quite quickly aware that, even within Flat Earth, there were camps that had developed. So again, it was like, wow, there's still, even though we're here, we're still divided. We're still not seeing that there's something more to this. So, and a lot of my friends, a number of my friends in Flat Earth have never really moved beyond that camp. That's still their main hobby horse. No, I'm not saying that as any kind of judgment, but I'm just offering to my friends and saying, I've been saying this for a while now, but there is more to it than that. And the Illuminati card game says that Flat Earth is something, but it's a 2-point card. It's not a particularly high card. It's 1 of 50 in the deck, and I think there's 4 or 5 Illuminati card decks in total. Anyway, so I think a lot of us in the early Flat Earth, we were so caught up with that became our circus, and we end up pinning our name on the Flat Earth camp circus, and then we can't really leave that camp. And I'm just encouraging people to think that yes, that was a lie for a very important reason, to do with you and who you are and what we are, what this place is. Don't know all the answers, but it really all comes back to you. And so we have to look after you first. You are the most important thing. And when you are right, you will not be messed around by a system like this. And you will not be consenting to bullshit. You will not be taking jobs that put other people through some sort of communist bullshit. And the world will slowly become a brighter place. So let's not get stuck in all the little fantasies that they've given us, all the crazy, because they created these things to trap us as well. So, and as I said earlier, I think that even the sort of, because all of us in the early Flat Earth were like, yeah, we think the sun's 3,000 miles away and 50 miles wide and all this sort of stuff, because that's what we were fed by the Robotham kind of stuff that came out in the early days, and now we know that that's not right either. But why was that fed out? But to keep us bloody entertained, and keep us looking in the wrong direction.
Bread and circus.
So this is why it's good to look at it. It's good to understand it all, and if that's your preferred area of study, then go for it. But go for it in love, go for it in a harmonious kind of place where you're doing your earthing and your sun gazing and your forest bathing and all of those sorts of things, taking care of the self, but stretching and whatnot, that's first, and then get on with everything else. That's where I'm at. Anyway, guys, I've had an amazing time.
It's a
Thank
good
you.
place to be at.
All right, we'll do this again for sure.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
No
Good
problem.
night.
I'm going to take us out of here with a song. If anyone hasn't subscribed to Trinity 4, his link is all in the chat. I'm sure you'll be able to find him. I'm going to throw it in the description later. Ceiling Fan, TTS69, definitely sub them. They're getting, blacklisted and shadow banned and censored. Whatever. We've been getting censored forever, but now they're actually taking us down, so definitely just stay strong, because now's the time where we need to really clamp down on our core values, not let go of those, because that's exactly the goal of these Agenda 21s, 2030, 2045 initiatives. They want to take what God gave us away. It's called life.
They took it away. We're suffering the consequences of that. We need to return. It's remembering, pulling it all back together.
Yes, we need to take it back. That's a better way of putting it. I like
power.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. Love you, Jen, Steve, Dave.
Love you guys. Thank
Cheers,
you.
guys. Much love.
Baruch haba b'shem Adonai Yeshua HaMashiach. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai. Jesus our Messiah. The call has gone out, the cry to return. Our hearts must be changed for righteousness, but repentance we need, for salvation we yearn. Then we will see. Revival must come, the prophets reveal. The Spirit descends, our nation to heal. With tongues of fire, Israel kneels. Then we will see. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai Yeshua HaMashiach. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai. Jesus our Messiah. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Oh, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. We watch and we wait and we lift up our eyes. We know by your word your coming is nigh. For when you return, you'll reign, you'll not die. Then can we sing? Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Oh, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord.
is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Oh, blessed, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord.